And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join that time of the day again, that guy again. So, both situations in situation, pardon the play on words. So, I am here. The session has commenced. All that needs now to complete everything is your presence. One man went to mow the eagle has landed. So, come join as you usually do, and let's discuss rather matters pertaining to Nigeria. The session is in session. Your favorite or your laughing man in situation. Where are you? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water, 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 water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ lẹ́mú rẹ o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ lẹ́mú rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́múdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́múdó jàre. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ìríwá gbéṣe o.
So there we are. Ekukoni Gbeshe by the Kegites. So before we get into the session, let me actually remove this from the screen. Before we get into the session, let me show you a couple of let me see if this is downloaded. I want to show you just a clip that I saw that amused me and might well amuse you as well. So let me just see if I've got it ready and I'll just show it to you quickly. This is now how the international community sees the Nigerian person. So before we get into the throes of it, this is from pardon me. Let's just see if I've got it ready for you. I should have it. Yes, I do. So this is from British media, and this is speaking to now how the international community sees the Nigerian person. So this is how we are seen. Wait. Okay, so that was on Channel 4 television in the United Kingdom. So Channel 4 television is one of the main stream television stations, akin to your ABC, I imagine, in America, or ITV, I imagine, in Nigeria. So a mainstream television station, one of their premier panel comedy shows, the Nigerian person, of course, the subject of mockery. So that is how we are seen internationally. So that just as an aside, as guys, I bring you this. In 6 years, Buhari's bigotry nepotism destroyed 60 years hard work to unite Nigeria. The politics has begun, and Atiku speaks to the space. So we'll hear what the former vice president has to say. Nigeria's unity negotiable, Atiku says. So he now willing to listen now to that conversation around Oduduwa nation and Biafra nation, or does he? We'll find out soon enough. Those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarket him. Lai Mohamed, of course, no other person. So we find out what Liar has to say. Still with Mr. Mohamed, Nigeria is not and cannot be a failed state. Lai Mohamed again speaking to the space, speaking internationally in that instance. So we leave that space, go to the east, and we're speaking now to that Anambra politics. We were all celebrating that they might well have another champion to carry on from where Peter Obi left off. Charles Soludo, rather, was the name that we are conjuring with, but it looks as though the dark hands in the shadows, the machinations of state, is about to outdo him. Anambra Guba, Soludo suffers setback as court reaffirms Umuaji's APGA candidacy. So a lot of you will, of course, recall that ABGA in Anambra State is split into two factions. One faction has Charles Soludo as their governorship candidate. The other half has this how do you spell? How do you pronounce this even? The other chap, whatever his name is, Umwagi, Umeoji, Umwagi. So they have him as their candidate. So he has legal back in this Umeaji. Soludo fights to reclaim, but it looks as though that judgment that Umwagi had previously gone has been reaffirmed. So TikTok, that election takes place in November. Government agencies hiding revenue while Buhari regime borrows massively. This is the House of Representatives now speaking to that space. They don't, of course, remit monies claimed, monies earned by the nation to any central account. They just share it amongst themselves. The Customs Service, the Nigerian Port Authority, the Immigration Service, anybody that heads that just sees it as a windfall. They collect monies from Nigerians and travelers and just pocket it and share it amongst themselves. This is not me saying this, this is the House of Representatives saying this. So, with that being the case, then you might not then be surprised. 4.97 trillion naira, Audit General clarifies alleged missing money from Federation account. So, of course, 4.97 trillion naira would be missing. I'm pretty sure much more is missing when monies are not being remitted when they are being collected. So that we speak to as well. So there's actually two stories on this, so I might not well give you the fullness of it. So let's go now to Yoruba land and just take an audit of just the impact that the Fulani activities have had over that space in the last 6 years, especially since Buhari has been in a situation. So I'm just waiting for it to load up. It says kidnapping, over 3 billion naira ransom paid, 400 persons affected in the southwest. It is Gani Adams that is giving flesh to this information, putting it out into the public space. So raw data now to weigh against those atrocities that we have been seeing and hearing from Fulani headsmen. 400 persons affected, 3 billion naira so far paid out in ransoms, and this is just over a period of 2 years. So we explore that as well. So plenty to go through. I am in situation. The session has commenced. All that is needed now is your presence. Share the hyperlink so that we have even more people coming to interact with the session. People who may well disagree and people who may well agree with your worldview. So, however you are positioned, share the links so that your position can either be reaffirmed or challenged. So, the reaffirmation of your position and the challenging of it, an open mic session, as I always say, this is what we do. If you see a link that says StreamYard in the comment section. That is a hyperlink that brings you straight on the screen. So if you click on that, then you come straight on the screen. And as soon as I've recited the talking points, then I'll let you into the room to sample your opinion and have a conversation around it. This is unique and peculiar to this space. Only we do it, and this is just what makes it. This is the USP, the unique selling point of this particular platform. You don't really know what you are going to get, except, of course, with the regulars that are staples on this platform. Regular or not, introduce yourself in the comment section. Let's get to know you as I catch my breath with the Igbo flutes, and then we get into the throes of it. So, to the east, and the hunting flutes of that region. And there we are, the hunting flutes of the East. So the hunting flutes of the East and the hunting space that is Nigeria. In 6 years, Buhari's bigotry nepotism destroyed 60 years hard work to unite Nigeria. Atiku speaking, but of course speaking from a political tongue. Nevertheless, here is what he's saying. By way of his entrenched bigotry and nepotism, President Muhammadu Buhari in 6 years reversed hard work policies that fostered unity amongst Nigeria's diverse ethnic and religious entities. Since independence in 1960, former Vice President and opposition leader Atiku Abubakar said, on Thursday, Mr. Abubakar said several schemes were implemented by successive administrations since 1960 to safeguard Nigeria's fragile fabrics, but Mr. Buhari disregarded those bulwarks following his election in 2015, consequently exposing a nation of over 200 million to mutual hatred and suspicion along ethnic and religious lines. There were deliberate attempts made since the 1960s to forge a nation out of Nigeria. State creations, federal character, the National Youth Service Corps, power rotation, unity schools, and multi federal agencies, Mr. Abubakar said. However, Mr. Abubakar said, however imperfect, these were genuine attempts at giving each segment of the country a sense of belonging and a semblance of justice and equity and promote interactions amongst our people. All it has taken is one administration in 6 years to tear up the fabric of that unity and make more Nigerians lose faith in Nigeria and question the rationale for having one united country, he added. The opposition leaders' comments the opposition leader's comments came when he chaired the launch of a book by journalist Chido Unoma in Abuja on Thursday afternoon, remarking Remaking Nigeria 60 Years, 60 Voices was unveiled at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja. The book collected critical voices from across the country to reflect on the country's journey since independence and suggest ways out of the country's myriad crises. The book came 6 years after Mr. Unoma wrote We Are All Biafrans to demonstrate a metaphor for the mutual disaffection and claims of marginalization amongst Nigerians of all tribes and ideological persuasion, whilst commending Mr. Unoma for writing yet another book that dissects Nigeria's prevailing circumstances. Mr. Abubakar argued that both development and nation building efforts can be set in motion simultaneously. The PDP leader cited the United States, the United Kingdom, Belgium, China, and other Western and Asian countries as crucial examples of countries where development and nation building goals are not mutually exclusive. Mr. Abubakar, who challenged but lost to Mr. Buhari at the 2019 presidential polls, said Nigerians should learn from Mr. Buhari's divisive mindset and emulate ideals that promote unity and economic prosperity in order to leave a lasting legacy. One lesson there for all of us is the need to always be vigilant and be prepared to defend our democracy. Mr. Abubakar said, for it is through the democratic process that we can more easily promote the unity of our country. Mr. Buhari has failed Mr. Buhari has faced allegations of concentrating government appointments in the hands of his ethnic Fulani Muslims whilst shutting out other Nigerians because they were of different ethnicity and religion. The president's alleged close mindedness has been repeatedly blamed for the widespread division and broadening separatist agitations. Appointments into the military, national security, and law enforcement leadership positions were distributed almost exclusively to Mr. Buhari's Fulani Muslim allies. Mr. Buhari strongly denies the allegations, saying claims that he shut out people of other ethnic groups and religions in order to allow a cabal of his appointees and associates to run the country freely were all false and unfounded. The president often pointed to his vice president, Yemi Oshibanjo, a Pentecostal preacher, and several cabinet ministers who are of Christian faith to dispel charges of nepotism and bigotry, but his defense was usually met with ridicule because the cabinet positions were mandated by the constitution, whilst the security positions were filled at the president's discretion. So only the things that is compelled to do, of course, he does for the South, and the rest, of course, to his own people. We all know that. We've experienced it for 6 years. Nigeria's unity negotiable, Atiku speaking to this space. So this is one thing. Now, a diversion now from the usual language, a deviation from the usual language of the Nigerian leadership, who almost in unison have always insisted that Nigeria's unity is non-negotiable. But alas, now from the echelon, Nigeria's unity negotiable, says Atiku. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar on Thursday said declaring Nigeria's unity as fixed and non-negotiable amuses him. He added that a marriage cannot be declared as non-negotiable, whilst doing everything to sow seeds of discord in the same marriage. Atiku spoke at the National Dialogue and Public Presentation of a book, Remaking Nigeria 60 Years, 60 Voices in Abuja. He said, I find it amusing when people declare Nigeria's unity as fixed and non negotiable, whilst doing everything in their power to destroy that fragile unity. Nothing in the relationship amongst people is fixed for eternity. You cannot declare your marriage as non negotiable whilst doing everything to sow the seeds of discord in the same marriage. You can whip groups of people into forming a country, but you cannot whip them into forming a nation. Nations are built through conscious and even unconscious agreements by people who believe that being together is, on balance, more beneficial than being apart. Atiku also said the government at the federal level had not done enough in nation building, accusing them of undoing the achievements of previous administrations in that aspect. He added, over the past 6 years, the leadership of this country at the federal level hardly embarked on nation building. They may have been making utterly confusing and unproductive efforts at economic development. However, it can be rightly argued that they have been unbuilding the nation by taking conscious and deliberate actions that not only make nation building more difficult, but also undo the achievements made in that regard by previous administrations. On the insecurity ravaging the country, Atiku said bandits, kidnappers, and insurgents have been allowed to operate boldly. He, however, said there was the need to fix the country to prevent it from sliding into disaster. Atiku said, "It is obvious that we need to fix Nigeria in order to avoid sleepwalking our way towards disaster. We seem to be sprinting full speed towards disaster. Yes, the Chibok girls had been kidnapped and held in captivity 7 years ago. Yes, conflict continues between farmers and herders and have been with us since 2016. But who would have thought our country would become a haven for kidnappers and all manners of bandits to the extent that their nefarious activities would become a major industry? They have been allowed to operate so openly and brazenly that it would surprise no one if they applied for registration with the Corporate Affairs Commission and listing on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. 5 years ago, the Abuja Kaduna Road was not a virtual no go area. The Southeast was not a virtual war zone, and Amotekun was not needed to protect lives and property in the Southwest. He also blamed the northern region and the country for not doing enough to check the encroachment of the Sahara Desert and the drying out of Lake Chad, saying that was responsible for trajectory of insurgency in the northeast and the banditry across the northern states. He urged that the call for restructuring should be heeded, stressing that the country must be restructured in a manner that allows various segments develop at their own pace and not be held back by the center or other segments. So Atiku then speaking to that space, of course, politics, as soon as he gets hold of power, we all know what will happen. It's deja vu all over again, rinse and repeat. So the gullibility of the Nigerian person still being played upon by the Nigerian politician. Those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarket him. Lai Mohamed, of course, no one else, Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohamed has said those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarket him, stressing that Buhari is not the only head of state seeking treatment abroad. Lai Mohamed further stated that the Nigerian leader has a personal physician of over 30 years who understands his case and have been managing him. He also said that everyone has the power to choose their doctor, irrespective of their nationality. The minister, who averred that it will not be right for Buhari to seek treatment in the country because of what people are going to say, also claimed that the country's health sector is not in comatose to warrant a vote of no confidence on the sector in spite of the challenges the country is facing. Mohammed pointed out that the World Health Organization (WHO) rated Nigeria fourth in terms of national response to the C-19 pandemic. That, of course, has been completely categorically denied by the World Health Organization. By the way, they held a press conference to lampoon that comment, but then, of course, Lai Mohamed. Still with Lai Mohamed, Nigeria not and cannot be a failed state. Lai Mohamed, still speaking to Space, Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohamed says Nigeria cannot be described as a failed state, insisting that the country is only witnessing insecurity in some parts. The minister, who argued that the country is winning the war against insecurity, noted that insurgents are surrendering to the increased onslaught from security agents. I live in Nigeria, I work in Nigeria, and I travel all around Nigeria, and I can tell you that Nigeria is not a failed state, he told BBC Focus on Africa. I can tell you, Yes, we have challenges with banditry, we have challenges with separatist groups. It does not make this country, Nigeria, a failed state. If what is happening in the last few weeks is anything to go by, we are winning this war. Mr. Lai, who asked Nigerians to appreciate the government's fight against insecurity, noted that the nation's security situation is a lot better than what the present government met when it assumed office. So, of course, the introduction of banditry and Fulani headsmen as a new element now, that is going to be ignored. But we carry on. Recalling how the Taliban seized power in Afghanistan, the minister explained that ideologies are hard to defeat, something he says the present administration has been able to surmount whilst fighting Boko Haram. According to him, before the present government, Boko Haram controlled a swathe of land the size of Belgium, but have now been pushed to a very small area. This is what people should appreciate about fighting terrorism. The good news is that the insurgents today are surrendering in droves and we're going after them, he added. So again, technically, I think this was the same guy that told us that they had technically defeated Boko Haram 5 6 years ago, but it looks as though that memo has not yet been passed on or delivered to Boko Haram itself. Anambra State we go. Anambra Guba. Soludo suffers setback as court reaffirms Umeaji's APGA candidacy. So APGA, APGA. So Umaji's APGA candidacy. And Owerri High Court has stuck and Owerri High Court has struck out a suit filed by embattled former national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, Victor Oye, seeking to remove Chukwuma Uwaji as the party's candidate for the Anambra governorship election. The court also dismissed Oye's plea to mandate the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to delist Umeaji's name from its published document and replace him with that of Charles Soludo. Delivering the judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Victoria Isiguzo, equally, so that is an Igbo judge, by the way. So this is entirely an Igbo matter now. Delivering the judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Victoria C. Isiguzo, equally insisted that its earlier judgment, which declared Jude Okeke as ABGA's national chairman, remains valid. Usu Gizo also ruled that INEC should continue to accept, recognize, and include Umuaji's name in all electoral processes for the Anambra Guba election unless otherwise ruled by an appeal court. The judge, however, granted the Oye leave to appeal against the judgment but refused his prayer for stay of execution of the judgment. So let's just pause there for a moment because it carries on, but we need to just audit and reflect on what's been said so far. So ABGA split into two factions, as I'd already said in the opening preamble. So one faction has this Umuaji as their flag bearer for the Anambra governorship. Another faction has Charles Soludo as their flag bearer for the Anambra governorship. The Anambra governorship takes place, I think, in the first week of November. And what are we now? We're in late into August now, so barely just a few weeks away. Those elections take place. So bear in mind because this is a TikTok situation. So you have those two factions. So this Umaji now has gone to court to get a judge. So Umaji is essentially recognized as the candidate for ABGA by INEC, and he has gotten a judgment to solidify that position. So now the SOLUDO'S camp have then gone to court to appeal that judgment so that they can dispel and move that guy away and have Soludo as the flag bearer. But that judge has now reaffirmed her judgment to say, no, everything that I judged in the first instance still subsists. Umeaji still continues to be the APGA candidate. This must continue to be recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). So those two situations. So he's then saying that, or she rather is then saying that, then the Soludo camp then asked her to set aside that judgment, so everybody holds a station and nothing happens as they get that window to appeal. She has granted that window to appeal to the appeal court, but she's saying that what she judged still subsists. So, what in effect, Umuaji can continue to campaign. INEC must necessarily continue to recognize him as the candidate, and the clock ticks towards November the first week. TikTok, 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 TikTok. So TikTok for Charles Soludo. The judge, however, granted that Oye, the judge, however, granted the Oye the leave to appeal against the judgment, but refused his prayer to stay execution of the judgment. That leave is hereby granted to the appellant to appeal as an interested party against the judgment/orders of this honorable court, delivered on the 28th of July 2021. Etc., etc. Prior to, for stay of execution of the judgment delivered on the 28th of July 2021 is hereby refused. The judgment of this court in suit number blah 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 is still subsisting and binding. Part of the ruling reads, the judgment being a final judgment remains valid, subsisting until set aside by an appellate court. Speaking to newsmen shortly after the ruling, one of the leading counsels to Okeke, Asika Ilobi, said this ruling was sequel to an application for stay of execution and leave to appeal filed by Chief Victor Oye, wherein the court granted him leave to appeal but refused to grant the order for stay of execution, but rather went ahead to reaffirm its earlier judgment. The court expressly stated that INEC cannot evade its duty to comply with the orders of the court, declaring Umaji candidate, and therefore has a legal obligation to continue to carry out, obey, and comply with the extant, valid, and subsisting judgment of this court delivered on the 28th of July 2021, which declared Umiaji's candidate and ordered INEC to continue to recognize him and Jude Okeke pending the determination of the appeal filed by Victor Oye at the appeal court in Owerri. So, by today's ruling, INEC is directly restrained from attempting to remove the name of Honorable Chukwuma Umaji as candidate of ABGA from its list, as being rumored that it was under pressure to do so. On his part, the Imo ABGA state chairman, John Iwala, who spoke for Oye, expressed optimism of getting a favorable ruling at the appeal court. So TikTok, 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 TikTok. That is the situation for what is it called? Charles Soludo. Government agencies hiding revenue whilst Buhari regime borrows massively. House of Rep. The House of Representatives the House of Representatives has accused some revenue generating agencies of the federal government of concealing their revenue while the Buhari regime continues to borrow humongous loans abroad. The parliament says such malpractices are making proper budgeting hard for the government, criticizing the way the government resorts to borrowing 5.62 trillion to finance the deficit in the 2022 budget. The House said this could have been avoided if these agencies did not starve the government of funds. We are not happy the way Nigeria is borrowing 5.62 trillion naira, and we have some funds somewhere staying fallow without being used. For God's sake, Let us build this country together for the sake of all of us. James Faleke, the chairman House Committee on Finance, said at the ongoing public hearing on the 2022 to 2024 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper on Thursday in Abuja. Mr. Faleke said that the major problem facing the country was revenue generation, adding that the House of Representatives would be more interested in how much the government agencies could save. He said that if the House of Representatives discovered that any of the government agencies' capital projects were unnecessary, they would remove it in a bid to get revenue for the country. The committee also directed the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) to provide the turnover amount realized from all its network operators from 2018 to 2020. Mr. Faleke said this would enable the committee to look at their records and be able to determine if the revenue proposal for 2022 to 2024 would be good for the country. Some of the agencies invited for the 2022 to 2024 are MTEF and FSP public hearing, Nigerian Port Authority, Nigerian Communication Commission, Nigeria Copyright Commission, Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission. Others are Nigeria Meteorology Agency, Nigeria Postal Service, Federal Road Safety Corps, etc., etc. So essentially, money is not being remitted to the central account. So I'll make this now the last story. Actually, I'll bring you actually two more narrations just fairly quickly. That's because this speaks to that last story. 4.97 trillion naira, Auditor General clarifies alleged missing money from Federation account. The Auditor General of the Federation, Adolphus Agugu, has said that no money was missing from the Federation account. Agugu revealed this in a statement by Emma Okwa, head of press, Office of the Auditor General of the Federation in Abuja. News Agency of Nigeria reports that Agugu was reacting to recent reports in some Nigerian media that 4.97 trillion naira was misappropriated from the Federation account following his appearance at the Senate. Agugu explained that the unsubstantiated balances of 4.97 trillion naira stated in his address during submission of consolidated financial statements of the federal government for 2019 to the clerk of the National Assembly were not misappropriation of funds. He said the AGF states the materiality was determined in the context of likely errors and unsubstantiated balances amounting to 4.97 trillion naira in the course of the audit, which was above the materiality level of 89.34 billion set for audit. So let's just unpick that, because this is what they do. They try to confuse you with science. So the AGF states the materiality was determined in the context of likely error and unsubstantiated balances amounting to 4.97 trillion naira. So the 4.97 trillion naira is neither error nor unsubstantiated. 4.97 trillion naira is fraud. This is what we are saying, because you cannot even a primary school child that has just learned 1 plus 1 is 2 cannot make an error to the monumental magnitude of erroneously misdirecting 4.97 trillion naira. So that is fraud, and even the economy only facilitates for a buffer of 89.34 billion naira for that either unsubstantiated or erroneously recorded items. So this almost I don't know how many times, but this quite out of the scale in terms of what the economy facilitates for. So this essentially speaks to fraud, which is what the previous narrative that we just went through also speaks to. This statement was made as one of the bases for qualified opinion. The qualified opinion notwithstanding, the federal government of Nigeria consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2019 was true and fair. Agugo urged the general public to be guided by his clarification as there was no money missing from the Federation account of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And pigs can fly as well, he also said, because he might as well have said that. So now let's round it off now with this now final story that speaks to the Yoruba space. This is the arena of Arena Kakanfo of Yoruba land speaking. Kidnapping, over 3 billion naira ransom paid, 400 persons affected in the southwest. Gani Adams giving us this information. Again, kidnapping, over 3 billion naira ransom paid, 400 persons affected in the said southwest. A headline attributed to Gani Adams. The Ariana Kakanfo of Yoruba land, Gani Adams, has said about 3 billion naira was paid as ransom to release about 400 people that were kidnapped, killed, or maimed in the southwest within a period of 2 years. Adams expressed worries that over 200 persons have been killed in the Yoruba region by bandits and kidnappers within the period under review. The Yoruba leader spoke on Thursday at the fourth edition of the Southwest Security Stakeholders Group Conference held in Abeokuta, Ogun State. When you quantify the amount of ransom that has been paid in Akoko, Ogun, Ibarapa, Ekiti, Akoko, and Yahweh, it is even more than 3 billion naira. When you quantify those people that were killed, maimed in all these jurisdictions, they are more than 400 people, Adams said. Adams, who claimed to have some privileged security information, said he always receives first-hand information about kidnapping in any part of the Southwest communities. He, however, stated that the conference was an opportunity to bring all security agencies together to enhance capacity. He added, as the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba land, I am privy to some certain information that certain security organizations do not have. When things happen in any community, they will call my line that Ààrẹ, what can you do? Unfortunately, I don't have enough power to act like in the olden days arrest, but I am doing my own bit like a person that has a liberation organization. That was one of the reasons I brought all these people together so that it can enhance me more capacity to work with security agencies so that the Southwest region can be peaceful. Adams, who was concerned that the region has been ravaged by killer headsmen, said if the Yoruba leaders fail to act now, the region may record the same experience as it is in the north. He appealed to the federal government to consider regionalism as an option towards rescuing the nation from its current situation. There is the need for self government or regionalism in the country, where the state governors would control the police and other security architectures of their state. At every point in time in the region, insecurity has reached an alarming need. At every point in time in the region, insecurity has reached an alarming need for us to take drastic action towards ending the prevailing scourge. So that is the heavyweight of the narrations. So now the weight of your comments. Ola, we see you. Ajale Koko, we see you. Charles, we see you. So
Yes, you see me.
I don't know who this is. So that's me. Okay. So we got people assembled. So let's go to Ola first. The talking points. Ola, Yeah, let's go to Ola first, the talking points. Ola, good to see you. Your thoughts. Do you want me to rattle you through it, or do you recall? I'll start with Atiku, who is speaking to the bigotry of Malam Buhari, claiming that Malam Buhari in 6 years has undone 60 years of painstaking efforts to unite the Nigerian diversity. So to that.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I think the former vice president, I think, is correct. No matter how we view it, because I hardly believe that anybody can think Buhari hasn't done that, except those people like Lai Mohamed and those people that are benefiting uh, from the unusual things happening in Nigeria. So what Atiku said, yeah, is fine. Even though during his own period he had his own negatives, but yet I think he got it right, because when we look at it, Nigeria was not as this bad when even when Nigeria was trying to renegotiate the unity of the country. Aburi Accord. Nigeria was not as this bad when we had Aburi Accord. But now, imagine what happened in
Is this
1960
the
and
worst it has ever been in Nigeria? What we're undergoing now, is this the worst it has ever been in Nigeria? Just in the
exactly.
totality of everything. I'm asking you.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
That's the worst. Both the one I've read and the one that I can say is happening that I can feel is the worst. So you have the president that you cannot actually defend his a patriotism. It's not patriotic. We don't even know if this guy is actually on the side of Nigeria or is on the side of the foreigners. So because there's nothing you want to talk about how this man has brought the country down, that you can't have fat and figure to support. Are we talking of external invasion, external aggression against the country? Are we talking of carefree attitude? Are we talking of impunity? Are we talking of a lack of justice? Are we talking of lack of freedom? Look at those people that are coming from jail, for example, that they will be telling you that even some innocent people, they are in jail there, just suffering for what they don't know about. Now, are we talking of a situation whereby some kind of the so-called foreigners men, we just go into people's farm and eject them from that place, and yet you can't talk? Those people that talk are those people that will be dealt with, whereas those criminals, they'll be working free. So
Do,
whatever
do you do
Atiku is,
you, sorry, Ola, do you think Atiku, do you think he's speaking to sincerity, or do you just think he's playing the tunes that he knows people want to dance to? Because it's deja vu that I'm seeing. These were just the colorations that Buhari was giving us before he came in 2014, telling us he was going to end corruption, end foreign trips or medicals, all of these things, and he just abandoned everything. So is he just playing the popular hit tunes that he knows that
you
Nigerians
see
want to dance to?
one thing about Atiku is, I think whatever Atiku is saying is more believable than whatever Buhari will tell you. Because this
I
is
agree.
the devil. You know that this guy is a devil. Already you prepared as a devil. But see, the devil has some capacity. We know that Atiku is corrupt, yes. We know all his atrocity, yes. But when we are talking of how competent the guy can be, this guy is not as incompetent. So you have a lot of things in this compared to this guy that we have now. Number one, this one is incompetent. It's not honest. It's not honest and it's not competent at the same time. So to me, Buhari, Atiku will play politics. He has an ambition that I think that it will be wise for him if he can just drop that ambition and just see as an elderly state person. But
Yeah, but
whether
he's
what he's
speaking.
saying,
No, hold on, Ola. Surely you know that he's speaking to that ambition. This is him campaigning for the presidency. He's not just talking out of some concerned city. I mean, you know that. This is his campaign. Is he not campaigning now?
yeah,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Nigeria should just play
So he's
along.
indicating then, sorry, so he's indicating that he's not giving up anything. He's running for the presidency and he has started his campaign.
Yeah, we know that that's what he's doing. But what I'm saying is this: when we want to deal with a person like that, we need his influence. We need whatever he's going to do to just help us fight against Buhari, right? But when we get to the level of electing, that is where we should be very wise. But as it is now, we can't say Atiku shut up. No, let him use his effort. After all, he has been part of those people that brought Nigeria down to this thing. Let him sweat, let him use his efforts. Don't because what I would say at this point is this: for Nigeria generally, we can't afford to put some people aside because we need some heavyweight too, heavyweight politician too, to help us fight through. Then after, when it's come to reality, then we can now use the lesson we learned from the past now to now deal with them accordingly. That's just what I believe.
How long, Ola, do you think before Buhari starts to use EFCC to launch after Atiku and his children? Because this is his template. We all know that it's going to come fairly soon. So very soon he'll start throwing EFCC at Atiku and his family.
If you ask me, and I don't think Buhari will do that.
Well, he did that last time. And they do that frequently. Remember Senator Adeleke when he won the Osun State or whichever state governorship, and they threw the FCC at him. They did that at Walter Onogan. They did that at Atiku and his sons. So every time anybody comes to weigh against their interest, they throw the FCC at them. This is how they function.
Yeah, I'm not disputing the fact that maybe some element in the presidency will try that, but I still strongly believe that it will be so difficult when we are talking of people like politicians. Onoge was not a politician, and unfortunately, unfortunately this group they use the one of the best, some group of the best learned person in Nigeria to just remove Onoge, because you will be surprised when you see people, professors of law defending what Buhari did that time by removing Onoge, the person that even benefited from quality justice administration system in Nigeria. All of a sudden, they were now seeing that they have to find a way, one way or the other to make sure that they deal with Onoge. So those were the mistakes. But dealing with Atiku, why I'm saying dealing with Atiku is because Atiku is a politician. Because if Obasanjo could not deal with Atiku successfully, because Obasanjo may not be as backward as Buhari, but when you are talking of the deadliest, or maybe the word deadliest will even be wrong, but the most dangerous military person in Nigeria today that can tell you that, okay, Obasanjo is such a person that can tell you that we kill you tomorrow, and he will tell you where we kill you, and we do that. That's the type of who Obasanjo is. Brutal. Obasanjo is the most brutal among these guys. It's because Buhari is just using the, how do I call it? It's just using should I call it goodwill this time around? But it's not the right word to use. Goodwill of his people, just to show some kind of boldness, right? So because when you see the like of Buhari is not the one in control. You can talk of his attack dogs are more in control more than him. But the problem is this: his body language approves everything they do. Right?
Okay. Just to move it on quickly, just because of the volume of people, article still in play, and he is saying that the unity of Nigeria is negotiable. So this is a marked departure from what we've traditionally heard from top politicians, who almost in unison have always insisted that the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable. This is what they all say almost as a chorus, but now almost for the first time, a departure from that line. So willing to consider Oduduwa Biafra nation. This is what Atiku is playing as his politics. What are you making of that?
Even the unity of a family is a biological children and the parents are like those the unity, the status of unity is negotiable. Talk less of the unity of artificial unity like that of Nigeria. This is the arrogance of this political class and those people that are in power. All of a sudden, when they are in power, they will tell you whatever they want to tell, but they will tell you it's not negotiable. Before they get to that place, they will cite the best ideology that you could ever come across, everything. So saying the unity of Nigeria is not negotiable, I don't know where they got that idea. And I know so many people, especially the likes of Tony Nnamdi, they've tried to re-educate people that there is no such thing like that, because recently we saw Brexit, for example. Many people would never have thought that a country like a United Kingdom could just say, okay, they will pull out of this thing of the European Union. You understand? As we speak today, even Quebec in Canada, they are still trying to make sure they move away. We've seen USSR. So where did they get this particular thing? Because
even the Catalonians in Spain.
Exactly. Because when you see Oduduwa is different from Biafra is different from Arewa. So what are they talking about? These people were not even they were not born by the same father, the same mother. It was just the Nigeria is just a product of artificial, artificial unity. And someone is saying, so that's just the arrogance and leadership being insensitive to the plight of the people just because of what they are going to benefit. Whether they believe in that, whether it's negotiable or not, we are gradually approaching the situation whereby naturally that negotiation will come without anybody forcing anyone. So,
or just the natural falling apart of that country, because you know that more than ever in Nigeria, people are entrenching themselves along ethnic lines. We've never heard the language of ethnicity in quite the manner we are hearing it now in the history of Nigeria. Never have people been so ethnocentric within the Nigerian space as we are experiencing now. So if the government changes, people are not suddenly going to forget what they went through for 8 years under Buhari, when they are being savaged, when you cannot go to your farm, nobody's going to forget all the dead bodies and say we are now pali-palis. So this thing has now come to stay, and it will continue to go, because I don't think people like Tony Nandi and Professor Akitoye or Igboho or Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think they particularly care who is in Aso Rock. They are already clear on what they want. So it might, even if it's the Obi of Onitsha sitting alongside the Alaafin of Oyo at Aso Rock, they want to break up the country, and this is not going to go away. Are you there?
Is it my network that's okay? Your network is back. So the thing is so clear. You see, like if there's anything that in terms of when we want to measure the performance of Buhari, if there's anything we are going to use to measure him, maybe we will be kind to him that he is the one that pushed Nigeria to the point of getting things right. Because getting things right is that if he has frustrated everyone, that even those people that are living in the fantasy land, now they can actually see that nothing Nigerian is working. If you want to face the fact, haven't you seen? I don't know whether it's only me or those people that are around me. Haven't you noticed that the pressure from the people in Nigeria, those pressures have increased on the people in the diaspora now, in some things, because everything is typically granted. Nobody
you mean demands for money.
It demands for money. Have you seen that? You
know what alarms me in that space, Ola, that space that you're just speaking to. Even people traditionally that you would not imagine would ask you for anything, that even when you think you go to Nigeria, they will tell you to put your wallet away and just give you a driver to drive you around and make sure. This level of people are not the ones now telling you that, can you send 100 something? Can you, it's the worst it's ever been.
Exactly. Imagine someone that someone requested for money from someone, and that guy said, please, no vessel. I don't get more than 8,000. I know it's too small. The person say, 8,000? He said, just because the way you are seeing me, that's why you say 8,000. That this 8,000 you see, that is even that he appreciates it more than his a month salary. 8,000 naira. That's how bad Nigeria is now. And to make it worse, these guys, they are begging for loans everywhere. You
know the sort of loans that they are getting in Nigeria now. Loan sharks, 200%. You take 1,000 naira and you have to pay 5,000 naira back, sort of. In short, God, that country is
because of our credit level. Okay, look at this from this angle now.
Sorry. I was speaking. Sorry to interrupt you. I was speaking about the man on the street that is just going to loan sharks to borrow money. But carry on.
Yeah, I understand. So it's that bad. It's as not bad. So that's why maybe everybody, by the time Nigeria gets it right and we renegotiate our existence, maybe people will not thank Buhari for bringing his for using his bad, for using his bad side to promote renegotiation of the country. So everybody, including the international community, they are avoiding Nigeria. Who could have imagined that China would deny Nigeria of 1 billion loan? Nigeria ran to China for $1 billion loan, which the Chinese government rejected. That no way. Now everything is working against Nigeria. Look at this. What did they call the name of that helicopter? They call the name of that helicopter one a Cobra attack helicopter. That Nigeria, you will say, okay, don't worry, United States, we are going to give you about $900 million. The House said, no, we are not giving all those things to you. So look at this way this man has ridiculed Nigeria. Look at Ghana now. Ghanaians can go to Dubai now without visa, right? Maybe visa on arrival. But what about Nigeria? Nobody, even in some cases, nobody even want to renew work permit from Nigerians.
Okay, Ola, let me hold you in that international space and take you to America, which is where the Minister of Information is speaking from, Lai Mohamed. So he's in America now speaking to the international media, and this is what he's saying to them. He says, those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are trying to demarket him. So this is what he is saying. And alongside he's saying, Nigeria is not and cannot be a failed state. So just quick comments on those are what Lai Mohamed is saying to the international space. Buhari being demarketed and Nigeria not a failed state.
Maybe should I call Lai Mohamed old school, or I don't even know. Even when the world is not this, when this level of globalization was not in existence, even people still manage to get their fact right. When someone a person like Lai Mohamed could not just go to America and tell people that, okay, look, all those things is just the marketing. Is it the marketing that is making inflation to be rising? Is it the marketing that made people use satellite to survey the activities of Fulani herdsmen and some terrorists in sub-Saharan Africa, to the extent of saying, okay, the Fulani herdsmen, they are the largest, they are the fourth largest terror organization in sub-Saharan Africa. So is it because of those people that are the marketing that they're suddenly aware that what's the name of this Alpha Jet were being brought down? Initially, all those ones that were brought down initially, Nigerian military, Nigerian government, they denied everything. The only reason they could not deny this last one was because the pilot escaped. You understand? So even the one that were brought down before, people had that suspicion that this aircraft were brought down by this terror group. And these guys, and someone now went to the international community thinking they can fool everybody. No, I can stay here and gather information, perfect information about what is happening in Nigeria without even engaging all this lying media in Nigeria. Now Nigeria is not bad. You are saying Nigeria is not that this bad, but international community could see clearly that you ban Twitter. Now, why did you ban Twitter? Okay, they are the marketing Buhari. You kill hundreds of people at the toll gate, but you deny until the panel of inquiry what you denied before. All of a sudden, you started owing up to what you deny. So a government did something wrong, you deny initially. Later you were saying just 10. Oh, okay, just 30. And what do they take the international community for goodness sake? Everybody knows that those guys, they are not fools. They know who Lai Mohamed is. At least you can see some kind of joke that people will create at international community. And people really know what is happening in Nigeria. So let Lai Mohamed enjoy his trip in the United States.
Okay, let me just take
a false picture.
He's painting a false picture. Well, that is his job. He's a spin doctor essentially. So his job is to obfuscate and to paint black as white. So he will tell you that he's doing his job. But good to hear from you, Charles. You couldn't contain yourself, could you? All right. Let me just take this. Let me take a last comment from you on this just there's still a few more stories, just because of the volume of people. So let me just take your comment on this one, then I'll go on to the next contributor. Kidnapping, over 3 billion naira ransom paid, 400 persons affected in the southwest. Gani Adams speaking to that space, and this is just an audit of the last 2 years. So over 3 billion naira, 400 persons missing, 400 persons affected, some of them unscathed, a lot of them killed, maimed, etc. So just now putting data to all these activities of Fulani headsmen in Yoruba land.
Like I said before, people, they've tried to say, they've said so many things about Gani Adams, but like I said, Gani Adams is now wiser. I think it's more articulate since he has managed to get some kind of education and he understands the situation, because it was the first person that was relating the intelligence around that Fulani herdsmen activities within that region. He was the first person to raise alarm that, okay, there were about 1,800 Fulani camps in the southwest. He was the first person to raise the alarm that, okay, we've been surrounded in the southwest. He went to all these Oba, but none of those Obas were even trying to. None of them was trying to help out. So that's why he decided that, okay, that to fight for the whole nation, that it's not what he could do except he could get some people to back him up. So now kidnapping, two things. No, there are several reasons that these people, they have their reason for kidnapping. Those money they are getting from that kidnapping I think it's one of those things they used to buy their weapon to continue terrorizing that place. And without having some kind of cogent policy and willingness to fight these people, and you think that the federal government, especially when Buhari is there, will still fight for you. No. And there's one mistake that I said the other time that we were making now. If they continue to allow all these S-men now to stay, even by the time Buhari will leave, it will become difficult to eject them. Because by the time you are trying to eject them now, all those S-men that they put in the bush there now will be one of those things they will use against whoever is fighting them, that those people are committing genocide.
That's one of that's one of the biggest concerns now, that the damage done by this guy could almost prove irreversible. All of these Fulanis that has put in key positions, that have sat in those positions for 7-8 years, all of the Fulanis that are situated in the outskirts of townships right across the southern regions, all of this unfettered access that people have been streaming in from Niger Republic, to the point that I saw a clip once of some Igbo vlogger, some female person. She was just about in her hometown and she came across this Fulani person and she was interacting with that person, and the person could not speak back, and then suddenly the person was saying in French, and he was saying, "Where are you from?" He says, "Niger Republic." Just a little boy, and he says, "Did you pass through immigration to get here?" And that one did not even know what she was talking about. This was in the heartland of Igbo land. So they're just streaming in. So by the time Buhari leaves, the situation might well be just too late. We'll just be overrun.
Exactly, because already they've populated all those areas, and it will be very difficult to just inject these people without being brutal on them. And when people are brutal on them, then it becomes noise that, oh, we are killing our people. Just like Professor Akintoye and others are having photographed now. They might have photographed by that time that, oh, Yoruba people, Igbo people, they are killing people in their bush. But that's why that the level of this damage, is one of the reasons that the indigenous people of Nigeria, we just need to move very fast. But unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, some people, they've learned their lesson, right? But we won't know until we call for an election, because like I said, you would not have expected some Nigerians to be campaigning for Buhari in 2019, and they were even raising four fingers that next level, all those things. Now, even some of them after Buhari won, they were saying as Buhari they win, as well they paying them. You know, even some of those people that are saying they pay them now, some of them they've lost their job now, for example, now. And we still see those of people that are still fighting just because they think their friend or someone is in power. And I keep saying, if some people think what is happening now will not get back to them, they're saying in Yoruba, they say, because when you do something, you think that because you are in a position, you think that okay, now it's just like someone that is supposed to be minister for works, that you are supposed to make a very good road. You leave pothole there, thinking you are in power today, you short money, maybe 8 years later, either himself or someone that he knows run into pothole in that place, had an accident and died, for example. So see, anybody that know how to support impunity and something that is not good, there is a way those things will get back and catch up with them. So that's one of the reasons that a forum like this, as much as we can shout, we shout them all and we try to let people reason the way to go. So for someone to be telling us that Nigeria is not a failed state, I don't know. I've never seen a joke of a man like that before.
No, the guy is just a clown. But then he's doing his job excellently. It's just that the price of what he's saying is just too heavy.
Exactly.
But thank you.
And unfortunately, is missing. You want to do your budget, you have to borrow before you can even fund your budget. And you are saying Nigeria is not a failed state. Yes, and people are losing jobs. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but what you need to understand here.
Yeah, go on, engineer.
What you need to understand here, you see, someone that if they bring the budget for him to go and borrow, you sign and say go ahead, innit? So why wouldn't he say that kind of words? And it's the same person who gave the money without making no errors, no delay in paying them.
But
so you blame him.
Engineer, what is imagine? Because you know we've got so many talking points. What is imagine, and this is from the House of Representatives, is that Nigeria might not even necessarily have the need to borrow. What the House of is not me saying this, the House of Representatives, what they're saying is government agencies are hiding revenues whilst Buhari is borrowing massively. So the monies, and they are listing the agencies, they are talking about the Nigerian Post Authority, they are talking about the Nigerian Customs, they are talking about the communication commissions, people licensing all these broadcasting avenues and all this media space, whatnot. So all of these people are not remitting all that money. We've got a figure of 4.9, nearly 5 trillion naira. If you do the conversion, those are vast amount of monies, almost more than Buhari is borrowing. So that money is there. They are pocketing all these monies. They are treating all these agencies as fiefdoms, and the country is mortgaging itself. So that is really where the concern is.
Yeah, it's time to start asking these people. They should keep Buhari aside.
What do you mean it's time? It's already 6 years now. I mean,
yeah, but one man, people are getting things wrong sometimes. Start asking the elite. Start asking the people in that position what is going on with all those money, with all those funds.
No. It's the person signing the check. No, hold on. It's the person signing the checks that the fish rots from the head. You know, the fish doesn't rot from the bottom, it rots from the head.
But the people,
so it's the person at the top that has to answer. What is it doing to supervise and superintend all this money?
These people, they sat down, they discussed the business, their fraudulent things, and they went to this man for him to sign. Right. He is going to sign because he has no idea what is happening, because they're giving him false information.
No, it shouldn't be there. Look,
why are they giving him false information?
Hold on, engineer, because I hear people say this a lot on this platform. There must be an audit trail of monies released by the federal government. There must be an audit trail, and there must be supervision on how that money is utilized. There must be. So Buhari is not a bank manager. Is not there to sign checks. Is a supervisor. Is there to supervise and superintend his appointees. It's not there to give them a budget and say, okay, if you steal it, is between you and God. It is not between them and God. It is between them and the Nigerian state. And that Nigerian state at the moment is vested in the hands of Buhari, who has to supervise all of these monies that is releasing. So it's not releasing the money. It's not there to release money. It's not the central bank governor. It's the president.
I don't disagree with you. What my question here, what I'm saying is,
Yes.
the elite people, they sat down, they sat down and draft a criminal paperwork for him to sign. And you know that man is very, very unwell. He's not feeling okay. He has ear problem, right? And these people will go because of their own selfish desire, because of their own evil atrocity. They go to this man and give him paperwork to sign. So look, if he signed paper from north, south, east, and west, they brought the paperwork for him. He signed it.
Yeah, but we
So
cannot
tomorrow,
go
who are you
after. We
going to
cannot
start
go
blaming?
after. We cannot go after the people who are trying to take advantage of Buhari's low
But
wage.
remember, this
We have
man
to go
paid them
after
money
Buhari.
without no making errors.
What's that?
He paid them their wages without no making errors. He gave them enough money.
Right.
So
bribed them.
whose fault there?
He bribed
No.
them.
Do you think his job is to give out money? Is that what you're saying, engineer? What is Buhari's
It's
job?
not to give out money alone.
So
One
what
man,
is his
come
job?
on,
No, tell me, what is Buhari's job? What is his job?
Buhari is to make sure he take care of the country as a
Right.
president.
Right.
And
so it's not him giving out the money.
He selected
it's making sure that the money is
he
utilized
elected
properly.
trustee. That's what we call trustee. The only problem that we're having there is people advising him that they have problem, they have issue from there. And the reason why they have issue is because of their own selfish interest. They know that this man is not well to be in that seat. He's having a problem, mental health problem.
Can I chip in?
Yes, come in, Ajale Koko.
Engineer, don't be saying this now.
Okay.
Look, why do we have a nation moving towards a failed state? It's because the president is not competent and he doesn't get himself surrounded with competent people. So what I'm trying to say in essence, whether people that he got that surround him are deceitful or corrupt, we have to blame him because he's the president. He's the one we voted for. And he promises a lot of things. I'm going to fight corruption. I'm going to fight insecurity. I'm going to do this. And if he fails, he's the one to be get blamed. So don't give an excuse for his failure that maybe.
No, I'm not giving an excuse, Ajale Koko. I'm not giving an excuse. There's something we're missing here. That's something I want all of us to realize. If this man is not paying these people, I believe they will be the one hunting for him, shouting at him, "Oh, he will work for you, he didn't pay." But he pays them very well. He fed them that money. Why are they still giving false information to that man?
Who did he pay?
All the state budget. Is he not paying them?
No.
The security allowance. Has he not been paying the governors?
Yes.
Are they not been getting their allocations?
No, the allocation is different from handling the security matter of the country.
But has he not been giving them money? That's my question.
Hold on, engineer. The state government are not in charge of the security of the country. It's the president that is in charge. You understand what I'm saying? Even the president failed to fund the police department well. They are not well funded. It's the state from their own money, from their own state, not from federal, from their own money that they use to fund the police. Otherwise, if the state governors are not funding the police, that security will have collapsed completely.
But they just, sorry to cut you. They just interviewed former DSS.
Yeah.
Former DSS director. What did he clearly said it on air? He said the state policing, the state security, they have been given enough sufficient money for them to protect that state, but they failed. This is what he said not too long on Channels television.
What does it mean that they gave them money to
it's just a nonsense, isn't
that
it?
guy is talking nonsense. He might probably be working for Buhari. No.
That's the thing. They speak so
Every
much
state,
nonsense in the media space in Nigeria. You don't, yeah.
Let me tell you, engineer, you see the monthly allocation they gave them is based on revenue they collect. If they collect 5,000 this month, is that 5,000 they're gonna share all over. The federal government will get like 30, maybe 40%, and give all the states maybe 30%, and local government 20%. If they share, if this month the revenues they collect is 2,000, is on that basis they will do the allocation sharing. So the allocation sharing is not fixed. So therefore, anybody saying that, oh, they give them money for, no, it is the job of the president to secure the country, not the state governor. That is why you see that state governor, those two state governors that he was talking about in the interview, that came to him and he sent them back because he failed. He didn't want it. They went to him for help. They couldn't do anything on their own to secure their space because they don't have the power to even control the police commissioner in their state. They don't have the power to control the police commissioner of their state. It's the federal government, it's the police inspector general that control the police commissioner in each state. The governor doesn't have the power. The governor may tell the police commissioner, I want you to do this. He will say, no, I'm sorry, governor, I cannot do it. Let me talk to my inspector general first. If he talks to inspector general and inspector general tells him, hey, don't do it, he won't do it. He will listen to inspector general and not the governor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Charles, and thank you, everyone. Let Ajanle Koko have the floor now, and let's just progress the conversation.
Okay.
Good to see Ajanle Koko. In 6 years, Buhari's bigotry nepotism destroyed 60 years of hard work. This is Atiku speaking to the space. Nigeria's unity negotiable, he added. So your thoughts on those, Ajanle Koko?
Atiku, what he's saying is right, and it's absolutely true. Buhari has destroyed every fabric of unity and everything you want to talk about in that country that make that country work as one people. He has destroyed, he has divided against each other. The security apparatus has failed, and he is governing without respect for law. He doesn't follow the rule of law, and it is sad that he has done that to that nation that have been good to him all his life, right from the beginning to where he is today. Look at him today. If he's ill, he's running to London at the expense of the country. But what has he done? What has he done to improve the health sector of the country? He has done nothing. The Aso Rock Health Hospital, Aso Rock Hospital, is a non-functioning hospital. So this man has destroyed the unity of the country, as said by Atiku. And Atiku said it right. Atiku said it right. We have to commend Atiku for saying that loud and clear. Some people could say he's playing politics, but it is the truth. Let's separate.
But is it not both, though? He's playing politics, but it is the truth. Because he's playing. This is 2023 now. That is that we're in now.
Yeah. Buhari, who are we to blame? Are we to blame Atiku or Buhari? Buhari plays into his hand, and that is why he just. Yeah.
Sorry to come in now.
Okay.
Atiku, for the past 6 years, has he ever for one day come out and talk about the bandits killing people in Nigeria? No. Because he's looking up to 2023. Now he come out to start giving caricature talk.
No, engineer, that's not true.
That's not true. He speaks periodically. He doesn't speak all the time, but all the way through, he has been speaking
for the past
periodically.
6 years, what happened now? Let's be honest. Sometimes we are looking things from different angle. For the past 6 years, has Atiku come out and say anything good about
he has
in that
been.
country?
Periodically, he has been talking, just like one man is telling you, bro.
Periodically, he can't be coming. I'm debating every issue now, but
it's not the issue of debating issue.
No, hold on.
It's the issue of.
But what you are saying is not actually true, because he has actually been coming out, as Ajanle Koko and Vin and myself are confirming to you. He has been coming out to speak.
He even spoke from Dubai.
Often he speaks from Dubai.
All right, if you guys say so, but no, if it's politics talk, that's just it. Because Buhari, when Buhari will come to that power, the same talk he said, this is what Atiku is trying to copy and say the same thing.
But honestly, but Ola was saying that
no matter how clean, sorry to interject you, one man, please. No matter how clean they are, they have one agenda. One thing is common. They will come, they will give you all their white teeth, but behind it there is an ugly brown teeth behind them. So that is what I see. That is the politics of Nigeria, and all of them are working on a particular agenda. That is what the only thing that is going to distort. Who are you referring to as all of them?
All of them.
Buhari, who are all of them? Atiku, you mentioned the name.
Atiku,
Buhari.
No, I disagree with you. No.
Ajali Koko, see, you see, when Buhari was coming, he promised all lot of things. I bet you today, I was in Asorok when Atiku was coming to Abacha. Listen to me. I was in Asorok when Atiku was coming to Abacha. I was in Asorok as a special security strike force in Asorok when Abiola died, when even Abacha himself died. I know.
Okay. Are we losing you, Vin?
Those places. I know what I saw. If I begin to tell you what I saw there, even what the Oduduwa, the Yorubas were doing, what they were doing to Abiola himself, you will not, in fact, you hate where you come from. Honestly speaking.
Yeah, no, Colonel Hamzat told us how they were coming to
come there, they make all those comments. When they come there, they make all those comments. You see them, they come outside, they talk differently.
All right, thank you, Vin. You are dipping in and out a bit, but I think we get the thrust of what you're saying.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So let's go back to Ajanle Koko, who had the floor. I don't think Ajanle Koko necessarily agrees with you that Atiku and Buhari are of the same ilk. I know that Ola doesn't fully agree with you because he said that in a session, but Ajanle Koko can speak his own words as he continues with Atiku saying that Nigeria is not non-negotiable and that Buhari has reversed all the unity that Nigeria strives so hard to get in 60 years. So back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, so Atiku has to be commended, at least for speaking out. Even though he might be playing politics, 2023 politics, but at least he's speaking out. And that is the truth. What he's saying is the truth. So we cannot condemn him for saying the truth. We have to condemn a person in charge that has failed the nation, and not Atiku. And all leaders in that country, all political leaders, if they are really patriotic, they really love their country, this is the time for them to start coming out, because 2023 is around the corner. They need to start coming out and condemn this man so that this man agenda will not go further than where it is today, or go further than when he eventually leave the office. Because if this man succeed in giving us another person after him, that will be worse than what we are going to see. Is going to be worse than what we are going through today. That person will be more brutal and will be more forceful than him, because agenda is got to be fulfilled. And if we want to give us another person that can continue pursuing that agenda. So all the leaders have to be coming out to attack and expose this man. So Atiku saying that Nigeria is negotiable. It is true. A stupid person will be saying that it's not negotiable. What is not negotiable? That means all of us cannot sit down and negotiate a better way we have to live together, a better way to run the country. Is that what that non-negotiable
even
means?
the idea is completely is rather ludicrous, because the people never even consented in the first instance. So never mind
What
it's
is
being non-negotiable. Are we even agreeing first to be together is the question. Never mind what the negotiations are.
What is the purpose of democracy? Democracy is all about negotiation. It's all about lobbying. It's all about coming together and work things out for the benefit of the people. So when people say, oh, it's non-negotiable, those people that are benefiting from the wrath of the nation are the people that will keep campaigning like that. But the nation is dying. And we want to keep saying, and some people want to keep saying, oh, the situation of the country, the way it is non-negotiable. Oh, no, we should not accept that. And we should stand up and condemn it. It's negotiable. And that is the only thing that can, negotiation and working out a deal between all the nations in that country is the only way out for the survival of that country. Negotiation to agree on a common cause, on a common way forward is the only thing that can save that country. If we don't negotiate and agree on a common cause, that nation will crumble.
No negotiation.
I mean, when before the independence of that country, before we were given independence, it was negotiated by all nations that we had in that country. The independence and the way we have to run that nation was negotiated. That was why we had the regional government in that country. That was why we have the North, the West, and the East. And everybody, every region had their own constitution. Every region have their own parliament on how to run their own space. And we destroy it. Since we destroyed that thing, that structure, that is what brought us to where we are today.
Ajanle Koko, Lai Mohamed is with you guys in America talking nonsense in a way that is only peculiar to himself. Those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarket him, he says, and he goes on to add that Nigeria is not and cannot be a failed state. So Lai Mohamed speaking to an international audience, and that is the language that is using to defend his government. Buhari entitled to travel abroad, and Nigeria not a failed state and can never be. Lai Mohamed.
Lai Mohamed is Lai Mohamed. I don't know why. I mean, that name, Mohamed, should be expunged from his name. He should be called Laya Froster.
Orúkọ ní Roni.
Orúkọ ní Ro Baba.
Yes.
Laya Froster. So, how marketable is Buhari in the first place? Is he marketable? The man that went to United Nations, they were asking him one question, is answering a different question.
He did that in London just recently. Yeah?
He's saying
he was
that
speaking on education, and he showed them just how uneducated he is,
The man already demarketed himself. He already demarketed Nigeria as a nation. So it's the responsibility of Nigerians to now wake up and then tell the whole world the true perspective of where the Nigerian state is currently, and where the Nigerian state is currently is, number one, insecurity at alarming rate, corruption at all levels,
unprecedented,
unprecedented, kidnapping, as we've never seen before. Economy is in ruin. Every bad thing that you never imagine can happen in that country is what is happening under the watch of this man. So Lai Mohamed is just the world audience that is talking to, they'll just be shaking their head. I believe that this is one of the fools. So this man already he has demarketed Nigeria in the first place completely. Nigeria, under his watch, what do you call this country? Dubai has cancelled. What did Dubai do to Nigeria recently?
I think they are revoking just that right to free travel. You know, Nigerians can casually go to Dubai, but now not anymore because they're just so criminal and they don't really like, like you said, we are demarketed worldwide. Did you see the clip that I started with?
Yes.
Did you see that clip?
Yes.
When they were mocking us on television in the United Kingdom.
Yes. They are laughing at us.
Yes.
He has demarketed this country entirely. So what Baba Lai is just doing, well, he is one of those that are eating in the rot of that country. So they will continue to speak like that. So Baba Lai we should just, his own time will come after he leaves office, then Nigeria will come to speak about him. The damage, how he has helped these criminal administration in their propaganda and all the rest of it. We shall tell him when he come back home in Yoruba land.
Can I say something, please?
Go on.
You see, Lai Mohamed is doing well. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but he's doing well. The reason why I said he's doing good question, how? Adale Koko, listen, there's something that we need to understand here, right? You see, all the elite, all the ministers, all the governors, all the local chairmen, today, if they are kidnapping their kids or their family member,
Yeah.
I believe Nigeria, they will wake up. You understand?
You won't be talking like that anymore.
These people, they have everything sorted for them in the platted gold. They have no issue of insecurity in between their territory, in between that area, that zone. They have no fear. They don't think of, there's people suffering out there. They don't
feel the way we feel. You're right.
You understand? So these people will come out and they will voice their air. They will say it the way they feel like saying things out. You understand? And now look, these are part of the problem that is happening. Lai Mohamed has his own people that are praising him till today, till tomorrow. There are some people in Nigeria, some youths, if you go and tell them Lai Mohamed is doing this, is doing that, they are ready to bust your head. You understand? Because he has been giving them little change and finishing their future.
No, we're running a rent economy, but how long can we sustain that? Because that has been the story of Nigeria all the way through. But that rent seeking now, the weight of it is just too heavy. It's really, that is where we are now. The weight of that style of our governance is too heavy now.
It's quite heavy, but what
we cannot bear it anymore. This is
we cannot
settle me. No. Did you not hear what Ola said about the volume and quality of people now phoning you from Nigeria saying, how much have you got in your wallet? The weight is too heavy.
The same people who they have, the same people who are looking up to Lai Mohamed, they will be there to defend him, to say he's doing well. Do you agree with me now?
No, they will be there. They've always been there. It's not just Lai Mohamed, it's all the way through. But we are at the point now that the weight of that style is too heavy now. This is where we are now. The country cannot carry the weight of that rent-seeking sort of governance where you just pound money up in hand.
If Nigeria should wake up and start chasing all the governors, just the way they chase Afghanistan president, I believe that country will be good. Let's be honest. Sorry,
right.
Carry on, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me take let me bring sorry, did you want to come in UK?
Yeah, one man.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, based on what engineer and Ajali Koko and Ola was saying, our people need to wake up, because this thing is gonna be a national.
Is this not the awakening that is taking place now? All this rage that we are hearing all the time.
What I'm saying is that this one is gonna be a natural reaction, whereby we once, because for now people are still hibernating.
The warning. The warning shot was fired at NSAS, but these people are not hearing it. The warning shot was fired at NSAS.
One man, well, let me tell you what is going on. You see people in the village, people in the rural area, it has not started affecting them like the way, people in the city, because in the city is the poor people that is affecting. Then the one that claim they are big boys, they don't want to talk. But once anything started in the rural area, you will see the explosion.
Thank you.
I don't want to agree with you that the people in rural area are not affected. They are mostly affected because
they are affected. But what I'm saying, we want their own yelling, like the way we are talking it now. If they start talking it now, then start holding those their chairman or their whichever.
Accountable. I'm telling you,
the people in the rural area will only take their The people in the rural area will only take their lead from the city slickers. It will always cascade from the city to the rural areas, and not from because the rural areas traditionally, they are restive regions, they're slow paced. The thing has to cascade from the city. I don't know if people agree, but that's
Can't eject.
Yeah, I agree with you, one man. You see, the people in rural area are neglected people in Nigeria in the first place. People don't even think about them. We don't think about improving their quality of life or giving them essential services. They are living they are very weak people because they are very, very poor. They are neglected entirely. So there's nothing they can even do. And mostly people in the rural area, what they do is farming. But now, with all these criminals coming to our space, killing them in this farm, and all the rest you see, so people in the area, they are poorer than ever before under this administration. Because they can't go to farm. They cannot go and farm.
I want to interject.
All right, let's hear from you, Charles, and then we take on another topic. So Charles, yes. Yeah.
The Eastern people are waking up. The other tribe not waking up yet, but the Eastern people are waking up now.
All right, okay. Charles, you can leave the East sometimes and join the rest of us. You don't have to champion the East all the time.
One thing making sad, that's why I think the Yoruba, the doors need to wake up. They're not waking up.
They're not waking up.
They're trying to kill like chickens.
They're killed like chickens. I was waiting for the killed like chickens. It's never complete if you don't tell us they're killed like chickens.
They finally went to the forest in Yoruba land, took over the fort, and they're just standing there. And the government is there laughing. This is ridiculous. You can't stand and let people kill like chicken. You gotta fight with people. That's what it sounds weak. They just stand like chicken. And that's what the guy say. Oh, Nigeria first. He know what he's doing. He's a programmer. Like he knows Nigeria first, but you don't want to see the truth. He doesn't lie to the world just to trick the world. And Nigeria are happy. They're not happy.
No, that is his job, though. He knows, but he has to present a different narrative to the rest of the world. He's not going to go to New York and say Nigeria is a failed state, is he, as the Minister of Information. So he has to say what he's saying, even though he may well know to the contrary.
Please, I have a question there.
Go on.
My question goes to everyone. Why is it the Boko Haram?
What do you want?
Why is it the Boko Haram and the bandits, they're after poor people in that country? Why are they attacking poor masses?
They are not after poor people, they are after land. They want to displace people and take over their space.
We know about the land issue, but what I'm saying, why are they still attacking poor masses? Why are they not going after the elite people?
I don't understand that question.
One man has already answered you. Look at this thing.
I said, apart from the land, and why are they still killing poor
Answer
masses?
that question.
Yeah, go on, Rational Mind. Hold on, sorry, Ola. Let's just so we hear Rational Mind's voice as well.
Well, I
so
think
Rational Mind wants to take that.
The simple answer to that question would be they go for the easier target. The poor people are more easier for them to target than the rich. You know, the rich surround themselves with a lot of security. And so the poor, if they target them, and look at the people, I mean, the people that are being kidnapped are the poor people. And when they get them for me to cough out 80 million naira, anyhow, they'll go and look for it. You see it? So recently we've seen that they started kidnapping maybe high-profile people like the Niger State Commissioner. But the easier target for them, the reason why they were able to capture that guy was because it was in his farm. I'm sure they won't be able to go to his house, because if they go to his house, he will be having his security around him. You get it? So,
and because he will be having security because the president sorts them out, innit? Because they have.
Don't worry about that. I think you've made that point, engineer. But I don't think anybody agrees.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We always look at things from every angle. We're supposed to look at things from other angles.
People are vesting the responsibility on Buhari because he's the president. If he cannot handle it, then he should step aside.
Then the people there taking money from him, they should do it. If they don't do it,
forget the money. He appointed them. Who appointed these people taking the money? Sorry, hold on, Charles, please. Charles, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Now, forget people taking the money. He appointed these people. Do you understand? He appointed Lai Mohamed. He appointed the Minister of Defense. He appointed Amiti. He appointed all of them. The only two people that were guaranteed positions at the federal level are Buhari and Oshibanjo. Those were the elected people, and everybody then under their system were appointees of these two characters, but mainly Buhari. So you cannot say he gave them money. You know, he appointed them. You know, so the responsibility has to be Buhari's. Cannot be anybody else's.
If he's not paying them, they will react in a one man.
Yeah,
come on,
that,
my friend, knows everything
okay, I think you've made that point. Let's go. Sorry, Charles, just to progress the thing. Let's go back to Ajanle Koko and take now. Let's take you to the east, Ajanle. Or do you just? Sorry, let's take your opinion on what engineer and I were just debating, and then I'll take you to the east as well, Ajanle Koko, with Charles Soludo. Now, TikTok. Elections in about 6 weeks or so time, and his name is not even registered with INEC. It's gone to court and it's been rejected. So that and maybe your comment on what engineer and I were just debating.
Engineer, you see, in furtherance to what Rational Mind said, you see, the poor people in the villages and rural area are soft target. And if, you know, when they target villages and those rural areas, they will get some men and conscript them as a member. They will get their women and take them into the bush to be cooking for them. They will take their teenagers and, you know, groom them to be a member of voters. So that is, they uses it for their recruitment in one way, and they uses it to grab land. And the more land they have under their possession, the more stronger they are. You understand what I'm saying? When they control more land, they show their strength. That look at all the land we control. Nigerian government cannot come and take look at what we are controlled under Nigerian government. Look at the vast land. So they uses that as a position of strength, you know, for recruitment and to make money. And they uses that to show to their international, international partner that they are doing a good job. And money flow. You know, they get money from their international, like from ISIS. They are affiliated with ISIS. So, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say something. It was something you just said, and I just clicked on my mind. Something on my mind. You remember? Anybody recall here how these people in Afghanistan, how they started? This what do you call them? These people.
Taliban.
You know how they started? Can anybody remember how they started? I mean, how they started, and they now became the first to be reckoned.
Global.
Yeah, just run us through it. It's just I'm just pushing so hard just because of you notice now that we are hitting now almost 6 hours now in this session. So sometimes when I'm pushing, it's not just
like Boko Haram, like this splinter group within. I mean, they were just splinter groups here and there, scattered across within Afghanistan, and then from there they started acquiring space. Like we're seeing these bandits doing, you know, like they have pockets here and there. So I see that maybe possibly going to play out in Nigeria if care is not taken. Because with these people getting money, in fact, according to one estimate this morning, they said they've earned about 2 billion naira so far. And if you look at the pictures, images you were saying about these guys, look at the kind of sophisticated weapons with them. I mean, if you see the cache of, ammunition they have by their side, you wonder how are they able to acquire all this ammunition. No doubt from the money they make from the kidnapping. So if they start spreading it across like that, start having pockets here and there, I tell you before you know it, Nigeria will become another Afghanistan. The way it's going. That's just what I think.
All right. Thank you. So on that and then to the SOLUDO space, Ajale Koko.
Well, the SOLUDO'S, I think they still have, SOLUDO have to, I think he has appealed. They appealed that judgment by the, they have appealed the ruling by the other faction.
Yes.
Yeah, the other faction that went to Gombe, or where did they go to get ruling? So, yeah, they have appealed. We have to wait for the appeal date and see if it can be overturned, you know. But
what's happened is, just to add some facts to that space, they've appealed, but still at the high court level. So they've now localized it in Anambra State, and they've gone before this Justice Victoria something, I can't remember her last name, and she has maintained the judgment in situation. So that judgment still has this Umargi still as the candidate for APGA. So, but this justice now, Justice Victoria, she has now granted them leave to appeal to the appeal court. So now they have to go to the appeal court. But I'm just looking at the timeline of all of this. Because that election, because the Justice Victoria, she's saying everything subsists. So that guy is still listed by INEC, so he can carry on campaigning. He remains the candidate, etc. So that subsists. They are saying they should go and appeal to the appeal court, so they have to go through that process. But meanwhile, the clock is ticking down towards that election. So it looks as though it may well be done out of that opportunity to even be on the ballot. SOLUDO.
Yeah. Yes. Let's wait and see what is going to happen at the at the appeal court. If the appeal confirm it, then they will go to Supreme Court. But I know on this kind of matter, the court doesn't waste time because they understand the timeline. So what I know is that if at the end of the day, if our appeal court does not overturn it and they go to Supreme Court and Supreme Court does not overturn it, APGA is going to lose the governorship election in that state. I know that for sure. What is going to happen? The membership of APGA will now go and vote for PDP.
Protest vote.
That. Yes, because the way the politics of that play out all the time is that on the local level, up to the at their local election, the governor and they vote for APGA, and when it comes to presidential, they vote for PDP. So if APGA, if the faction that is now on the INEC ballot remains and they are taking that to the election proper, the people of that state will vote against him. Because that guy, they don't even know him. They don't even know him. He doesn't really live among them. Although he's a state, he's a citizen of Anambra state, but he lives outside the state. He doesn't live with them there. So most of them does not even know him, but they will vote against him. I know that for sure. They vote against him.
I would love to see Soludo as the governor of that state.
Me
too.
I
just think it would just be a perfect
because I don't
fit.
trust APC or PDP. I don't trust the two parties.
Oh, okay.
It's been like Imo State with it still the governor. I want that to happen in Anambra State. They did to Imo State, but it's still the governor, and the government elected one guy.
All right. Thank you. Just whilst Charles still has the floor, Alexander is super chatting at Charles. He says, ask Charles to mention 4 cities in Yoruba land. He's out of his depth. He's just repeating talking points, really a bit too young for this platform. So this is what Alexander is super chatting about Charles. And we had this conversation yesterday as well. And I do just have to ask that people just facilitate for Charles a little bit. Charles is quite young. And when I say quite young, I mean very young. Charles will try and tell you that he's 25, but I think he's a teenager.
No, I'm 25 years old. I was born in 1996.
No, you are not, Charles. Let people judge that. I've got one of your videos here, Charles.
Okay.
So that's Charles. Charles, that's one of your videos. So you can see, and that was what? That was in June, wasn't it? Thereabouts, Charles. So Charles,
I know some cities in Yoruba land: Lagos, Albany, Ogoni State, Aba,
right.
Aba, Kano.
How old are you, Charles? Be honest. You're not 25. We see you here.
No,
yeah.
I'm
So how old are you? You cannot be
young.
more than 19. Huh?
I'm actually 25.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm not joking. I'm actually 25.
So how old is this video? How old is this video that you have?
That was in June.
That video is old. I'm actually 25.
That was in June. What are you talking? Don't. I told you not to lie.
I'm not in high school no more.
You're not in high school no more. Look at that. So Charles is quite young. So people bear that in mind when you interact with him.
But I believe him being here would help him to learn even more. So he's in our unity, so we should help him understand.
No. I agree. So that's why
we're not teaching him, but being here, he's gonna learn a lot. He's interested
for being here. Being amongst.
Yeah, so we should, respect him as an individual as well. Thank you.
No, I agree with that completely.
One
man. Ajale baba wa.
Look at that. Go on.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes. This Soludo something. You remember? Is it like 3 weeks ago? We talked about it one Saturday. Remember we talked about Soludo?
Yes, that they were going to do him out of the space, and that looks like
I told you, and I was telling you that if K is not taken, they might take him off. That's exactly what is happening.
This is it now. When is that election? Is it the first week of November?
Yes. Yeah.
And we're what? Towards the end of August now.
Yes.
And his name is still not on the ballot.
He
cannot really campaign.
Yes. So that's how they are just, they just.
So 6 weeks away, essentially the election, and they're telling him to go to appeal court. If he goes to appeal court and gets a victory, the other one will go to the Supreme Court and hold it down.
Yes. So I know we do mention about Soludo, 3 weeks ago.
All right, thank you. So back to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, now we're talking about money next for the rest of the space. Government agencies hiding revenue whilst Buhari goes round taking humongous loans. 4.97 trillion. Audit General clarifies alleged missing money. So those two spaces, of course, just speak to it, because it's just, you scratch your head when you hear Nigeria, but talk us through that. 4.9 5 trillion missing and you are borrowing money all over the place?
I want to believe the representative. They are our representative, and they won't just come out. They will just make up figure without doing their homework. I believe they have done their homework well. They have invited several ministries to submit their revenue, revenue generating figures, and they failed to submit it. Or maybe after submission, they look at, if those money claimed to be generated and be remitted to the account, and they didn't see it, and that is why they came out with those figures. That is what gave them that figures after computing everything from all ministries. So we have to believe them. We shouldn't. Another way to look at it, they are not PDP, they are APCs. The APC member. They are not just talking to destroy the image of the president or the administration, but they're just taking the truth to power because they are just doing their job. We have to commend them.
Is it not a law that all agencies should remit their incomes into the single treasury account? Is that not the law? Because it looks as though these people are just opening accounts all over the place and then first parking the money before they then transit it into the. Sometimes, when they hold large amounts in some account and they sweat it for the interest, some of them are doing that. Some of them are just stealing it outright. The Nigerian Port Authority is just like a looting feast. The customs are just criminals and 419, and everybody is just like and every moment they are borrowing money to the point that China is now telling us to get lost.
Yeah, but in that report, I mean, maybe in a separate report, you mentioned that the Auditor General said that no money is missing, isn't it?
Yes.
So Auditor General came out after the rep, mentioned that money was missing, right? Okay. So why is it impossible for Auditor General, who is saying money is missing, to go to the rep that are saying money is missing and work out something with them and let us know the truth? But I can tell you, the Auditor General is possibly been gagged from doing his job. It's been, they've
lent upon him. It's been strong-armed.
It could be fired. If he come out with the truth, it could be fired the next day.
Claiming is error. How can 4.5 trillion naira be error? Even a primary school boy will not be error.
How can it be error?
5 trillion naira be error.
Yeah. So and
you need to call him to accountable. That's just the truth.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's the accountant general. So who is that? I mean, God.
So that's to tell you where the problem is coming from, innit?
And for us to know the truth, we have to hear from the Accountant General of the Federation. We have to hear from the Minister of Finance. We have to hear from the Auditor General, and we have to hear from the rep. We have to hear from Central Bank Governor. Those are the key officers that can actually tell us how money flow comes in and out in that country. So if the reps is saying this and Accountant General is saying this, and we are not hearing from the other officers that are in the position to know, that means something is wrong. So the nation is not run well. It's not wrong with transparency.
I think they should make a law that say you can't steal money. They should make a law in Nigeria. You can't be co-op and steal money. They should make that law.
They should make a law to say that you can't steal money.
Yeah.
And if they make that law, they will stop stealing money.
Law, Charles, that law exists, but they don't follow the law. That law exists already. So, but they don't follow it. They just want to. They are just unlawful people, unlawful
The
leaders.
definition of that law is EFCC.
Yeah. So we need to hear from those the other officers I mentioned. That is where we can know the truth. So, like this kind of situation, if truly that we have a government that is, if we have representatives that are really functioning, now the House of Rep are spoken, the Senate is supposed to take it off from there and let us know from them the truth. But you have a country that is not run transparently. You have a country that if you want to say the truth or you want to, picture the truth to the public to know what is actually going on, you could be killed the next day because you have the person at the helm of affair that does things in such an illegal way and with brutal force.
Adale Koko, do you want to know where all this money went missing? Here, this is where they went missing. It says some of the agencies invited for the 2022 to 2024 MTEF public hearing are Nigerian Port Authority. So that's you already anticipated that. Nigeria Communication Commission, Nigeria Copyright Commission, Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, Nigeria Meteorology Agency, Nigeria Postal Service, Federal Road Safety Corps, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Nigeria Communication Satellite Limited, etc. So between and amongst these agencies, the disappearance or non-remittance and just the doing away of in excess of 5 trillion naira, this is why we are now borrowing money that China is no longer able to now lend us.
So what does that tell us? That tells us that those people have done their work well. They know all the government agencies that are involved in this thing. So for Auditor General to come and say no money is missing, it should be probed. If I were to be one of the members of the rep, I will invite him to the Senate committee. I mean, to one of the committee in the House that's responsible for this. But I think it's got to be a finance committee. It should come and tell us what he has done for him to come to that conclusion. It should come and tell they
know how to pass the buck in Nigeria. It will tell you that it's under another agency that money is, and then you'll call that agency and then they will tell you it's under some department, and that department will tell you that they've not got some memo, and then they start to round circle you from agency to another. This is what they do.
We are not running transparent,
and they'll end up blaming Buhari, right?
The more you look, the less you see.
Yeah, we are not running a transparent government, and that is why we are having this problem. And the elected officers that came out boldly to tell the nation this should be commended, and the Senate should take it up from there and do something about it.
Oh, all right, thank you. Let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat, who is now doubling down on Charles. Go easy on Charles, Alexander, please. It says, learn by listening to people who are well informed and experienced. Yes, I absolutely agree. Don't talk about things you know nothing about. So, Alexander, go easy on Charles. Charles is a young man and is exactly the right place. When Charles is in the company of somebody like yourself, Alexander, then it's better off than just being on a PlayStation playing Fortnite or whatever it is that they play these days. So thank you for the super chat, but go easy on Charles. Let me take you next and finally to the Yoruba space, with the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò putting some data to what is the most alarming thing going on in that space. These are figures for just the last 2 years. Over 3 billion naira ransom paid, 400 persons affected in the southwest. Gani Adams speaking to that area of kidnapping and headsmen banditry in Yoruba land. Alarming figures, Ajane Koko.
We should commend him for good job he has done to get those figures. I know he have his members across all the local government, across all the wards in all local government in Yoruba land. And that is what really helped him to get those figures for us. We have to comment.
He's saying he gets information quicker and more accurately than all the government agencies in Yoruba land.
Yeah, because we have all his members across every part of Yoruba land. Oduduwa people's Congress members are present in every nook and cranny of Yoruba land. So, and that is why he gets first-hand information on anything that happened to security of life and property, particularly anything that threatens the peace of Yoruba land. Immediately, his people we inform him and tell him what is going on, so that if there's anything he can do to get in touch with, police commissioner or political leaders, so he gets first-hand information. So, and we have to commend him for collating those figures for us. And I believe those figures should be more than that, because
I believe so too. I think it almost certainly more than that.
Yeah. Because it didn't add the loss recorded as a result of people that have been threatened to farm on their farm. People that cannot go to farm anymore because of insecurity and some other losses. It didn't include that. It was just talking about what are you talking about? The ransom paid to kidnappers, and that amount is huge. That's a lot of money, 3 billion. If that 3 billion is injected into, buying arms and equip the Amotekun and even the police to go into the bush and forefront, they will kick these people. They will flush these people out of our space.
Yes,
that's a huge money. Look at that loss.
You have to reflect on the demography that 3 billion naira is coming from to really see the impact. It's of course soft targets that these people go after. So is your man going to the farm? Is your person just the lower rents of the society? So these are the people that they kidnap, to the point that they will go and sell their land, sell everything to go and rescue these people. So if you think that 3 billion naira is being taken out of that space, that demography, then that tells you even more. That multiplies that impact that you're saying. Your farmer, you are telling him to go and bring 10 million naira. The farmer that is not earning 10 million naira from his farm. So they then have to sell that land, that farmland. So this is the thing.
Yes. So there are some farmers that are big-time farmer too, that were kidnapped and have to pay. Look, there's a case of one guy that have some hectares of land in Ikorodu. He lives in US. He bought a lot of hectares of land in Ikorodu for farming, for all the rest of the stuff. And they kidnapped him. They requested for 100 million from his family. Actually, they kidnapped him and 2 of his brothers while working in the farm. So they kidnapped them, and they have to raise that money. What they did is to sell the farm. They sold the farm and they borrowed some money and paid off. They sold the farm at cheap so that they can raise, because you can't just tell people, because they are at the point of desperation. They have to sell it quick because they gave them ultimatum to pay that money. So they sell it at a cheap rate and borrow some money and let it go, so that for those people to be released. So that is how they lost, and it happened in so many other places like that. And those are the people that came from abroad to invest on their land. Now they've been kidnapped, they've been sent away, they lost their money, and they came back to the United States. Some came back to look at Professor Aborode, the one that ginger Igbowo to take up this attack on these people, send them away. It was because this man came from abroad and he put in place farming projects and employ almost 200 people.
Yeah. So
the laws was let's look at the people working in the farm.
Exactly.
Let's record that law.
And look at the technology that guy would have brought. The new techniques that he would have brought, just not to his farm, but introduced to the farmers locally. The increase in productivity, the enlightenment that just that one man would have brought to that whole area. All of that gone because of just some rascally man from Niger Republic.
Yeah. So if we have to quantify all the laws, I bet you it's going to be, it might be up to like $10 billion. 10 billion naira. The figure was mentioned in there is just the amount they pay as ransom, excluding the laws that followed it. So that's a huge loss to the economy. Look at amounts that will have been invested on the economy that were given away
even the figure,
to criminals.
The figure that was even given, I think it's even figure of people who reported it. What about people who did not report?
Well, yeah, you are right. There are some people that will not even report, that they will just settle it amicably with this thing and without the knowledge of even the OPC members. Those are the recorded ones. So look at what we are losing. And so is happening in Igbo land. So in the north. So if you have to, bring all these figures together across the federation, you are talking of multi-billions naira given to kidnappers, criminals.
Do you think they should, whoever comes in next, do you think they should change the currency?
Engineer, this man, don't give him any leeway at all.
Don't make excuses for him.
This man, he has destroyed that country completely.
Are we losing Ajanle Koko? Ajanle Koko, we can't hear you anymore. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you very well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I think we've lost Ajanle Koko. But
no, I think it's coming
probably
back.
It's his network. His network is giving him hard time, though.
Okay, we have you back now. Yes, you were dipping out for a moment, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah. So that's a huge loss to that nation. Multi-billion naira paid as ransom to bastard. And this man, did you ever hear him saying anything against these people? Have you ever heard him for once?
No.
Coming out against the people that were killed in Benue, that were slaughtered like goats.
It is now.
In Benue State alone, they have 1.5 displaced people. Out of 7 million people they have in that state, 1.5.
He's only talking now.
Don't give this man leeway again, please.
Ajanle Koko, he's only talking now that the Fulani Muslims were killed in Plateau State.
He said he could not eat. He lost his
appetite. He said he could not eat.
Did he say so?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what Pantami said.
Pantami said that the president could not eat.
Yeah.
How I wish he would die there.
There's a video online saying where Pantami was saying to one emir that he could not eat, that he lost his appetite just because of those people that were killed. And you heard about hundreds of people.
So many people have killed. Iberakpa, so many people were killed there. In which other place? In Egangon, so many people were killed there. In Biafra land, Imo State, so many people were. In fact, he sent fighter jets and helicopter gunships over there. I said, why didn't he, refuse to eat that time? Why is he refusing to eat now?
They are doing his mission now. Why would he refuse to eat?
What he was saying then was that it would teach them the language they will understand. That was what he was saying.
Yes, but he refused to teach them. Go ahead.
So this man has
I was going to move on, but I lined the point there.
This man has done more damages to that country. He has destroyed that company. The security to get the security back of that, to get the security back to normal in that country, except they break that country into pieces, except they break it into regional or what do you call this, restructuring, where the state or the local government can have the security of their own. Without doing that, we are doing this centralization structure. We can't get the security back. We can never get it back. It will get worsened. Because what is going to happen, we have a situation now where the revenue we are making every year now is getting smaller, and our debt services is getting bigger. So at a point, what that tells us is that if you don't fix your revenue base and your debt servicing is more than your revenue, so you won't have no money to fund the security. You don't have no money to fund infrastructure. You don't have no money to fund nothing. So the security will get worse.
Ajahn Koko, we are going Zimbabwe way.
I beg.
We use wheelbarrow to buy bread. Ajahn Koko, let me give you these 3 paragraphs, a very quick response to it, and then I'll go on to UK to take his contributions. So these 3 paragraphs, just a quick response from Ajahn Koko. Former Vice President of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, on Thursday, said he would not be surprised if bandits and kidnappers apply for registration with the Corporate Affairs Commission (CAC) and seek listing at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. He described banditry and kidnapping as a major industry in Nigeria. Atiku said this at the National Dialogue and Public Presentation of a book, blah, blah, blah. So Atiku now saying, well, if we are going to be kidnapping, then you might as well register it properly and pay taxes. He's, of course, mocking the space, but you know, what do you think, eh? Nature of business, kidnapping, location, anywhere people are that are, look at that.
One man, maybe Atiku had you saying this on this platform. You remember you said that like
this is it,
a week ago.
Yeah,
you said it. You said it.
Yeah.
You said it exactly the same way you said it. Yes. Exactly the same way you said it, that is presenting it now. You said it last week that maybe these people will soon register on stock exchange. Will go to, register with Nigerian registration house.
It's getting too often now for it to be a coincidence. We have all these conversations, and then a week down the road is in the news some prominent person quoting our words almost verbatim.
Because you're giving them more information. What do you think now, one man? You are the one giving more information to help them.
No, we think we're just small people making noise.
I'm suspecting you now. Huh?
People are monitoring us.
They watch us. They listen to us.
Should we, engineer? Should we start suspecting? Is it the one that is it one man that wrote that speech for Atiku?
No, it could be.
Maybe one man is Atiku's speechwriter.
No. I think our platform has been infiltrated.
I hope one man is not Sabo. I hope one man is not Sabo.
No, it's a Dugurudu, not me.
One man, Gugurudu, we suspect.
We are suspicious of you.
The Gugurudu of Bado Ekpeland.
Look at that. Thanks, Ajahn Koko. Let's go on to UK now, who we have not heard of from for a while. So good to have you back, UK. In 6 years, Buhari's bigotry, nepotism destroyed Nigeria's 60 years history. Atiku saying this, and is also saying that Nigeria's unity is negotiable. So what are your thoughts on those? UK, good to see you again.
Well, the problem is getting bigger every day. So since the problem is getting bigger every day, everybody, whether small or big, everybody can see what is playing out. This one is not something that anyone is hiding. They don't hide it no more. So because of that, what Atiku is saying is correct. Because we can start living. This is not good for us.
UK.
This is not. Yeah. This is not the kind of. Yeah.
UK. madness don't enter market, we no go come back again.
So this, I don't know, because sometimes, I want to ask you guys a question. Please, when I came to US, I didn't come with any tenkobo, but the kind of thing impact I'm making in Nigeria, this criminal, they keep stealing the money and coming over here to dump it. I think I will stop pushing my money back to Nigeria. I think that's the main thing, because when I look at all these things, investing in Nigeria, taking your money, when I work hard here, then I'll take the money back to Nigeria. Does that make any sense? Please, can anyone answer that question?
UK, can I interject?
No.
Yes.
Look, you asked a very good question. And the answer I will tell you is that don't take your money to Nigeria. Look for what you can do with your money here. Invest your money here, and you will get returns. What you need to do is to do your homework well, know what you want to do. You want to invest your money on here. I bet you will have peace of mind. You won't have sleepless night as you are having now. I have done it before. I withdrew and concentrate on investing here. And since there, I never have no sleepless night. I don't regret. Look, Nigeria is, you can see investors running out. You think they're stupid? You can see investors are not coming in to invest. They are not stupid. And the exchange rate is not stable. The economy, you cannot predict it. That is not a place to invest.
Does that not mean you are giving up on your ancestral land necessarily? If you don't invest in your farm, in your home, in your homestead, who then is going to do it? It's people like you that they look to develop the place.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to, my own is that, for me, the way we work hard, make the money, because sometimes when the money is in the bank, no question, I tie my money in so many things in this country too. But like the part of the profit of that money, I'll say, okay, since this money is sitting here, if I don't use it, the bank will be using it now. Okay, if it's a piece of land, let me buy. Or if it's somebody wants to sell their property, okay, let me see. Okay, if I can get one. But my own is that when I was living in Nigeria, I didn't come with any $1 in this country. But I'm just saying, all the millions I have made in this country, I've been dumping it in Nigeria. What of those our leaders who are taking their own over here?
No, it's everybody follow their own journey now.
Bamboo, monkey the wall, bamboo the chop.
I'll advise you, if you have family that can manage your property back in Nigeria, you do it. My second advice
I would encourage that. Yeah.
My second advice to you, if you know that you're so scared to send money back home, you can invest in property. And you're investing in property, you could use your child's name in any other property. I'll give you an example myself. I have 2 property, one in my daughter's name and one my name. So this is how I operate my things. But if you put property in your name, let's say 2 to 3 property, it's like you pay more tax to these people over here. So it's just you have to use it wisely.
Yeah, that's the reason. Okay, let me go back to. That was it. But thank you for you guys clarifying me on this aspect of life, because sometimes when I ponder it on myself, I begin to think, am I doing the wrong thing or am I doing the right thing?
UK.
So
UK.
Yes.
UK. Please keep your money where you are. When you are coming back, when you are old enough, come back home with it.
No, don't misadvise him. Do you know that property can double in price
in Nigeria? In Nigeria, where they are demolishing, where they can just issue a CFO to another person and take your property.
That's fine. No, that is when you do your due diligence.
Nigeria, bro.
No, hold on. You do your due diligence. Do you know when you buy like the Ikorodu that Ajanle Koko was mentioning? If you buy land in Ikorodu, when they cut road into near your house, the price goes up, that space goes up by 20-30%. If they put electricity, another 30%. If as development comes, the area becomes more potent in value. You only just have to do your due diligence and make sure
One
that you
man.
get your proper titles.
Okay,
and then-
One man. I know. I understand what you are saying. One man.
Let us not digress. Let us not digress. But let me continue what you asked me. Let us not digress.
Okay. So no, let's hear from Rational Mind quickly, and then we'll go back to you.
I just want to ask you a question, and that question will determine what will be my response to your.
No, he doesn't want to digress. So just
I know. I just want to ask you a question. I just want to ask you. Now, you said you invest in Nigeria. You are annoyed about investing and all of that. So let me ask you this question: all your investment in Nigeria, are you at a loss? Or are you making gains out of it?
Well, I'm just buying. I'm not even selling. I'm just
buying properties.
Yeah,
you are acquiring. You are acquiring property.
Okay, yes. So then, so far you've not lost any of your properties now, right?
No. I haven't lost any.
So why should you stop then?
No, you're saying the country is unstable and the development is not taking place.
Anything can happen in Nigeria.
Well,
I beg you.
If it's not
Nigeria
sure,
is like it is an earthquake.
The only thing I would suggest to you, UK, is to try and localize it within your own community where you invest. So if the country breaks up, then you know that at least they are not going to come and
they
take
will
Igbo
kidnap
land.
him, or they will kidnap his
come and
family
take Igbo land from you. But let's go back to the
family member.
No, that's fine. Let's go back to the talking point.
One man. You are trying to be patriotic. You are just exhibiting your patriotism for Nigeria.
No,
here.
it's just it's the commercial value. If you invest in property in Nigeria, just because the country is developing, then that the chances of you making a decent profit is quite marked, and then you also want to have a foothold in your own homestead. So that's just
one man. Did you listen to that lady, that Aisha Yusufu, recent video about the value?
What did she say?
The value of her property before at 2014, the value of that property in Naira compared to dollar, and the value of it now compared to dollar. She has lost a lot of money. If you have that property as a 2014 that worth 2 million naira or 20 million naira at 2014, when this man assumed office.
No, but overall, is she ahead? Overall, is she ahead?
No, she has lost in value. I mean, the value of that house now in dollar.
You have to look at it.
She has lost more than what she used to.
Yes.
What did in 2014?
Yes, but overall,
let me tell you, the currency is going to devalue more.
Well, this is the thing. The point I'm making is, Ajale Koko, overall, let's look at it in cryptocurrency terms. So you buy your Bitcoin for your $1,000, whatever. It spikes up to $10,000, and then it takes a sharp drop then to $4,000. So are you still ahead? Because of course you had $10,000 at some point. Now you have $4,000, but you went in at $1,000. So is she still ahead overall? Is really where the question is.
Okay. Yeah, one more. Let's continue.
The value is the same, my brother. What that 1,000 will earn you the time when you invested that money is now what this 4,000 will earn you now that the value has money has been depreciated.
Okay, all right. It's all about market movement. So let's go back to
Atiku.
Yeah. So it's saying in 6 years, Buhari's bigotry and nepotism has regressed the country by 60 years, which is what a lot of people have said. I think an international commentator said that, and it's also saying that Nigeria is negotiable. So UK, your thoughts?
Yes. What Atiku said is right, because I remember 2016, I built a house in my village, and that house cost me like let's say 10 million naira. Now I'm doing another project in Port Harcourt. Even to do the fence is even taking me about like $3,000. The fence I haven't even put a gate on it. So what Atiku is saying is correct. They have crashed everything. So since they have crashed the economy, I don't know how God is going to help us, because
I think he's speaking more so to the unity and the diversity that he has, especially, yes, the economy, he has collapsed it, but he has really completely destroyed the diversity of that country now, with everybody looking at every ethnic nation with suspicion. Everybody now daggers drawn.
Yes, because one, he doesn't want to unify everyone. Based on, look how he has been doing the appointment. He's using all his kinsmen for the appointments. There's no any of his somebody maybe from south or southeast, all those key positions. He's just using all his men, on those cases. And the people that he's using, they are not qualified, because they are
brainless, most of them.
Yes, yeah. There are people who are
they are all suffering from dementia.
Yeah. So
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, there are people who are more qualified that can handle, that can pilot the affairs of that country very well, But because of their nepotism, their black, I will call it black racism, and whatever thing you will call it, they just want to use that kind of means to. And besides, I think these Fulani people, I think majority of them, they don't have a progressive mind, compared to other
UK. Do you think these people? Do you think they consider do you think they consider themselves a different a different race, essentially from us, and a superior breed? Do you think they consider themselves a different race and a superior breed? Do you think they are Arabs in their head? Do you think they have an Arab complex, these people?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, because if they don't think like that, there's no matter how wicked they are, I mean, they must at least bring some people, at least to just convince people, these people, we are together in this. But looking at what is going on, you can tell them, one, they have an agenda, Even the Fulani man, which is Atiku, who is even talking about, I mean, he knows what he's talking about, that Nigeria is negotiable, So since Atiku already know that Nigeria is negotiable, which means what he's saying is right, nobody can debate it. What he's saying is right, because in all ramification, yes. Yes.
No, sorry. Okay. Yeah, go on, Vin. Okay. Yeah.
You see, UK, how will you expect a rolling stone to gather moist? Fulanis, they are nomads. They don't have a place they can call their own. They roam from one place. How do you expect a rolling stone to gather moist? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm trying to say is that even if at least among them, they still have the ones that can think normal. I mean, who still understand. I mean, the ones that is learned. I mean, they should even advise this their man who is on top. This thing you are doing is not. I mean, you're supposed to like collect. But within them, I think they just talk to each one. They don't want the power to get away from them. And besides, they just want to, play their agenda, grab people land and kill people. I mean, that's, yeah.
Who is this babe that is texting you in between of important matters? You are a medical person, aren't you, UK? Are you a medical person?
Yes, I'm a medical person, yeah.
Yes, because Alexander is a medical person too, and I recall you saying something similar. Thank you. And just is a marked departure from what we usually hear from that level of politician. Because at that level, Babangida will tell you Nigeria is non-negotiable. Obasanjo will tell you Nigeria is non-negotiable. Buhari himself will tell you that Nigeria is non-negotiable, and you have to bracket Atiku in that bracket. So he seems now to be the first from that high up to actually now acknowledge that the country is negotiable. So a marked departure from the norm. UK.
Well, what they are, I mean, why they are telling you that Nigeria is non-negotiable? Because one, they are oil wells now. They don't want anybody to tamper it. So now people have wised up. A lot of people have wised up. People know what is going on now, unlike before. People know what is going on now, unlike before. So for Atiku, the Atiku, as soon as correct me if I'm wrong. When this guy took over Buhari, I think Atiku used to have a contract with Nigerian Port Authority. They truncated that contract
and gave it to Dangote.
Yeah, they started giving most of his contact to other people that support them. Yeah. So because of that, I mean, you can see that. I think even the Atiku now. I think sometimes Atiku is almost in Dubai every time now.
No, he's not even. I'm sure he has citizenship of that country. I'm pretty certain.
Yes. Yeah, so he already see what is coming, what is gonna play out. That's why he's saying all these things. So that people should guide their heart and mind, what is coming.
Atiku is talking based
okay.
on
Let me take you to America,
interest.
UK. Hold on, Vane. Let me take you to America, UK, and let's go meet Lai Mohamed there. Those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarcate him. This is what Lai Mohamed is saying to an international audience. And he goes on to add, Nigeria is not and cannot be a failed state. So Lai Mohamed living up to his new appellation like Lai Mohamed, or is he just doing his job? What do you make of what this guy is saying in America?
Well, I mean, Nigeria is already a failed state because a country that doesn't have anything. I mean, they keep borrowing. Nothing is coming in apart from that oil, which that oil will just give them in 10 years coming. Now that oil will crash. That one is for sure. So, Lai Mohamed, whatever thing he said, his name is already Lai, so equals to lie. So he's everything he so
if he says good morning, you open your window, you open your curtain just to
Yes. So nobody believe Nigerian government no more. So they just believe within themselves. But for the fact people in Nigeria are experiencing what is going on. I mean, the economy hardship, everything has been so hard on them. So nobody is believing Lai Mohamed because what they say is not what they do. Because one of their campaign that they said they will fix the hospital, they will give us power, they will make $1 equals to
yes. We've forgotten that even.
Yeah. So
and they've done the direct opposite, have they not?
So all those lie, all those their jingle they were making during that campaign, they haven't even done any one. So Lai Mohamed, let him go and sit down.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take you to the East next, UK, but first let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, which is directing at you anyway. So he goes, UK, invest in legit properties in Lagos. You can't go wrong. Ensure you do your search well. So I would agree with that. You really will struggle to, something, just in that space. There was a lady that used to text me all the time, asking me to come and buy land in Ibejuleki all this time. She would say 500K, 700K. This was a few years ago. Now that I just said, now she's telling me, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, just within. So yeah, if you can perfect the title and buy legitimately, I would recommend that. But let me take you to the...
One man, hold it there. You see, some days back we were talking about something forced, So UK, if you invest, Oduduwa land, when Nigeria disintegrates, you need to think about that. I'm not putting fear in you now.
Why are you being a separatist now? Why are you being
I'm not a separatist, madam. I'm a realistic and economist, all right? I'm not being tribal. No. Oh, man, don't go there. No.
You know, we were saying Nigeria
If
is
you invest there,
non-negotiable. Hold on.
your in fact, one man will go and will be the first person to jump into the problem.
Hold on, engineer. You know, we were saying Nigeria is negotiable now, Bia. The one thing that is non-negotiable is the relationship between the Yorubas and the Igbos. We are tied together for life, whether you like it or not. This one is marriage by force.
One man
whether you
today,
like it
your
or not,
will
we
go
are
to
together.
Next day
the
we go to
Yorubas and the
shop,
Igbo, till the world come to an end, the Yorubas and Igbo, we will always be together. So go and buy your land in Lagos. Engineer, come in.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. UK, I just want you to be very, 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 very careful. Your land in Port Harcourt. I must be honest with you, because that's where I was born and that's where I was raised.
Land grabbing.
Yes, you have to be very. If you buy land in Akpajo or Igrita or Chioba or Maiwan, places like that, or Eleme, you have to be very, very careful, because people, they double sell land. You understand? And I will advise you to, if you have time, go back home, make sure you grab the paperwork in your hand.
And fence it. Fence it. But
even with paperwork, they can resell it.
Okay, just keep your money where you are, or look into other African countries that are a bit developing, please.
High risk, high reward. So if you can afford the risk, then take the risk. That is my
look at
recommendation.
Tanzania. Check out Tanzania, my dear. Check out Tanzania.
Listen, there is something I would like to say here. See, I was in Yugoslavia 1990-91. I served in United Nations operation that they call UNPROFORA, United Nations Peace Protection Force in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia, as you see them before, was one entity. Today, you have Slovakia, you have Slovenia, you have Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have, there are so many of them right now.
Serbia.
You have the Serbia, you have so many of them. The Crimeans, the Serbs and the Crimeans, they are the major ethnic group this in Yugoslavia. Do you want to tell me, as we speak now, there are Crimeans that have landed properties in Croatia? They are the Muslim part of the Bosnia-Herzegovina. They still have possession of their landed property in Croatia, in Zagreb. So even if Nigeria disintegrates today, the international law states that you have right to your property wherever it is. But I do not know whether Nigeria will change their own status like the way they normally do it. But in other places,
you need to tell that to Mike.
Forget Mike. Mike comes here. Mike comes here to tease often. You have to.
Mike,
you keep falling for it. Mike is not. Mike is not as bad. Mike is just Mike.
It
man,
look like
I bring fun. I'm not bored, man.
Igbo ladies love Yoruba men, no.
Yeah,
asking for Mike.
This Mike, Beer and Mike,
I bring fun here. This platform is dead. You guys talk too much of politics, but you forget that life is too short. You should have fun, Make it interesting and attractive.
No, the thing is,
what you need to understand. Look, thank you for asking for Mike. I know you need Mike.
We need more women.
Sorry, let's go back to UK. I suspect that he's listening from work, so he's trying to juggle.
You want all the business to come to Yoruba land after you say Igbo is this, and I'm the kind of that. Go.
No, I love Igbo people, but Nnamdi Kanu, you know my views. I don't want to mention Nnamdi. Okay, let's go back to. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Let's go back to UK quickly and take it sounding now. We're still staying within those eastern spaces. I know that you especially have a view about this, UK. So it looks as though they are about to do Soludo out of the ticket, even never mind becoming governor. Never even, so. This is the thing. 6 weeks away, this guy is still not on any party's space as their candidate. So Soludo, I know you were coming in on that now. So you have the floor now. Soludo, the judgment goes against him. What are you making of it, and how do you think this is going to play out? UK.
One man, remember last 3 weeks we talked about Soludo. I remember it was on Saturday program. We did it, and we are going back and forth. about this. I remember that I told you that this court of 18, they will use it to block him. So by the time he will, even if they give it to him, he might not even campaign, which for you not to even campaign, I mean, you already lose the ticket now, even if they give it to you, because you won't have time to organize. And besides, Soludo, I don't know how, if a lot of people know Soludo in that Anambra state, I don't know if he's like, compared to other politicians.
It will just go under the party name now, because Anambra is an ABGA state. So, yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes, there's a way Igbo people do too. If you're not that kind of person, even if you go through the party name, if you're not that kind of person, they want, like, okay, for example, what happened between something that happened in Imo State, Rochas, when Rochas wanted to bring, either his in-law,
his son-in-law, yes.
Yeah, so the people, they turned against him. They voted the right guy, which they later demote now, then give it to Hopos or them. So if this guy, if Soludo get the ticket, such thing might happen to him too, because quite sure he's an Anambra, but I don't think he family, he come closer to the.
You don't think it's popular there?
UK, let me help you. UK, let me help you.
Yeah. Okay.
You see.
Okay.
In Anambra, what is going on there is the battle of billionaires, multi-billionaires. And that, let me say, pride is now exposing them to the two political parties that are ready to take over those places. The ABGA is playing in the hands of APC and the PDP. That is what is going on there. And if care is not taken, ABGA will not be in the ballot papers. Thank you, sir.
No, they will be, but what Ajanle Koko was saying was that this infighting might well just allow PDP to take the space, because I think they will still vote PDP ahead of APC. So what Ajanle Koko was suggesting was that this will serve in the hands of PDP. But thank you. So hold on, Vin. Let's hear from UK. UK, your thoughts on Soludo.
Yeah. So, like, as I said, Soludo, if you look at, for my own speculation, he might not even, they won't give it to him. That's my own speculation.
In instances, can you hold on, please, Vin? In instances, UK, a governor is elected, and then a year or two into his tenure, the courts will then reverse it and give it to someone else. I think that was how Rotimi Amechi became governor. So I think that might well be a pathway. That might well be ultimately Soludo's destiny. If ABGA goes on to win that space with this guy that they are championing or that has the seat at the moment, he can still, via the courts, take that space from him, claiming that he is the legitimate. If it goes to the Supreme Court and they assert his legitimacy to that ticket. So do you see it playing out in sort of that way, UK?
Yes. Okay, depending who, like as Vin said, all those big boys or big guys who are in Anambra, depending who is sponsoring him, like what you're saying might happen. But if not a capable person that is sponsoring him, he might not get it. I mean, that's my own speculation.
Do you think it's Peter Obi's man? Do you think he has Peter Obi's backing, Soludo?
I'm thinking I think he's getting the backing from Ifeanyi Oba, or if not Ifeanyi Oba, the right guy. I think there are two of them, those two billionaires that are in Anambra. One of them.
So battle of the big boys, as Vin said. Okay, yes. Thank you. Let me take you to the House of Representatives. Government agencies hiding revenue as Buhari continues to borrow humongous amounts of money, and then tie that with the Auditor General of the country. 4.97 trillion auditor clarifies alleged missing money. So, one, they are not remitting money, and two, money missing, and then in between all of that, confusion and heavy borrowing. What are you making of that?
Well, they are stealing the money because of election is coming now, at least for campaign, because all this money they are telling us they keep borrowing. I mean, we know what is coming up now. So those money go for those elections now, because that's the reason why they are borrowing like that. I mean, everybody should know about that one, you know.
Oh, okay. Let me finally take you to Yoruba land and to the Are Ona Kakanfo himself, the mighty man. He comes to speak to space, just picking data from just the last 2 years and presenting that at least 3 billion naira has been paid out in ransom, affecting well in excess of 400 people, and just lamenting as to how that is impacting on the economic and social space in Yoruba land. So we're now getting some figures now just to get a real feel of what these herdsmen are doing. 3 billion in 2 years, 400 people affected, some killed, others maimed, and some got lucky. But what are you making of those figures? Data?
Yeah, the figure could be right, because, you know, for the fact those herdsmen will come to Ibarapa. Am I getting the pronunciation well?
No, go on. You're trying your best.
Ibarapa. Then chase all the community out. Then go somewhere. Is it Yewa? The one close to Ogun State, and chase those one. Those one, they ran to this thing, and since that time the kidnapping had been going on. You know, the kidnapping had been going on, because that guy they chased out that made Sunday Igboho to rise up. What's the guy? Is he Wakili?
Yes.
Wakili.
Yes, the Seriki.
Yeah. So now Wakili, they arrested Wakili. Nobody knows his whereabouts. Maybe they already let him go. You know.
I think he's in Ilorin now. They chased him out and he's ended up in Kwara State.
Okay. So Wakili built a powerful empire there, because that was what they were doing there now, kidnapping people. You know, because I remember when I was listening to Sunday Igboho, he said that when they went there, the kind of cars they were seeing inside his compound, you know, the kind of things they were seeing there, they started imagining, how can a cattle rearer, you know, be having such powerful, you know, cars in his compound. So that's to show you that this kidnapping thing, they have made so many billions out of it. So I mean, I wouldn't even doubt them, you know, for what they are saying. Because
do you even think that is underreported? Do you even think that's because it struck me as a low figure actually? I thought it was underreported.
Yeah, it could be underreported, because this thing have been going. I mean, these kidnapping things have been going. You know, which is this Igboho is when Igboho came out, is when people started knowing. But they have been kidnapping people, you know, and people have been paying ransom. And you know, Nigeria, when something happened to Nigerians now, sometimes once they have the money to pay, they will keep quiet. They will pretend as if nothing happened, because you know we don't even remember what happened. You know, let's say the next day. For the fact we already solved the problem, we say
yes. Some will not even report it out of fear of a backlash. Yeah.
Yes. So I mean, for the fact I mean, I believe them, because one, even those they are getting, we know that those you know, they buy it with all those money, you know, they have been using to pay ransom, because for you to have those kind of gun now, you know how much. I mean, it's a lot of money, and including at least they also have their backing with from the government too. You know, so
all right,
yeah, for them saying, giving us that kind of, it's true, because look at these people they just kidnap. I think they are demanding about 300 million naira. You know,
they go in with 300, 500. You offer them 3 million. They insist on it's like going. You know, when you go to Dugbe market and negotiate. This is it. This is Obalende market style. You know. Atiku is saying they should register with CAC and start paying taxes. They might as well.
But do you know that one man, when you look at all this thing that is going on in Nigeria with the system and everything, people who did not even go to who didn't even go to school, but look at how they are making money more than people who have been sweating, reading your PhD to only one deal. One deal, even the deal that they will get in a day, you can't even get it in 10 years.
Look at that.
Could you imagine?
Is it not you that you are trying to fence your thing for 1 point something million? This guy he will open his boots, he will open his glove compartment and tell you to just go and, So this is it. Thank you, UK. Always a delight to hear from you. We've not heard from you for a while, so it's refreshing to hear from you again. Stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's go to Bia now and hear from Bia, who has been chiming in, but now you have the floor. Sorry, you don't have Mike here at the moment, Bia. I know we all know you came here for Mike, but in the absence of Mike, speak to the politics. Bigotry, nepotism destroyed the 60 years of hard work. This is the accusation of Atiku to Buhari, and he's saying that Nigeria is negotiable. What are your thoughts, Bia?
Hi, Oman. Hello, everyone else.
Hello.
Hi, Bia.
Hello. I believe that Nigeria is negotiable, but the question is it not too late? Are the ethnicities in Nigeria happy to be together as one to allow the so-called negotiations? It ain't gonna happen. And I believe that these politicians, once they want to achieve something, they have motives and plans and agenda, just the way Buhari came and deceived everyone, lied through his nose that he was gonna, build heavens and do that and that, and what happened. So I don't trust any politician. I've absolutely lost my trust, and that is where the failed state of Nigeria comes into play. Nigeria has been a failed state for a very long time.
So you disagree with Lai Mohamed then that it is not and never will be a failed state?
It is a failed state because everything going on in Nigeria is absurd. Nigeria, like I said, has been a failed state a long time ago. Nigeria is unable to major fundamental functions, and they cannot protect its citizens and continue to improve on their national boundaries. The citizens don't believe in Nigeria, and that means it's a total failed state.
No, you cannot say that though, because if the citizens
that's my view.
But does it hold to fact though? Is the question.
It does.
How does it?
Do you believe in Nigeria?
I don't, but surely somebody must for it still to be in situation sufficient enough to hold it together as a country.
Woman, you're speaking.
In percentage terms.
I am saying myself, this is my view. Everyone is
we are interrogating that view. We are interrogating that view.
You can interrogate all you like, but I have my voice and I have one vote.
Yes,
and I believe they should give referendum to decide. This is my voice. What do you want me to say? Nigeria is not a failed state.
No. I'm not saying it personal to you. I'm saying it really more specifically to what you're suggesting.
Nigeria is a failed state.
Yes, I am suggesting that the majority might not necessarily want as you imagine, because if the majority wanted Nigeria not to be, then Nigeria would not be. So there was sufficient enough of peoples within that space to want it to continue, for it to still be in existence, is what I am suggesting.
Until we do that questionnaire, until we do that referendum, you cannot completely say that Nigeria is not a failed state, because why are we having agitations? Why are people, suffering? The voices in Nigeria are silent. The people speaking loudly are mostly people in diaspora, such as your platforms. That's why I come here to contribute. I don't believe in Nigeria anymore. You don't believe in Nigeria anymore. And I don't think anyone in your platform does believe in Nigeria. So what's a failed state to you? What's the definition of a failed state, woman? So it starts from somewhere. That's my point in that. So let's
all right. So still staying with Lai Mohamed Bia, it says those criticizing Buhari for seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarket him. So this is Lai Mohamed speaking somewhere in America, trying to rebrand the Buhari administration as being fit for purpose. Buhari, of course, when he came in, told us that he was going to put an end to medical junkets. So what are you making of the words of the Minister of Information, Bia?
Professional liar. Mohamed. Yeah. The president of Nigeria, who is Buhari, is responsible as the president of the state in Nigeria. He's the chief executive, he's the chief diplomat, the chief administrator and the commander, the legislator of the party, president and chief citizen. So he is the head of the government of Nigeria. And as the president, he's vested by the Constitution of the Nigerian Republic with executive powers. He's our diplomat, you know, he's the face of Nigeria, both local and abroad. His commands, you know, and what he does is followed home and abroad. So what he preaches is not what he's practicing. He's not fit for purpose. He's outdated, psychologically very unstable, even emotionally. How can he be fit for a president? How can we keep borrowing in Nigeria without any gains? You know, high interest rates on loans for paybacks, you know, the immensely affecting Nigeria's already frail economy plus, you know, future recovery. So the denomination of the loans in foreign exchange by the uncertain, already reduced Nigeria's currency will cripple Nigeria's economy. So we are already in shambles. So the situation is unethical, precarious, and arduous kind of situation. They've all the politicians in power right now are all axiom makers and breakers.
All right, thank you. Staying in that space of finance that you were just speaking to, government agencies hiding revenue as Buhari administration continues to borrow massively. This is the House of Representatives saying this, not some critic. This is a government body saying this. Government agencies hiding revenues whilst Buhari administration borrows massively. So tie that then with the Auditor General trying to confuse us with science about missing 5 trillion naira. So 5 trillion naira, of course, are almost 4 times the amount of monies that these people have been borrowing in the last 2 years. So missing monies and monies not being remitted. What are you making of that?
Well, I believe there is more of such money missing. The quantity and the amount they are telling us is absolutely lower than what they're saying. I believe there is more to be said in that area, and for them to keep borrowing, and then the politicians are hoarding all the finances and all the wealth of Nigeria. The book is not balanced. You can't run Nigeria. They are not managing the departments of Nigeria. The structures that we have that should build that powerful economy, you know, is leaking. So how are they going to make it? It's like now you have
Is it Kalu economy that we are casino economy? Is this what we are running in Nigeria? Kalu.
The economy we are running is like a pocket without a hole. They just keep stealing and dropping money wherever, and it's not yielding any profit. How can you balance your book? Nigeria is like a business. You're borrowing. Say you have a business, you keep borrowing, and you're not even making any profit, and you are at a loss. You know, you owe a lot of money with very high interest rates to pay back. By the time you're paying that money, Naira is falling, and the devaluation of Naira is absurd. By the time we pay it back, we're paying more money, and we make even the people that put them in power more poor. How can we live like that? These people don't have conscience. So that's why sometimes I don't even come here anymore, because I'm tired of talking. And then all of us come here, we air our minds, you know, and they come here. I'm sure some of them come here to listen and only pick the points that will benefit them, just to keep enslaving people in Nigeria. I don't think they care about the masses.
And they go use it. And they go use it.
They use it to their own advantage. How can you tell me that these people are intelligent, one man? How do you measure and scale and balance intelligence? To us in Africa and Nigeria, we misunderstand the definition of real intelligence. Is it just going to school to go and study how to be a president? Come on. Something is not right.
Imagine they borrowed one man's idea last 1 or 2 weeks, and now they're using it.
You see, I told you to send the invoice. You never did. So you see, you should have sent them the invoice, engineer. You see, I have to find a new manager now. Maybe you'll be able to become my manager. You should have
Please,
sent them
all I want to say,
yeah,
you politicians, I know you come here to steal our ideas. If not for the condition of Nigeria's failings, we wouldn't be here using all the brains that we should have been using in Nigeria. Then those brains you're coming here to borrow freely without even paying tax. Come on. So all of you should resign and give us referendum. We don't want to be part of Nigeria. We don't believe in you anymore. Nigeria is a failed state. You see, I can't change my mind.
But
I want my Biafra.
Baby,
sorry, go on.
How you gonna get referendum when the North doesn't want to get referendum? They don't want you to get referendum. How you gonna get it?
Well, this is the struggle. That is the $1 million question, isn't it, Charles? This is what the fight is all about. How to
what
get
did you say, Charles? How are we going to get what? Biafra?
It says, how do you get it when the North don't want it and they control the levers of power?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What part are you playing, Charles, to help Biafra?
We can't do anything. They're not control us.
Are you sure you can't do anything?
Yes.
Gomez, Alexander, I've told you, you need to go and learn more about Nigeria, make more research. I'm not attacking you, but we accept you as one family, you know. Get informed about
don't try and
one man, I beg. We have to tell him the truth
patronize him now.
I'm not patronizing him. He's our brother, but when he says the truth, we embrace him. But if he goes the other way, I beg.
No, Charles, continue to chime in. Every opinion is an opinion. Every opinion is an opinion, and that is where his questions
I'm not having a go. I'm just saying that this is a serious matter. It's not a joke, you know.
No,
sister, Charles is
contributing his own too.
Charles is very right. Charles is right. With my own military point of view, Charles is very, very right. You cannot win. You cannot get your freedom from just talking, holding conferences, and so
That's
on
what
and
I was
so
saying.
forth.
What are we going to do about it?
There must be an insurrection. There must be, if actually the people
we are
that
here
are
talking, the people in Nigeria don't care. They don't even know what's going on.
We can only talk. There is something I want to tell you, my sister. See, if we really want to bring Biafra, Biafra will not come from Nigeria. It will.
What happened?
I think it must have been one man. Maybe one man's internet went off.
Okay.
Now, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah.
Oh yes. It's the gremlins, you see. They're after me every which way they can.
But man, I'm just tired of being a Nigerian. I'm sad of being a Nigerian. And I'm not going back home to that place. I am not going back to Nigeria. I will stay here for as long as I can and travel the whole world. I am not coming to Nigeria.
Bia, just give me a number.
I will stay here with my Oyibo.
Hey, Mike Dale.
Which Mike?
Mike Dale
Mike said he doesn't want us in there. Igbos don't want them. Nobody wants Igbos. So let us leave. Yeah, I'm not coming back to Nigeria again, I beg.
No.
I'm tired.
You know, in Igbo land, you are just a national insurance number.
I don't care.
Just a number. You are just a
I don't
data.
care. Do you know that do you know that this country treats us better than Nigeria?
Yeah?
Do you know that this country treats us better than Nigeria that we come from?
Yes,
Do you know that?
But let me say this, Bia. You know, in Nigeria, you are the daughter of X from this village whose great grandfather was this, whose grand grandfather was
I know
that.
my history. I beg. I know where I come from.
You are that in Nigeria, but in London, you are just that national insurance number. You are just some identity number. You are just a dot in a circle. You are a dot in a circle in UK.
One man, I called someone in Italy. Do you know he paid for first class renewal of his Nigerian passport? 3 months now, he hasn't received it.
Yes,
he hasn't had anything.
Nigeria is a zoo now, according to our
So
the great one.
everything
Nigeria is
is
a big
getting
zoo.
worse.
Zoo of animals.
You
No,
go
that's
there,
not
you
this
invest
banana
in
one.
business, you can invest in business, you go there, they kidnap you, what's going on? And then we come here and speak all the big grammars. What's the solution? I'm tired.
And the sad part, Nigeria only care
All right.
The sad part, Nigeria only care about money. That's what they care about. Just
That's
money.
why I don't come as regular, because I'm just tired of talking. I want to just invest in
Just
my
give me a
time.
number. Don't worry, Bia.
No, don't give
All
him
of
your
you,
number.
Jare, make una go to Nigeria, leave me.
All right, yeah. Still staying in that financial space though that you were speaking to. The Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba Land, Gani Adams, he speaks to that space and is trying to audit the impact of the headsmen atrocities in Yoruba Land just over a period of 2 years, and he has come up with a figure of 3 billion naira being amounts paid in ransom. At least those are the ones that were reported to his organization. 400 people affected. So tie that then with as articles almost to jocular but true words spoken in jest comment that these kidnappers might as well register themselves with the company house and pay taxes. So 3 billion naira in ransom in Yoruba lands to Fulani bandits, and Atiku is saying that they might as well be taxed. So on those two, yeah.
Anyways, I don't know much about Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, but I've heard about him a few times. I've got, I pay due respect to people, but I speak straight. All I know is that he's brought us the report. Sunday Igboho is taking the beatings and stuff. So he when he was younger, maybe now I'm hearing that he's more intelligent or something, but I want him to use that intelligence on the ground to help Sunday Igboho and do something for his own people. He should put, the interest of his people should be number one, so that these people will stop making money to buy weapons. And as for this man talking about the bandits to pay tax, there are things that should never be said when you are in position of power. When you are elected in to serve the country, you should be responsible for the words you use. There should be professional, governmental, political words. There are words you can't use, just like people selling granules. Come on now. What tax are bandits going to pay?
I think he's saying that to mock the
I
space
understand.
and to highlight here.
I understand, but there are things that you can't say. I don't know how I don't believe that he should use such words. He should accord the right words for every narrative he's going to, explain to people. He should accord it executively, execute it in a professional manner. You shouldn't put ideas, like exonerating crimes, that they should come and now pay VAT. There are words that shouldn't be said, otherwise you never know. Nigeria can do anything. Like Bravin said, is the only place you can raise a dead body.
All right. Thank you, Pia. Let's go next to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Thank you for staying with us. So to the talking points, you know what they are. Article 6 years Buhari has reversed 60 years with his nepotism and bigotry. This is what Atiku is saying, and is suggesting that Nigeria is negotiable. Your thoughts?
Yeah, we can say the man himself is no different. No different from the man he's criticizing. But one thing is, as long as somebody is also joining in, is aligned with the rest of us, well, even though he's an enemy, we still have to look at him with suspicion. But then we still accept him for what he said. So we don't have to look at the messenger, but the message which he has. So he's right, I would say. That man has really set us back. But we know his motives. I mean, his motive is, a lot of people have said that already. We don't even need to be told. I mean, people knows that suddenly he's been speaking lately. We've been seeing all his moves. He went to, what's it called, Port Harcourt, and then suddenly we hear of the PDP crisis of the attempt to remove secondaries and all of that. And then we know that the permutation has started for 2023. So just so it be relevant, he had to speak to things that is in the heart of many people in Nigeria. Currently, is at the root of many problems in Nigeria. which is the insecurity and the backwardness that this man has set us into. And so that way people could see him as, oh, he's, this is the same thing that these people sold to us back in 2015 when they packaged him as an integrity man, a man who can find a lasting solution to the insecurity posed by the Islamists, the Boko Haram and the rest of them. But eventually we found out that himself is no different. It's just it's even worse than Jonathan. So just to say the whole thing is, I think it's we all know it's just for 2023. It's loading. That's what it is.
Is it the same Tekia or Takia, whatever it is that they use on us?
Yeah, that's the same thing. I mean, like that's the same one Buhari did. I will change $1 to how many naira, So, but then we see all the elderly people will make sure that they have social security. What are we seeing today? Security, I will fix it. What are we seeing today? So all the things, virtually everything he campaigned on, nothing he has delivered. Even though they claim that they are delivering in some areas. I mean, what's the area? I mean, what does it compare to the main thing that is the main thing in the house of Nigerians? Even the school child, I mean, the feeding of the kids in school is not even regular, So people are complaining that they don't even get fed. So you wonder that.
Remember that image of Yemi. They really abused that Yemi Oshibanjo. Remember that image of him sitting in a classroom with school children. Did you see that image?
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh God, that guy has prostituted himself entirely and totally.
They made mockery of that man. It's just, himself is just putting that facade of being an humble man. But we know what himself is up to. If your guy does not contest, maybe he will be the next person to contest that they want to use, because it seems among everybody now, he seems to be the only one that has the kind of the pedigree to be able to, clench that ticket and maybe possibly win the election, because people still like the man. I mean, most Nigerians still believe that if he is allowed to be the president, it's just the stain from this man, from his boss. That is what they will use against them. Perhaps if PDP are able to campaign very well, or any other party is able to campaign very well, if they use that, they hit that point to the Nigerians, that is no difference from his boss. I mean, he was there. What did he do? Did he resign or did he protest about what is going on in his own south, even his own state, Ogun State, where people were being killed? I mean, what did he say? He just kept my mute, and then So we just hope people will see through all of this, and then they'll be able to make a good decision. That is, if ever 2023 will ever come to be. So for me, just in a sentence, it's just playing to the gallery. I mean, playing politics. That's what you're saying.
And the idea of Nigeria being negotiable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nigeria is negotiable. We all know. I mean, I would say we all know that. I mean, those people who are backward thinking people who say it's not negotiable. I just don't understand the rationale behind it. Why you say? I mean, it's a marriage. Even like somebody was saying here, even though you are of the same blood, same mother, same father, you are blood brothers and sisters. If something doesn't go well with you, people can go your separate ways. If husband and wife can go separate ways, people can go separate ways. What is the point? But it's just to say they are so backward thinking that, they always want to use things that would promote their interest.
They want to use gra.
Is that what?
They want to use gra.
Gra now. That's it. Now,
yeah,
so that's what it is. So they just want to. Nigerians, I mean, if he knows that Nigeria is not negotiable, why is he telling the Israelis to allow the what's it called, the Palestinians to self-determine their life? I mean, their own future. Why is he talking about the Rohingyas in Myanmar? So what I mean, these are just hypocrites. They only say things when it serves their own purpose, but when it's against them, they just act the other way. So I mean, they know because. They believe that Palestine can be okay. They want to determine their own future. Want to be a separate state from the state of Israel. And then he was talking about that in the United Nations, the United Nations meeting that they had some time back. And he was talking. He had a platform. They gave him the platform. And then suddenly people within your country says one person says they don't want. I mean, they're not even a member of your tribe. You are a Fulani man. An Igbo man says I don't want to be part of Nigeria anymore. Why don't you just give them a referendum? They said that's what they want. If really Nigeria is sure that people will want to remain one, it's not negotiable. Give them a referendum. Let them do it. If the majority says no, we want to remain with Nigeria, let them remain. Then you prove your point that yes, Nigeria, people wants to be part of Nigeria. People wants to be, just want Nigeria to be indivisible. But that's the democratic thing to do. That's the democratic thing. You just let them go into that referendum. Let them decide. If the Yorubas, they want to go, give them that referendum. Because some people are in Yoruba land, some people are saying that if they conduct a referendum in Yoruba parts, it's going to be 50-50. That's what some people are saying, right? I've been hearing that rumor flying around. But I don't know. But I think majority of Yorubas...
You mean about leaving Nigeria if they conduct referendum about...
Yeah, some people are saying that. Some Yorubas are not...
Who's saying that?
There's one blog, there's one of these YouTuber I was hearing too that was saying that if they conduct a referendum, most Yorubas will not go. They want to remain because of so many things. I don't know. I just don't know because you see, we might be saying this.
Ogogoro talking.
Well, I think so too, but he gave some reasons. There were some reasons he gave that made me think, okay, who knows, probably, but for what I see, I think the diasporans are the ones that are really championing this self-determination. People back home, I tell you, only few, and those few is because they have contacts with people in the diaspora. But those people who don't have contact with people in diaspora, I love them. They just want to still believe in that one Nigeria. They still believe in.
It depends on the
Tinubu.
It depends on the region you are.
Why do you say that?
Because the East.
It said it depends on the region you are in. What you just said. Yeah, go on, Charles.
People want to get out of Nigeria, they do, but it's just the other regions they don't want.
No, Charles, rational mind is right. The people in Nigeria, they are going about their day-to-day life because they are surrendered to the situation that they find themselves in. It is really international people that are looking at this pathway out. But if you bring that information to the Nigerian person on the street that this is a pathway out, they will grab onto it and they will identify with it immediately. It's just because they've not yet been brought to the space.
Yeah,
that's why they may not be aware.
Yeah. One man, can I say something?
Yeah, go on, UK.
Okay. Do you know that on Monday, the guy who was working on my site now, he's a Biafran guy. Do you know that he took off in Port Harcourt?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go to work. Then I was asking him, but this in Port Harcourt, this thing is not going there. Now he said that he's a Biafran, that he can't work that day. That one. And I mean, he was trying to. I tell him, but yeah, quite sure me, I'm a Biafran too. But since it's in the city where you are, they are not observing it. He said that he can't. He argued with. Okay, I said, well, just do your wish. I already pay you. Just do. Well, what Charles said is right. Everything based on the area you are in Nigeria.
Well, maybe in Lagos. Maybe in Lagos. Maybe in Lagos. Because that's where a lot of people are looking at.
UK.
Yeah,
yes.
You see, there is something our people. I grew up in the Southeast, and I joined the army, and I served for over 20 years in the North. Look, no matter how uneducated the northern people are, one thing you cannot take away from them is their pocket radio. You see, pocket radio.
Right, you're right.
You cannot take away pocket radio. They are the information disseminated. What do they call it? Dissemination of information is within their reach. In Hausa, in Fulfude, in Kaje language, in Lantan language, in any kind of language you want to. They have it. But when you come down south, our people every day is business as usual. Business. They don't care. They don't care. That is why these people, whatever that happens within the nation, they will hear it before you. If you look at the history of BBC coming to Nigeria, after the English BBC, it was BBC Hausa. Go and check. It was BBC Hausa. These people always go with their pocket radio. Even if in Lagos, they are listening to what is happening in their own environment. But our people... No, thank you, sir.
That's why they are very politically active. That's why
Mr. D. Yeah, you are right. I remember before I left Nigeria 2000, I went to, during that time, there's one man, the man came from Germany. I will never forget, one reverend, they call it Rehab Bonkin, and he has something to do in Aba. And that time, is when I was doing my, quarter to leave the country. So I went to, there's a place they call Amausa where they change dollar now. So I wanted to get dollar.
Yeah, I know that place. I know that
when
place.
I reached there, that evening when I reached there to change the dollar, I didn't see the people again. No, not knowing that there was killing going in Kaduna. This thing you are just saying, and all of them they left. They left. The big one, those ones that control the dollar, left. So the dollar was scarce at that particular period. I didn't see money to buy, so I have to travel. Okay, I think I later went to Lagos because my interview was the following week. So I have to go to Lagos, and that was my first time going the CMS. That's where I that's where I completed the dollar that I wanted to use to go for my interview. What you say is right, because most that radio that radio is something that give them all the information they need in Nigeria.
Of course, yeah. So
all right, thank you.
Can I ask some rational mind question, please?
Go on.
Rational mind. Do you think Nigeria will split? Yes or no?
I believe there's a potential there for it to split. It's everything written in the handwritings on the wall there.
So are you saying yes now?
Yes.
All right. Let me tell you why.
Point of view. Let me say
let
this.
Me tell you.
From a diaspora point of view. Let me say this. Let me answer your question this way. From a diaspora.
No. Let him land why he's asking it, so you can give a more rounded response. Okay, so land why you're asking it, engineer.
Nigeria will never split. Do you know why?
Go on.
You see, the Igbo, the Hausa, the Yoruba, they are more so special to Fulani man. And the reason why they are so special to Fulani man, one, the Hausas, they cook tuwo for Fulani man to eat. Two, the Yoruba give.
I thought you were going to say something serious, eh?
No, don't please. Two, Yoruba man give Fulani man agbojedi to wash his system and relax. Three, Igbo man provide electronics, which our brother Vine said they have radio in their pocket. So how do you think they want Nigeria to split?
All right. Let's just get back to rational mind. So
give the analysis now.
So from a point of view of the diasporans, I see, and with the news we're seeing coming out from there, there's the every possibility, and I think it's 50-50 for it to split. But then the problem is the people back home themselves. You see, and I think the reason is because of the hardship there. A lot of people have to go look for what to eat and how to take care of their family and all of that, and they're so distracted. And then engineer will always say,
Biafrans are ready.
Yeah,
evidently proven in their
Biafrans are ready.
They are ready.
Well, I mean, even that too is debatable.
Very much so.
Because
stories.
Not a referendum now and see what will happen.
Okay, let me say this. Like engineer will say, BBE Niger has distracted a lot of the youths. A lot of them, they just don't. They just. Maybe if you were not on ground, I mean, you will not understand, because I tell you, I have a lot of people that I chat with from Nigeria every day, and when I start telling them about things, they all look at me like, what are you talking about? I mean, like, are you crazy? I mean, you people just want to scatter this country, okay. That's why some of them, I just start talking to some of them. And these are the same people that will come and be asking you for money. And
you will send money to them, don't worry. You will send it after BB finish.
Okay. So anyway, let me just go to what I'm saying. So the thing is, that's what I say is 50-50. But from the diaspora point of view, I think, yes, it's possible. But from the local setting over there, I think a lot of people are not ready there.
Do you think a lot of these things that we do you think it's essentially a good 80% international and not at all vested within the... I'm saying this because somebody came on this platform once and we're going hard at it about this sit at home and what it means. And the person was in Lagos. It was somebody from the East, and it was saying that nobody in Lagos knows that they are sitting at home in the East, that it is not on the news and it's not being discussed. It is only you people on the internet making noise. So do you think a lot of these things that we do all the time, do you think it's just international and nobody really...
Look at your audience here. I mean, if you sample all of us here, maybe only one person, or if not all of us that are all international. I mean, Vine is not, I know it's not in Nigeria. even though maybe it's in Ghana or maybe here in the US. So a lot of us here, maybe only one person or maybe two you see in the world that comes from Nigeria.
Solomon was in Nigeria, but I think he left. Yeah, carry on. Yeah,
anyway, we have ego too. We used to have ego here too, you know. So, but what I'm trying to say is that it is we the diasporans that are like we are feeling we have this empathy for the people back home, because we see them from when they tell us every day about their situation over there, how miserable their life is over there, and then we keep telling them that this is the way forward for them. But they say no, they just give me money. Let me take care of myself. I'll figure out my life here. You know? They are not ready.
Rational mind. If you can just permit me, and with the host, please, if you can just permit me, rational mind say, where you are, you have good internet network, you have electricity 24/7. But in Nigeria, you don't have electricity. You don't have the internet is so expensive that people cannot even buy it. We have the privilege to do what we do here because of we have the resources to subscribe and have internet connection to do all this thing that we're having. But in Nigeria, it's not so. You see, these are some of the things that is making them not. You see, I listened to Punch during the sit at home. Aba Asa Road is one. If you have been to Aba, because that was where I was brought up. If you have been to Aba, you will see where they call Asa Road. Asa Road is a very long stretch, let me just say, an expressway that connects Aba Ikorekpeni Road and the Port Harcourt. It was deserted.
No, we are not saying we are not saying the sit at home was not successful in the East. What the guy that came on was saying to us was that the impact was not felt nationally, and it wasn't a topic of conversation being discussed in Nigeria. So this is nothing to do with connectivity or the success of that thing locally within its own situation.
Vin is right.
But the dissemination of information comes from what you hear from the electronic media.
Yeah, but they have television. They have television.
No. I mean, there's no light. Reality over there. There's a reality.
And they have radio. Anyway.
The reality there.
No, one man. Nigerian television will never announce anything involving IPOB.
Those are contrary to the government.
Arise will not announce it.
Can I say something?
I'm not sure if Arise announce it, but
can I say something?
Nigerian television doesn't usually report anything about.
You don't expect
it. Was only Punch. It was only Punch. Punch that was showing it live. BBC, then BBC Igbo that was showing it live. I watched it.
Let's hear from Charles. Yeah, go on, Charles.
Like, what you mind is the reason why the Igbos pretend to like Nigeria. Just
they pretend.
Yeah, but they actually want to leave Nigeria. They just pretend for the safety. That's what they do.
Well, I'm hopeful that you like me, Charles. Because I like
one man. No. One man. The tune is turning. The drum is turning around now. Leave Charles to be, to say his mind.
He's saying his mind, but I'll go on, Charles. Land your point, and then we'll go back to rational mind.
White man said that the Igbos in Nigeria want to leave. They're just pretending. They want to really leave, but just pretend for the safety because they know they're not to attack them. So just pretending to like Nigeria.
Okay.
In the heart they want to leave, but just pretending.
All right. I'm not quite sure if that was what rational mind said, but certainly that is what you think.
The thing is, anyway, everybody said it here. I think everybody seems to have a point. There might be some people who just don't want, like he's saying, who doesn't want to put themselves in. Look at what they said. I think some Igbos in the north. They were saying, I don't know if you people saw that. Was it on Channels News or Arise? They were saying they're not part of the Biafra struggle. They don't recognize it, and then that the Oranese Igbo should do something about it. They should silence these people, or the governor should do something. They're putting their life. Those people in the north, they're putting it.
Those people are few. They are few in number. They are not the majority.
They are few. Either they are few or not. That's why I said there are some people who feel like, okay, our life is important to us. Our business is important to us in the north. So you people should not, and maybe really.
Would you say they are few in numbers though? Rational mind, because
compared to the people that we're seeing from the east, you see, one thing I would say is this: the eastern part, I would say 80% of them wants to go.
Okay.
80%.
What are you predicating that upon?
Well, I would say from from my interaction with so many of them, even both locally in Nigeria, locally, they want to go. If you go to many of these, like if you go to this Badagry Expressway, when you're going to this Alaba International Market there, you see some of them, they have their IPOP flag in their store.
Yeah, but Alaba Market is the heartland of the Igbos in Lagos now. So of course, I mean,
I think the Igbos will
if
prepare to leave.
If you speak to the Igbos, they will tell you, a lot of them will tell you they want to go. They know about the Biafran struggle, unlike Yorubas that are not. You see, the problem with the Yorubas is that, you see, this APC taking ground in that area has really made them distracted. I have so many of my friends, some of them are so surprised. Some of them, they widely traveled, and there's none of them dabbling into politics. I'm like, are you people for real? I mean, don't you people see, I mean, some of them are the same people that complain about how they are being treated in that same party, how they are being schemed out. You know, some of them, they were, I mean, fashion of this guy that was the former governor of Ambode, because Ambode is from one of those states, partly. I have some of my people who works for him. A lot of them were complaining how they schemed them out. So what I'm trying to say is this. You see, it's neither here or there. I just hope that, you see, okay, if you listen to what Nandi said, when somebody was calling in digital journalists at one of their last meeting, he was saying to one guy from Osun State, when the guy was saying that they were being killed, I mean, they were being beaten by the police, they tried to protest, and that kind of thing. You see, the point is that he said to them that, look, if you people follow the guidelines of the NINAS, you people will have no problem. We're not telling you people to go start beating police or protesting against police. Follow what you go to our website. But the problem is they don't go to website. They don't read. That is one problem with Nigerians.
But how many people will make that effort? You're asking for a disciplined approach when a lot of the country they're just
we're talking about information, dissemination of information.
Yeah,
we're talking about dissemination of information. Like Vine was saying, Vine has a point. Nigerians, I mean, a lot of Nigerians are distracted. Even when they turn their video, I mean, when they turn on their television.
But that is not dissemination of information. Then that is where their interest lay. Because engineer has been saying to us over the last few days that the attention focus is to BB Nigeria. They have access to that, so if they can access that, which is usually by some form of pay subscription, then surely they have access to information if they really want information. So it's really where they want is.
The dissemination of information. It is the people themselves. Oh, sorry, please. Let me quickly make this point. Some of them, even when they have internet, even when they have some, what do? They go on Facebook. They are Facebooking. They are doing chatting. They don't use that time when go. Like I was trying to explain how to do this cryptocurrency business to somebody. He was asking me to teach you. I said, look, guy, go online. You read. You will see all these things there. Don't be asking me all these questions. But they want you to just land them and just put them.
This is it.
Yeah,
I was telling. Can I interject? Yeah, you will in a moment. Just to add on to what Rational just said. Just 1 second, UK. Just in that space, I was saying to one of my cousins, I was telling him about cryptocurrencies, trying to just the rudiments, just to introduce him. And they'll say, let me send you money and then do it for, don't send, why would you send me money when I'm just going to, so yeah, what you said, I agree with that. But UK, yeah, let's hear from you.
Okay, yeah, what I want to say is that, do you know that our people, we have that kind of layback life? You know, like I noticed that a lot of Nigerians, even some people, when I see them, more especially people who come from Nigeria, once they come here, that labor spirit is still in them. Like for them to do something, you know, they want somebody to, even like as I'm telling you, because this thing in my family, because my two sisters, they are married. But sometimes when I ask them something, do you know that people that doesn't even relate with me even eat my money more than my own sister, because they have that kind of labor spirit. When you ask them to do something, they are not motivated to do that thing. You know, they say they will tell you it is well.
It sounds like that irritates you. Does that irritate you?
Tomorrow, it does.
Tomorrow
hold on. I can hear the irritation in your voice, UK.
Yes, it does, because they don't even come up. But like other friends who are over there, they come up with idea. Because me, I'm that kind of person. When you come up with idea, if I want to support you, I will support you. You know, but just come up with idea. Because I always tell them, I'm not, I mean, my sister, they don't bother me for asking me money. For sure, they don't bother me. But sometimes I'll begin to say, but I've been giving other, but this is my sister. They can't even think and say, okay, look at what I want to do. Yeah, quite sure I mean, they are okay. But for you to, make something that you are doing to be more distinct, to expand it. But why don't you come up with idea? At least I can support you. The little I can support you.
Okay.
So that laid back spirit that's why when every time they'll keep asking you for money.
And if you don't give them money, they get mad at you.
Do you agree with Buhari when he said youth are lazy now?
No, forget Buhari, engineer. Let's go back to
see the thing is this. Let's not forget one point. The thing is this.
Yeah.
Some of us can attest to this too. While we were there in Nigeria, some of us who were back in Nigeria, when we have, like me, one thing about me is I've traveled so far. I mean, I left home at the age of 17. I left home. My first travel was when I was 17 years. I traveled out of Nigeria on my own. So what I'm trying to say is this: the problem with Nigerians, our people, is this: they've been conditioned that country. There's a spirit, or there's this air flowing there when you just inhale it like this.
The spirit of the Gurudu.
Not everything is
juju.
Okay, go on.
I think it's the setting there. It's the way they've so. I mean,
Nigeria is a unique and a peculiar space unto itself. You have to be Nigerian to understand that mindset, and if you are not Nigerian, you will never ever understand it. People will just
a lot of them are reluctant to want to get out of that bubble. That space. Some of them you see, what is wrong with you? Why don't you fight for yourself? Why don't you do something for yourself? They'll say, my brother,
Stockholm
the
syndrome.
right atmosphere. They always give you one excuse. That is the problem with it. It's just the mindset.
Now. They love being victims. Yeah,
that is just it. So that's the problem. So that's just
hold on. I want to progress the conversation with your permission, Vin. Let me take you then to America, Rational Mind, and speak to what Lai Mohamed is saying. He says those criticizing Buhari seeking medical treatment abroad are out to demarcate him, and is adding on to that Nigeria is not and cannot be a failed state. So Lai Mohamed speaking to the international space. What are you making of his comments?
Lai Mohamed, like they call him, Lai Mohamed, as some people call him, So I think he's just doing his job. Like some people already said here. I just think the man is doing his job. Where I knew that this man was going to be a terrible man if I thought APC gets into problem. I mean, into government back then. He was a spokesman for the APC then during the 2015, and he did a very good job. He's spewing propaganda at that time. Even some of the things he was saying, we knew that maybe PDP then was trying to cower them, still fear in them, and then he was making noise everywhere. But then the thing is, as soon as they get in there now, they are the one doing the same thing that the PDP was trying to do to them back then during Jonathan. See, that's to tell you that these people, they're all a bunch of hypocrites. So what do you expect? That was why I knew that this man is going to be a real danger if at all he gets into the government. Whatever position he's given, this man will continue this propaganda. So I think
he's after the Kwara State governorship seat as well. That is going to be his.
But I think they're already scheming him out already, because already they said it's not even. I think the last this is their World Congress they did. I think they said his own people lost out, his own faction lost out of it.
Because he considers the Saraki family his arch enemy. This is it. He has been fighting that family pretty much all his life.
Saraki is not in the APC anymore.
No, for ownership of Kwara State, for dominion over that space.
I think it has always been between the the Belgore family and the Sarakis.
Yes, but he is trying to play himself into that space. That is his policy. I think he's going to, at the end of this tenure, is going to try and go for that. I think this is just my own thinking.
Let's see. Well, for me, I just think he's just doing his job as he is. Lying. What kind of a reasonable country would allow his own head of state go abroad and then you leave? We're not saying we should not go abroad for medical checkup, but at least make sure that everything in your country is okay when it comes to health. Maybe you go abroad to seek professional care for a particular thing that cannot be done in your country. But look at the country itself. The health system is just You left.
It's just the
when
hypocrisy, like you said, rational mind, because this was one of his marquee campaign points that is going to end medical junkets.
Yeah, so you see, we should not take these people serious. Even like we're talking about Atiku, it's just because he wants to get there. As soon as he gets there, we're going to see a repeat of all this crap that he's been doing to us.
All right, thank you. Let me now take you to a financial space, and I'll just give you three topics then for you to address. Government agencies hiding revenue whilst Buhari goes are borrowing. 5 trillion missing. Auditor General tries to cover up. So those two spaces first, and then yes, those two spaces, and add the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò narrative to that as well, speaking to the amount of money.
Because I was distracted here by something. You said you talk about Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, so it's talking about the money that was being paid out to the
kidnappers.
Well, I think I already said something on that line. You see, the thing is, it's terrible. I mean, it's terrible. That's to tell you how Nigeria is gradually. I mean, I think for me, Nigeria is a failed state already. It's not when there's an all-out an all-out war. I mean, everywhere. At least with the chaos going on everywhere, every here and there. I mean, on a daily basis, there's no way you won't hear of any killings. You will hear of killings. I mean, if it's just maybe somebody died in an accident, or maybe he fell from a tall building, or maybe he drowned while he was trying. I mean, that is understandable. But these are being people that were killed, murdered by either their countrymen or by foreign men that came in, the foreign people that came in there and take over the space, which should not be in a country. So if a country is like that, that's a failure on the part. It was the security architecture. They're just clueless. Because if they have clue as to what to do, they should have fixed this problem. Man, look at you were able to put down the insurrection in a southeast or whatever we call it, and maybe in the southwest as well. But you leave the north all away. I mean, leave them all there. I mean, you're not doing anything about it. Zamfara is there. Niger State is there. Kebbi State is there. Even Sokoto now, we heard about the killing in Sokoto of people that were killed in Sokoto. What is going on? And this is a country that has secure. I mean, when you have something like this, multiple events happening like this, it tells you that that country is already in a full. I mean, it's a full failed state. It's not just because they still have a government, a central government there, and people still sit in the parliament. No, people are dying on a daily basis, and you are doing nothing. You are helpless in the face of all of this. That is a failed state.
Okay.
This man is right by what he said.
Okay. And the government agencies hiding revenues from the administration, not remitting it to the TSA, and the Auditor General trying to do double talk on a missing 5 trillion naira amount.
You see, the thing with this whole thing of the TSA, which they said that this man started in his own time, or maybe never implemented it, that is Jonathan. And then this man fully now did it, and then you can say, start thinking, integrity has come, and then they have a one seat like the U.S. government. Let me give you an example. The U.S. government has a central, they call it whatever. In fact, they are the people that does everything for them. Like when FBI catches people that with illegal cryptocurrency, they are the one that sell it for them. They are also attached to the Federal Reserve Bank. U.S. Treasury. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a single account. If you go to the post office here, anything you buy, the money still go remitted to even though they have their own separate account, with that same single account, they have one. Every entity, but everything goes into one single account. So that is what they did in Nigeria, which we were thinking maybe that would cut all the
loopholes,
shenanigans of stealing and everything. But trust Nigerians will always figure out a way. They will always figure out a way. That's one thing that's surprising in that country. There's nothing you do. Look, we're talking about Osh Poppy. How could they have been able to do it? Because Nigerians are very smart when it comes to how to steal.
Nigerian politicians.
Can I say something? Can I say something? One more.
Yeah, come in UK. Yeah.
See, we are not smart. Sometimes, this our corruption and stealing is not what we call about smartness. Because had it been we are smart, like had it been we have this kind of number these people have here, this social, had it been there's a social in Nigeria, all this nonsense will stop. That's why they don't want to do it.
Trust, my brother. No. You're talking about social security.
Yes,
do people not
that's why.
have
I mean, that's what they can. That's why they can track any part of the world you go. That's why they can track you.
It will limit it. But let me say something to you. I mean, is it not Yoruba people? I mean,
sorry, is that not what they are doing with this NIN or what? Is that not the social security number?
Yes, but they can't. Yeah, that is what they're trying to inculcate now into the system. But I don't think they can do it because they don't even have the will. That's why I still tell you this lay-back policy or lay-back. Our people, I don't know. So
okay. Let me say something to you. They said Oyibo we do pencil and do eraser too. Even here in the United States, I know many illegal immigrants here that are working with fake social security number. I mean, how do they get it? I mean, of course,
yes,
people don't die, or they use their brother. What I'm trying to say is people can still bypass things.
No, for that one,
it will limit it. I know it will limit it. It would limit it. So the thing about Nigeria, Nigeria is a very you see, we're just talking about Nigeria here. To fix Nigeria, my brother, don't be smart, anybody that want to fix that country, we go ready. Because with that TSA, we thought maybe they were able to cut down at least more than 90% on these missing funds.
You people are going too far. You people are going too far.
Okay, go on.
White man brought Yahoo. Nigerians brought Yahoozy. They brought Yahoozy again. They now bring Yahoo Plus. It's
I mean, Nigeria is just it's a unique country when it comes to all this corruption.
It's peculiar, even it's a very peculiar country, isn't it?
I don't just know because I thought that TSA it was a good
you know that TSA in theory and even still is a good idea because how it should happen is the country has one solid account thing, and then within that account you have all these sub agencies that remit, yes, and that is all managed by the central bank. So when you go and buy your whatever, when you are paying whatever it is at the customs, you get that receipt that is numbered to that account, so that payment goes straight into, so everything should go straight into that account just automatically. But what these people are doing is what these people are doing is they are then opening other bank accounts within commercial banks to warehouse payments and then transit it into the TSA, which is not what the law is. So, like you said, they always find a way to circumvent.
They'll find a way. Nigerians, I tell you, Nigerians are just so too. Well, I won't call them they are smart, but evilly smart in that way. That's how I would.
They're criminal by nature. This is what
criminal,
it is.
Yeah, criminal-minded people. So you see, that is just it. We always find a way to beat the system. That is how Nigeria is.
Yeah. So okay. One man. Do you know that I have a friend who is from Namibia? This guy when we're discussing, he'll be telling me about their country. Do you know that today I went to the Google. So I was doing research about the country, man. I think if that Nigeria, if I can't make it, if I can't go back to Nigeria, maybe I'll put my head to Namibia.
I'm telling you.
It's a German country, isn't it? It's a German country.
It was formerly under German country.
Yeah, very, very quiet country.
Very clean,
the population
and a big land mass as well. It's one of those safari countries. Is it one of those safari countries?
Yeah. If you see their road network, Lagos, we don't even have any, even from Abuja to any part of Nigeria. We don't even, their road network is superb. It's number one
in Africa. It's the best in Africa. Yeah, that's what they said.
UK.
Yes.
You said something earlier on. One man is trying to convince you to still, go back to Nigeria and invest. Now you're still mentioning another country. I think the best thing now, they need to find a Yoruba woman for you just to capture you and keep you in Lagos. That's it.
I think people want a footing in Africa, but just where that footing is, because even Ajanle Koko and I a couple of weeks ago were talking about Benin Republic. Where you can still have a Yoruba experience, but you don't feel that you have to be on guard every night fearing for your life. So we all want that African experience, and Nigeria should be our natural home, but of course, an unwelcoming environment. Now, thank you, Rational Mind. Just for reasons of time, let's move it on to Charles. So, Charles, now we have you fully. Are you with us, Charles?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what the talking points are. Nigeria unity non-negotiable. Buhari's bigotry regressing the country by 60 years. And yes, just those two first. Yeah, Nigeria a failed state,
It's
yes
so
or no?
funny. It's so funny to me when they say Nigeria unity not when they are the one divide the country. They are divide the country. They want unity. How do you mean unity when they divide the country by killing people? I'm sorry for Benue State. All these small ethnic groups are dying, are being killed by the Fulani, killing all the ethnic groups out. That's what they want. They want to kill all the. See, the North want to kill all the. They want them to be dominant. So they basically want to kill all the ethnic groups. They want to kill all of them out. So to dominate Nigeria. That's what they do. They have a plan to take over Nigeria. That's what they do. They want to kill all the small ethnic group. They want to kill small ethnic group and dominate Nigeria. That's why I'm worried. They have a plan. They're doing something. They want to take over the Igbo and Yoruba. They want to take over Nigeria. And it's so funny. If you say want to say Nigeria, why you divide the country? See, Biden knows what he's doing. He want to divide the country. He want to take over Nigeria he want Nigeria to be an Islam country, like Afghanistan.
Are they killing them like chickens, Charles?
What I'm saying, Biden doesn't like Biden doesn't like people who are Christian. He doesn't like Christian. I know he doesn't like people who are Christian. He wants them to be wiped out. So we can take over the country.
I don't think he wants anybody to be wiped out. He just wants to have dominion over people. This is what I think he wants.
And they just be like Afghanistan. I'm sad to say this. They just be like in Afghanistan in a few years. I'm going to say this right now. They just be like in Afghanistan where we're going to take over the country. It's going to happen. Because the Southern government weak. They're standing there. They know something's going to happen soon. They're standing there. Standing those engines, just taking the money the North is giving them.
All right. Thank you. And let me take you now to Biafra land and to Anambra State and the elections coming up. Charles Soludo, former...
yeah, I want that guy to be elected.
You want him to be elected. But what do you think his chances are when he can't even be on the ticket?
Because if they give to APC, that's worse. We know what they did to Imo State. We don't want that to happen in Anambra State. The steal election. We don't want that to happen. They need the people to choose. The guy in Imo State is shame unto the guy in Imo State governor.
Uzodinma, his name is.
That is evil guy. The body put him in where the other guy should be in. Shame unto him.
Well, he would take the position if it's given. Would you not take it if it was given to you? He saw the opportunity and he took it.
Yeah, but he that guy. That guy showing the money. Imo State is worse than that bad word. Showing the money.
Is that your home state? Which state are you from?
Anambra.
So
see, you can tell when someone steal your money. If a government steal your money, that's evil guy. I could say people are evil. People who steal money from the poor people, he's evil. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be fixing the infrastructure, care about your people. That's one thing I hate about the Nigerian government. They don't care about themselves. They don't care about the people. They care about the money they earn. You know that? You know when people become rich. You know that in Nigeria, some become government, they eventually become rich somehow. You see, they won't be because they're stealing the money. Yeah, that's the corruption. Corruption is everywhere.
Oh, all right.
Even the
let me take you out of Igbo land, Charles, and let's go on a journey to Yoruba land. The Ariano Kakamfo, he is telling us that over 3 billion naira has been paid out to headsmen kidnappers just in the last 2 years, and that has impacted on at least 400 people. So some data now to data headsmen activity in Yoruba land. What are you making of it, Charles?
That's sad. I think we shouldn't give money to headsmen. The headsmen using that money to buy guns.
No, they are kidnapping people for ransom. So this is money paid in ransom. You cannot.
Yeah, but Nigeria had to do something about it. I was thinking it was. People can't even travel. People now can't even drive in Nigeria no more. People are scared to even drive. That's sad. People have to fly. People are even scared to even drive because they'll be kidnapped. Even one of my cousins was kidnapped in Abuja. He was almost kidnapped by a husband in Abuja. That's sad.
He was, she was, or
he was
almost was. Almost, okay. All right.
That's why I'm scared of Nigeria. I'm very scared.
Yeah, no, I think we all are scared of Nigeria a little bit. So, why is to be scared of Nigeria?
What's Biden just standing there You do nothing. Why don't you speak to these people? They speak the same language. Why are you doing this? Speak to these people. Say, stop. But he's not. He's not speaking to these people. Say, stop doing. But you know what he's doing? He's doing a secret plan with them. That's what he's doing.
And what do you think that secret plan is?
All these horsemen, they have a boss. Everything have a boss. Somebody's controlling them.
You know, I agree with you, Charles. I agree with you that they must have a boss, because a lot of these headsmen, they wouldn't even know how to acquire some of these weapons, never mind planning and operation. So they're being orchestrated by somebody, and this is really where the
I got
security...
a feeling Meteor is the boss. I got a feeling that guy's the boss, Meteor.
Meteor, yes, I think we all share that suspicion with you.
Because they actually, why did they open the border north? Let all people come in like nothing. They let me check these people coming in from the north, Niger, from Libya.
Yes, it's a virtual borderless space, the north, because they just stroll in and out of the country at will, and once they are in the country, they just cascade to the south.
What is the Northern government doing there? Then people come in.
Because they are his people, and Buhari himself has said that the borders between Nigeria and Niger Republic is artificial, and it has not affected the relationship of the two countries. So he doesn't recognize any border there.
It makes me sad when you hear Benue State. It makes me sad what happened in Benue State. People being killed there. Very sad.
Well, sadly, that repeats in every state in the country. So not just Benue State, everywhere.
I think what Fulani is doing, they want to start taking over the state. They take Benue, eventually after Benue take a Nugo state. That's what they're doing. Taking east state out eventually. That's what they're doing. They're going down south. That's what they're planning. Because the Benue state is already gone. Now they go to Niger and Anambra. They're gonna take over.
And I think that plan is in its advanced stages. That plan to take over. Yeah. But let me take you to a different place, Charles. Let's go to America, where you are. Lai Mohamed is there with you, and is telling us that Nigeria is not a failed state, and people criticizing Buhari are trying to demarcate him.
That guy makes me laugh sometimes. That guy is just talking. He doesn't know. He doesn't think where he talk. He's just talking rubbish. That guy. Why he turns the program? You know, Nigeria's the first state. He just start to please the world. Just pretend Nigeria is good, because everyone knows Nigeria is the first state. Everyone knows that. He tried to please the world, just pretending. That's Nigeria. They all please the world, just pretending. They like to lie to the world.
Do you not think he has to say that, being a Nigerian minister? Do you not think he has to? Do you expect him to say anything different? Is that not what he has to say?
I know you have to say that, but I just say the truth. Don't say lie to the world. That's what no one. That's what I like.
So you expect him to hold a press conference in New York as the Nigerian minister and tell them that Nigeria is a failed state?
With Nigeria. You actually said why Nigeria hated in Africa? You actually said in South Africa Nigeria hated. The reason why, because after our government making Nigeria hate around the world. That's a fact.
A lot of it has to do with envy and jealousy, though. In places like South Africa and Ghana, they wish they were us, but they are not us.
The government shows the people. The government shows how you act. The government acting bad, then the world cannot even trust you.
We can't be like Nigeria, bro.
Never, not in a million years. Nigerians are like Americans to Africans, Charles.
We can never be like Nigeria. Nigeria is fantastically, it is a fantastically corrupt country. So we can't be like you people. You don't have light, you don't have roads, you cannot provide water for your people. You dig borehole, people dig borehole. So what are you proud of? You are super chickens, bro. You're super chickens.
What's amazing Nigeria, they actually have all the billionaires in Nigeria have money. Money. And actually channel for loan. See, I ask, what are the billionaires doing? The billionaires have money. What are they doing? Just standing there, eating all the money. They should help the billionaires who have money.
All right. Okay. Speaking to that billionaire space, Charles, the House of Representatives is saying that government agencies are not remitting money into the federal accounts. So, for instance, you have like a customs agency that collects money on behalf of the government, but rather than paying it into the government's coffers, that money is being disappeared. So all of that money that they are not paying into the government's coffers is sufficient enough to meet a lot of these borrowings that the country is doing. So money is not being remitted. What are your thoughts on that, Charles?
Why not you buy money? They have billionaires there in the country who could give them money. But see,
No, they're not going to. What do you mean? Give them money? Who is going to do? The billionaires in America give America money,
and the worst
their own personal money.
The guy in Kogi State is the worst guy. The guy in Kogi State is the worst guy. He was a billionaire. He literally took all the Kogi State money and buy cars. That guy.
Who's that? Dino Milaye?
Yeah, that guy's weird. He lives in lavish. You know what he's doing.
Yeah. All right. I don't think Dino Milaye. He is rich, but in Nigerian terms, I'm not quite sure if he's great wealth.
That's how I understand. Why not get borrowing money when all the rich people have money? That doesn't make sense. So basically, rich people eating the money. Eating the money, the poor people.
No. Sorry, what are you saying? Why would Nigeria not borrow money because they have rich people? Rich people are not obliged to sign checks to the country. Rich people don't sign checks to America in America. America borrows money from the international market just like any...
Rich people in America are not corrupt. That's the difference.
So how do they use the money they borrow?
Who told you that? Who told you that, Charles? America is the most corrupt country on the planet. It's only because you can insulate it. That's why.
I know they're corrupt, but I'm saying rich people in Nigeria are corrupt. Especially because Igbo land, there's a lot of corrupt rich people there in Igbo land.
All right. Okay.
Except for Davido, he's nice. Like
who is
Davido.
Nice? Davido, look at that. What's your favorite Davido song? Is it Yoma?
Yeah.
Look at that. But the Davido is a Yoruba man, married to an Igbo girl. What are you making of that?
Nigeria eventually can be broke. Nigeria in debt.
No, Charles will marry Yoruba woman. That's just
Charles is looking forward to Amala.
Nigeria eventually be a broke country.
Charles, have you ever eaten Amala before? Before? Do you know what Amala is?
Yes.
How about Owedu?
Have you eaten it before?
I eat garlic soup. I eat everything.
No, Amala. You don't know. Describe Amala to me. What is it?
Everything, including dog meat.
Hold on.
I've eaten goat meat before.
Oh, do you know what Amala is, Charles?
I don't know what that is. What is that? That Igbo food or Yoruba food?
Yoruba food.
No, I don't eat Yoruba food. So I don't know.
You don't eat Yoruba food.
I eat Igbo
it's
food.
Yam. Charles, let me help you.
No, he doesn't know. Hold on, please, Alvin. Outside of Gari, apart from Gari, can you name another Igbo meal? Not Gari.
I eat okpa, I eat yam, I eat plantain, I eat all type of food.
Plantain is not Igbo food.
Yes.
So you don't know. Name Igbo soup. Name two Igbo soups.
I eat any type of Igbo soup.
Look at that.
But I don't know the name, I just eat it.
Your diet is hot dogs and burger, isn't it, Charles? You are an American, so why is it hot dogs and burger, whatever it is you people are trying to be an Igbo man. You're an American, be proud of it. All right, thank you, Charles. Always a delight to hear from Charles. So from Charles, let's go now to engineer, who we have not. Actually, let's go to Ego Beta, who seems to be a new. We always like to acknowledge our new faces. So Ego, good to see you. I hope you have been following and you know what the talking points are. So now just speak to the space, speak to whatever inspired you to come join us. Good to see you.
There's not much to say. I just start following actually, but I'm a bit behind. But if you can ask me direct question.
Okay. Atiku Abubakar has come out to say that in 6 years, Buhari's bigotry and nepotism has destroyed 60 years of hard work in terms of national cohesion and blending the ethnic nationalities of Nigeria together. And it's also saying that Nigeria is negotiable. There's no such thing as non-negotiable. So Atiku's words, just your thoughts on those.
Truly, yeah. Nigerian is negotiable. But to be honest, we need more younger generation to be saying things about Nigeria now. To be honest, Atiku Abubakar has had its time. Let him open his boss, because a lot of people are starving in that country, kids, children, old people, and pensioners, everybody is suffering because of the loot of people like Atiku itself. So, it's within his rights, just like they say, human rights, people are freedom of speech and everything. Yeah, is in order. Like I cannot shoot the messenger. I cannot shoot the message, but I can shoot the messenger. So he's not excluded from this problem that we're facing in the Nigerian space. So the more we the younger generation start getting notice that, you know,
no, where would that be though? Where would that be? When is this involvement from this younger generation going to take place?
Yeah, but they need a leader, and basically, they need a leader. You understand? And people are leading on the front.
70% of the country, I think they say under 35, under 40, and you can't find a leader amongst yourselves.
There is a leader. There is a leader. We have Nnamdi Kanu.
Look at that.
We have Nnamdi Kanu.
It didn't take us long to get there.
It's roasting in the oven. Then we got Igboho, which is still roasting in the oven.
Yes.
But, then
he's getting fat in Abuja.
Shore, yeah, he's doing his bit. But at the end of the day, you know, we as a people, we need to get ourselves collective and form a front, because look at what is happening in Afghanistan. Do you understand? A lot of people, we got people like what is his name? This Goodluck Jonathan spokesman during his time.
Abati.
Reno. We have Reno Omokri coming up with his own insinuation. We have what is this guy again? Minister of Aviation.
Lai Mohamed.
No, Aviation. Coming with his own utterance and all those kind of things.
Let me ask you a question, Igo. Can you think of a human being more annoying than Reno Omokri? Do you know anybody more annoying than that guy?
Those two people are clown. Those two people I just mentioned, they are clown. They're confused, basically. These are confused people, and they can't lead this generation. The thing is that we have more educated, more sophisticated people in this our day and age, and people need to start picking up their space. They need to start filling up the gaps, because at the end of the day, these people got nothing to offer anymore.
Do you think there's too much lethargy amongst the younger generation? Just laissez-faire attitude. This or somebody else will do it. Nobody wanting to. You said you need leadership, but nobody is showing leadership traits.
Trust me,
I cannot think of somebody under 35 that has a voice in Nigeria.
Yes. Nigerian breed leadership. Everybody is a leader in Nigeria. The problem is that when you have these people,
bullying your wife is not leadership. You know, are you talking about what are you saying?
Look, let's be realistic. We know that this government, they are criminals. Nothing but they are all criminals. When you have the police, the police doing their bidding, the army doing their bidding, have everybody doing that. What do you expect? You think who want to die? No matter, you need freedom, but you don't want. We all need freedom, but even a soldier is not going to a battlefield, just to kill itself. No, if that should be the case, the British wouldn't be pulling out from the Afghanistan, and US wouldn't be pulling out from Afghanistan, because nobody wants to die. But
Igo, have you heard of a reggae musician called Peter Tosh? Peter Tosh. Have you heard him?
I know Peter Tosh.
Everybody wants to go to heaven. Complete it. Everybody wants to go to heaven. There you go. So you want all these things, but you don't want to pay the price.
No, just look at Nigerian space now today. We're talking today as at now, me and you. Twitter is not working in Nigeria. Do you understand? So many things they're trying to if you just mistakenly type anything in the social media, they come after you with DSS. Look, DSS now, their job these days is not even to look at terrorism index anymore. Their job is to look at young man who is a social media influencer who is talking about the government. The last time I checked, the governor of Damaturu or somewhere was holding DSS, interviewing him because he said Buhari should die. Do you understand? That is the job of DSS, to check who is insulting Buhari and who is insulting the government. Do you understand? So everybody is a target until people move ahead and do something, and which I'm very grateful to this. What is this man name? This Yoruba Oduduwa nation leader.
Igboho?
No, not Igboho.
Aketoye.
That want to lead the 1 million man march in America. Although it might be a speculation, but if that should happen, it's a good thing.
No, they're inviting everybody to come down. If you can travel down to America, and then just obviously 1 million man is just like a tag name, but just a mass of people are sat in a position. They want to make noise so that the world will feel it.
Because when you look at the Nigerian space now, nothing to be proud of anymore. If you want to, even though you have billions, you can't go and invest in that country. Be you Nigeria. Me, I have house in Abuja. I'm scared. Do you understand? I have house in Makodi. I'm scared. So what will happen to my house? To my houses? So if I have money now, if I have £1 now, I have to keep it here. Do you understand? I have to keep it inside my Toto purse because I can't afford to put anything, nothing to be proud of in that country anymore, brother. Nothing. Everything has gone shamble. The economic is gone, derogated. Like people cannot even feed.
And you don't see that brighter day. Because Ovia will come here and tell us that every great nation goes through this difficult period that Nigeria is experiencing.
I beg. Yeah, one man. Based on what Ego is talking about, I think because I would even like to travel like November to go and shut down all my accounts. You know,
that you are trying to encourage you, yeah.
No, my brother, do one quick. Because all my money now, I don't use and buy land because
my dollars, because I have the I know how much is in that, and the bank.
You can't even call your money back. When you call your money back to Europe, my brother, you will weep like a baby. So you will weep like a baby. Because the money is being devalued. Everything is stagnate. Nothing.
No. What me I did? I don't put in naira. So I was putting in dollar because I know that, dollar. At least
lucky.
It will be safe. It will be safe. But I'm thinking anytime I just go there, I will shut down the whole account.
You cannot trust that country.
I would not encourage that. But then, of course, you're a man of your own decision, UK. I will always encourage to have at least a foot in Nigeria, just, because you'll be very surprised that things can turn suddenly very quickly and then go in the right. Everybody knows that things cannot continue this way. So that then means that things then necessarily have to turn and get better because it cannot continue the way it is. And I think that acknowledgement is universal within Nigeria. Yeah.
50 something years, you are still wearing drawers. 50 something years, you are still wearing drawers. And when are you going to wear trousers?
Well,
60 something years.
No. Ovia will come here and tell you how long it took America. But Ego Beta, is it Ego Beta? Yes.
Ego Beta.
Ego Beta,
right? Ego Beta. Now now that is the word. We just Ego Beta, but he has never get better.
Na poor man prayer. Ego Beta na poor man prayer.
That's it, no.
Yes. But good to hear from you. You're UK based, are you?
Yeah, I'm in the UK.
Oh, okay. So we should be hearing more from you. Then you don't have a problem of data or anything. So now we're speaking to that space, of course, and the person responsible, Buhari, those criticizing Buhari seeking medical treatment abroad are looking to demarket him. This is Lai Mohamed, and he's saying that Nigeria is not a failed state, not even close to that. So what are your thoughts on these comments by the information minister?
But how do you feel when you measure Lai Mohamed? Lai Mohamed, look, this is a granddad that have, look, his children, they're up to 40 years of age. What is he do? Look, what is he doing? What is he doing?
Buhari is 80 now and he's a president. So look, until they die, they will not let you go. Even after they are dead, they will still confront.
We still fall on the same circles. Look. Me now, look. Me, I'm 35. Do you understand? I'm in my prime age now. I'm 35. I've got a master's degree here in the UK. Look, people like us should be making decisions, facing the global world. People like you should be facing the other countries, you know, based on economic growth for the nation. Then we have people like our grandfather they're supposed to be in their retire, you know, pension age, you know,
But it go better if you look at the Nigerian space. If you look to the future, 2023 is looking like either Tinubu or this Atiku that we're discussing now. So forget it. They will never let you go ever. You know, what did you say? Peter Tosh said, yeah? There is no way out now. You know, there is no way out. There is no way out.
Okay, don't you look at the news?
One of them
Tinubu and Buhari together. Even Buhari look younger than Tinubu. So
yes.
Where are we going?
Yes. Tinubu tells you he's 68. Even though his first daughter is 60.
But what is
Tinubu is 68, 69, his first daughter is 60.
Has already possessed half of Lagos. More than half of Lagos. What are you looking for?
Nigeria don't finish.
Very soon, Nigeria will be looking for people with working stick to rule the country.
He owns everywhere in Lagos. Tinubu owns everywhere, even own people. What are you looking for?
Nigeria is a breed of change. Where dollars currencies don't get old.
You see that question, what are you looking for? Ego better. That is just exactly the point. So it's not about money anymore. I think we can all agree that for somebody like Tinubu, it's still about money, but not really about money anymore. These people, they have nothing else to do other than just to have that control and sit on top of you. And Buhari is a good example of that. This guy fought for 30 years, 20 years to be president of Nigeria. And then he got into that space. He cannot do anything. It's just, so they just want to sit on top of you. This is all they want. And they will continue to do it. Because you saw that meeting in London between Buhari and Tinubu. That same meeting took place in 2015. And that brought Buhari in. And they are having that meeting again in now 2021. So that tells you then, you guys have to fight for it because it's not. They're not going to let you have it. You have to fight for it.
Although the good thing is that, you know, no matter how people despise the IPOP and despite agitating and all those things, you know, we now know that, you know, IPOP have now created an alliance with the Ambazonia, you know, on the back door.
You were doing so well. I said you were doing so well. Now you are going to IPOP.
But is that not the song? Nnamdi Kanu is another savior.
One man giving Python dance.
Python with it. Look, my brother, look, relax. The Python dance, now we form them. You understand? Now we form them. So nothing. Nobody. Look, this country, the country is very annoying. Let me tell you the truth. It's very. How can you even call Nigeria a country, man, my brother?
Are you an Igbo man?
Me, I'm not an Igbo.
You're from Benue?
I'm from Benue.
Okay. Doma?
All right. Okay.
Doma.
Anya.
Abule.
Abaine.
Now you know that way talk now. But if you look at it very well, there is nothing like Idoma. We are all Biafran.
You are a Biafran? You consider yourself a Biafran?
I am a Biafran. Of course.
Oh, God.
I am a Biafran. Look, there is no, if that is what they call that region, I'm from that region. I am a Biafran.
So you will go with the Igbos if they break away?
It's not about I'm going with Igbos. I'm not going with Igbos. I'm Igbo. That is what you need to know. I'm Igbo. It's not that I am going with the Igbos or going with look, I was born in the north. I grew up in the north. You understand? I grew up in Kano. You know, but what I know is that what is going on is wrong. Niba Jakin Kanu Bane Alaji. The
Are you trying to rendition me? Are you plotting to rendition me? Don't plot and rendition me in some
The thing is that
to Mandela.
Look, one man, I will say one thing, yeah. You see what I want to say?
Yeah.
You know, look, Nigerian has gone beyond redemption. However, Nigerian, we are all a collective people that we have become one in one instinct. Do you understand? We are one. No matter how we like it, the intermarriage has taken place.
Igor Beta. How do you identify? I mean, how do you identify Hausa and Fulani people?
Look, the Fulani,
like the real Hausa person. How do you know them?
Look, an Hausa man is a peaceful man, and the Fulani man is a peaceful man. Do you understand? I'm telling you reality now, but don't forget, everybody have ancestors, have cousin, brothers. You understand? And Nigerian is a kind of country that, you know, is a collective people from different African countries. Either you like it or not, there are Ghanas in Nigeria that they are Nigerian now today. There are Nigerians in Ghana that they are Ghanaian today. So the Fulanese, these are the only African race that never forget their lineage. I'm telling you reality. If you go to half of Gambia are Fulani, and the Fulanese in Nigeria still recognize that their brother across the border. They still recognize thank you. So this is what is causing all this problem that we are facing today. And those ones that have lived in the bush, live in all those kind of area, they don't respect human life because all they know, this is what they know. And if they ever need people talks to use, these are the people that this elite they're using. It's not the problem we are having. It's not Nigerian. Yeah.
Igor Beta.
I hear you.
So, I just want to tell you something.
I hear you.
You see, Fulani man is unforgiving. He or she has unforgiving heart. That is why, and those one we call the local, the house Fulanese, they are not there to trouble you. They are like advanced party. In the military, that's what we call advanced party. Those ones are the ones that will go there to clear the water for them, make everything sound nice as they are. You know me, I served in the north as well. You see, so, but if you provoke them, this same house Fulani will not be the people that will attack you. The people that are going to attack you, that is what they call Akwera Rama. If you do me something wrong, you know what I'm talking about. That's what they call Akwera Rama. I will come and beg, like say one man, I wrong one man, then I come to one man, I'll tell one man, please, I am sorry. One man will tell me, okay, I've heard you, but Kwanakimbaya Akwera Rama. There is a time to revenge. There is a time to revenge. And do you know the people that revenge is their military wing that they bring? When they bring these people, they are going to attack you people. And immediately these people are coming, they will inform them. Then those ones that are peaceful that are live with you for donkey years will pull out. And these people will come in, do their things, and they will go away. That's how they operate.
Who send them?
All of us live in the north. Yeah.
Wait, who send them?
If it is
you mean they have central command.
The one that are with you, the one that are with you, that it is the one that are with you that.
And who is their metron?
Buhari now. Buhari.
So what are we saying? It's the same thing, my brother. We're in the same picture.
All right. Igor Beta, just for pressure of time, there were several more stories that I wanted to take your sounding on, but I'm really determined to round it off within the next half an hour, and still a few people not yet had a say. So I'll take you now to Yoruba land and to the Are Ona Kakanfo of that space, Gani Adams. He speaks to space and is saying over 3 billion ransom paid 400 persons affected in Southwest. He's talking about kidnapping. So in the last 2 years, just figures that are available to him, Gani Adams, the area on Okakamfo, is saying kidnapping, over 3 billion naira ransom paid, 400 persons affected in Southwest. So now we're getting some data now to that space, the atrocities of the Fulani headsmen. What are you making of those figures, Igobeta?
We know, at the end of the day, kidnapping has become a big trade now. For most of the, this will still go down on the elite. It's not going on. Look, because most of the people that are kidnapping, when the police caught them or army caught them, when they present them to you, you barely see any nice thing in their body. Do you understand? So, and this kind of amount he's calling now, definitely you know that this is an organized crime. It's got nothing to do with even the kidnappers themselves. AK-47, the price of one AK-47 is almost 600,000. And these are the kind of rifle you see with these kidnappers. And this ransom that we are talking about now, you barely see it in their account or in their possession. So where is the money going? So it's still an organized crime by the elite. This elite, we have to do something about them. I'm glad that at least the Lagos State, they have the figure. They know what is going on. And I'm very proud of the Yoruba people this time around because we have we have stronger voice and genuine voice coming from that space. Do you understand? Which is unlike before. Do you understand? Unlike before. We have seen the Yoruba people have stepped up.
What do you mean unlike before? What are you
unlike before? The only Yoruba man that
are you Radio Biafra? Are you Radio Biafra?
It's not about Radio Biafra. Check, go back to history. The only Yoruba man that speak is only Fela and his mother. After that era, all this one we have, they're all rubber stamp. Do you understand?
What about Femi Falana?
Femi Falana,
SAS.
He swing both way. But when the sun is like when rain is falling,
What about Sowore?
Sowore swing both way. That's what I'm telling you.
What of Gani? What of Gani Fawayimi?
What about Gani Fawayimi?
Is it not the new voice I'm talking about? These are voice.
No, you can't call Femi Falana swinging both ways. What do you mean by swinging both ways?
No, let's be realistic.
You are not. You see that you don't know him. What do you mean by swinging both ways?
Listen, look, Femi Falana, is an icon. I respect him, but look, let's call a spade a spade.
What do you mean by swinging both ways? Tell us instances.
Femi Falana does not even believe. He doesn't believe in the separation of Nigeria. He believes in one Nigeria.
Who bailed Buhari?
What do you mean by that?
No, he believes in the rule of law. He believes in the rule of law. Do you object to that?
He was among the people that brought Buhari.
Hold on.
He defended Buhari
pro bono. Do you object to Falana's belief in the rule of law? Do you object to that?
Do Nigeria have law? That's one thing we need to address.
No,
if we want us to talk about rules of law.
No, we do have laws. We have a constitution.
Nigeria don't have any law.
Who told you that?
What do you mean by we don't have law? What is the constitution we have?
Constitution?
Yeah.
Decree.
My brother, why you want to do me like this? Which constitution now? It's not the constitution people are complaining about now. Saying that the constitution is
the constitution that gives us freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of and all those rights.
Which
freedom you have freedom now? Do you have freedom of speech in Nigeria?
No. That is not the issue. The issue is that we have a constitution that guarantees us all those rights. So
is it operational?
You have a bad leader that does not respect the law in the first place. That's the issue.
Somebody came up here and said that the national interest overrules your own human rights. My goodness.
We are contradicting ourselves. The more we go,
that is what we are saying. He's not following the law. We have the law. To say we don't have law, that is a is destructive statement. We have law that you have leaders that does not follow it.
Is it the law that if me and you go to Nigeria now, we check the cells, we'll see more than millions Nigeria in cell police custody without no trials?
That is what we are saying. They are not following the rule of law. But the law is there that police cannot hold person more than 24 hours. If you are in a city, if you are in a rural area, they can't hold you more than 48 hours. That is the law of Nigeria.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you my experience in Nigeria last year. Yeah.
Wow.
I was in Makurdi.
No, the question is that do we have law or we don't have?
If law doesn't work, how good is
the law is there. It's people that don't obey the law. They don't follow the law. That is the problem.
If the law is there and people are not following it, and there is no implementation of the law, then there is no law.
The people in charge to implement the law are the most lawless people. That is the problem we have.
So that means it's lacking law.
If you have a law, and there is a fiat, there is another bill from the president that told you, the nation, that your human right, the national interest supersedes your own human right. When it comes to national interest, you have nothing to say.
You're taking it on the harder terms.
I think you guys, everybody's saying the same thing. That's the way people are saying.
It's too high for this argument. This argument is elementary. Do you understand? How can you say you have a law when you now, if you go to Nigeria, you are driving, they will stop you and molest you?
That one is a different case. That one is do you have
hold
on. What you are saying,
no perpetrator is
no, what you are saying is right. That means the people to implement that law, they are the most lawless. It doesn't mean that we don't have law in place.
It's nothing to do with people.
The Bible says, what is the use of a sword when it loses its taste?
When the head is rotting,
we have laws.
No body anymore.
That is not the issue.
Hold on. We have laws. The fact that the laws are not being observed is a different thing from saying that we don't have. Of course, we have laws.
By
whoever. But the people who are meant to hold on. Okay, then I'll outside. But the people who are meant to superintend the law, the people who are meant to institute the laws, who are meant to whatever it is that I'm intending to say. So they are not doing their job, but that is not to say that there are no laws. The laws are there. They are just not being observed or adhered to. But they are there. We have a constitution. We have legal books. A lot of them written by Gani Fawemi, who are Janiko Convention. We don't have a constitution.
When we have a Sharia,
when you take somebody to court, when you take somebody to court, no. When you take somebody to court in Nigeria, what is administered in that case against with the two parties? How is it adjudicated?
Well, I understand. Ego is white. There's no law in Nigeria.
There is law. All right. All right. Ego, you're fine. Just you have the last word, and then I'll go on to engineer as a stance to round off. So complete your thoughts.
Nobody should tell me that there is law in Nigeria again, because we have Tanko Mohamed. Do you understand? As the chief justice of the federation, somebody that studied Sharia law with 2 credits, as to that is the final say in Nigeria. And you tell me that we have law. You go to Nigeria, you see people all over cells with no trials, nothing. They're sitting down in their own domain. They'll grab them, throw them in cell.
You are right, Jare.
Why am I going to talk this kind of thing now?
We do have law.
Why they do me like this? Now they want my blood. Because
no verse.
It go better. Even I say there's a word. Even I say there's a word missing from your name.
Drink as water, my brother.
I will do that.
Look at that. You see, this is what you started, engineer.
Quality saver. No quality saver, I did there plenty.
Look at that, eh? Yeah, taking this your buruku to habit to the abroad, eh?
Quality saver.
All right.
Quality saver. Since we no fit go Nigeria again, they will bring Nigerian breed for us.
Look at that. All right, good to meet you. Please join us just as often as you can. I think people have delighted in hearing from you, but stay with us still if you can.
Yes.
Engineer, now to you, your thoughts. You know what the talking points are, Engineer?
Well, good evening, everyone. Before I start talking about our country, our lovely country, Nigeria, you see, I will first of all, I will need Ajale Koko, a rational mind, to take note of what I'm going to say now, because when one man started talking about Nigeria some time ago, he uses a green mug to drink his tea or coffee. You see, when let me describe like a traffic light. You see, traffic light is green is for go, yellow is for warning, and red is for stop. So if you look at it, when one man started, he started with a green mug, and he's drinking his coffee or water or juice. Now he diverted to yellow mug. So that's to tell you that the level of pressure of Nigeria is hitting him permanently now. If one if one man tried to get to red mug, please, we need to find him and console him properly. You understand? So that's all I can say for now for one man. See, when you talk about issue of Nigeria, 60 years, according to our elder Atiku, was he saying about Nigeria, 60 years, which is 66 years, isn't it? Now, if I start talking, people will disagree with me. Because I always say the reality of things. In 6 years, we know the country is completely in the mess, and it's like a ship that is sinking. And some time ago, I always say something, you don't have to blame Buhari.
No.
Let me finish before people slap me from every angle now. You see, I said something. There's this man from Kogi State, Yahaya Bello. He refused to pay people for, I think, 12 or 24 months, right? Today, as I'm talking to you now, if Buhari didn't pay people in House of Rep or Senate for 2 or 3 months, do you think their reaction won't hit him proper? It's going to hit him proper. When these people start bullying him, he didn't pay them their money, they will chase him. But due to the scenario of their own selfishness, they are being paid, they're sitting in their comfort zone. None of their family member is passing through all the crisis that is happening in Nigeria. And these people, what do you think they're going to do? Nothing. Because they are doing well. If they're not stealing that country money, enjoying it, I'm telling you, these are the people that they will end up fighting Buhari. But what do you see now? How do you see things are going in that country? We, the elite, we are the one now educating people back home, telling them this is good, this is bad. But if you come again and think about the people back home, there are some, they are used to the suffering. They are used to the suffering. The suffering is like they hold the suffering, lie down together, eat together, and sleep together. So if you dare tell them, oh, this and this, that and that, they will be looking at you like, oh, look at him. Come and live here for 2 months or 3 months. You will join us. So there are some people, it's not as if they don't want to do something. They are willing to do, but there is no helping hand. The government, they knew how to demoralize people, how to cripple everybody in that country. And this is what they're doing. Today, tomorrow.
Engineer.
Go on.
Okay, you see, It's not that the people back home have been beaten to the dust. No. Look, when they come out, take for instance what happened in Imo State. You owe people 24 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you not pay them. Pensioners are there, you didn't pay them. And these old people gather themselves and come to the streets. Do you know what they did to them? Uzodinma did to them?
Tear gas.
He brought police people to whip them. If they whip you like that, maybe twice or 3 times, will you like to go on the street again?
Here we go.
That is the problem. It is not that they don't know what to do. They know what to do, but these people are using, the only thing they can do is to protest. But when they protest, they use state actors to whip them, just like what Fela said. They will whip your
language they understand.
Yes, they whip you, and you will not like to go back there again, my brother. That they have beaten them to the ground. They use state actors to deal with them. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So you see what you just said now. This is what is happening in that country. There are solutions to our problem, but how can we do it? Nnamdi Kanu gave us just one good example without even fighting the government. You understand? He gave first example, sit at home, people sit. Second one, people did the same. So things like this, it's an eye-opening to Nigerians. It's an eye-opening. There are ways you can't fight these people because they can use uniform men against you. You understand? There are so many ideas how to deal with these people. If you guys knows when they are going out, why not just go bring plenty heavy stones and trees, put it on the road, go home and sleep. It's a sign of warning to them. It's a message you're sending to them. You understand?
This one we talk.
It's a message you're sending across. You understand? Because look, in the northern side now, let's say in Kaduna, you will see the houses will come out and put a heavy thing on the road, a heavy stone and the rest, and nothing will happen to them. Okay. You understand? That's to tell you the level of how that country is. There are ways you go and speak to these people, you pass that message without fighting them, because they have that power, they have every resources. If you dare you come close to them, they will strike you from every angle. That's who they are. You understand? Now, this man is there on the seat. Buhari is just almost flying with his train straight to Niger. And that train, they always service that road very well. Because soon, Nigerian money to pass through there straight to that location. You see, so if you come to think about it, how can you do with this kind of people? You understand? Some time ago, I said something that was about a month plus. I said if they can go and plead with these people, everybody said, no. Today now, how can you talk to these people? How can you, go one-on-one with them? If you dare, you said you put even uniform, even ordinary clothes with Buhari must go. Within 24 hours, you know where you go. You just said it, my brother, that if you go to cell, you go to prison, you see thousands of people. They will catch you and throw you there, catch you and throw you. If your family member have money, then you come out. The ones that don't have money, they will still remain there. And remember, if Nigeria has a constitution or they follow the constitution, they said bail is free. So do you see that happening in Nigeria? It's impossible. It's impossible. So when you come to things like this, if you look at it, the country is something that if you start talking about it, you will shed tears. If you start talking about it, you have that spirit of anger in you. If you start talking about Nigeria, you feel like if you see any Nigerian leaders, if you have Koboko, you can whip them properly. So that's how the mindset of everybody in Nigeria is thinking, is heading towards. But the only thing is, I always say this, is just to keep praying and to keep seeing what is happening, and things will go.
Pray with him. Pray with him. For who? Why they do me like that?
Pray for youth, so youth can understand themselves. You understand? And if you look, majority, you see, our problem at times is we the youth, we have the problem. You understand? Today, if youth should organize themselves and put themselves in order, there will be one that will go and betray the youth. There will be one, because social media, you know, making money, Nigerians, they prefer making money in an easy way, in a fast way, than to do it from the grassroots. You understand? So the level of how things are going in that country is still not normal. Now, look, like I said, I always repeat this, and I'll keep saying it. If you look, BB Nigeria, it has started. How many people they subscribe? Do you know how much money that country is making?
It looks like you are watching this thing, because every time you talk about it, so who is sleeping
one man,
with who?
Instead of me watching this, I rather call for a job to go and do, even though it's 2 hours. I know how much that money will raise me. You understand? Because I know where I'm coming from. I know how people are suffering. I love my country, regardless of anything. But people back home, what they do is just once it's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you see them, they disappear. If you like, you call them, some they will dump their phone. So if you call them, oh, I'm busy now, I'll call you back later. Why? And now you see the elite, the government.
Engineer, is it not some form of escape though? That just provides them an escape from the reality of the misery that they are living through. Is that not escapism?
Do you think Nigerian leaders are watching that thing? They are planning more ahead of how they will take and slander everybody again and be going. That's what they do. Rich men in that country.
When the people cannot find a way out, they have to find an escape now. They have to go and hide somewhere. So either they hide in alcohol, they hide on social media, they hide on these reality TVs, they just hide away. You yourself said, even wearing a t-shirt, Buhari must go, that is a year in prison for you.
Good. I said that because one man, this is what I'm saying. If people can follow an example of Nnamdi Kanu, what he did, right?
Which is what? What did they do?
Sit at home. Sit at home.
What has that? Are they not even abandoned it? That is a stupid idea.
We know they will abandon it, but
how many people have job in Nigeria, my brother?
Yes, even when they are not sitting at home, they are sitting at home.
They're already at home.
Is because why do people don't have job? You know it, I know it very well.
Already at home. That's what the government wants. They want you to sit at home anyway.
Thousands of graduates are there, no jobs. You understand? And you see, Nigerian leaders will be telling you, oh, this amount of money, they borrowed this amount of money. Where is the money going to? It's something we need to start asking ourselves that question. Who are the people, the elite people? What are they using the money for? We didn't see any improvement of roads or lights or
engineer, I think we're beyond asking those questions. Because I don't think anybody here is puzzled as to what is happening to the money. We all know what is happening to the money. What can we do about it is really where we are now. So we all know they borrowed the money. We all know that they loot it. We all know that we don't feel the impact of having this 25th largest economy in the world. We all know all of these things. We all know what is going on. But what do we do about it is the thing. You are saying that we're hiding in... Hold on. Hold on, please, Vin. You are saying that we're hiding away in a big brother Nigeria. So, I mean, when are we coming out of a big... And Ego Beta is telling us that young people. I cannot think of a young person is saying Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is approaching 60. You may not know that because it's clean cut and youthful looking. So where is that young voice? It's just So we know the problem, but where is the solution? And we're looking in the direction of people 35 or at least under 40. So where is that voice in that space? Even we don't have a voice in that space.
This is the right time for Nigeria to make a stand with what is going on in Afghanistan that people have seen. Do you understand? with what is going on in Afghanistan, people need to make a right sound. Because look now, the America now, they're sending flights to go and bring millions of people, refugees. UK has volunteered to take almost how many million people? Do you understand?
They're only taking 20,000.
Okay, 20,000. Okay, 20,000. So they should tell me how many thousand they want to take from Nigeria, because
did they open visa for Biafra and you people told them to get lost? Just a few
nobody
months
told
ago.
them to get lost. You
Why
understand?
they cannot told them to get lost? That we were doing it here on this session.
Look, all those things that they're doing, we know. You know, it's all lobbying. We know that they're just lobbying with Nigerian government. And when the shit hit the fan, that time they want to pack thousands of people. This country will be flooded. The whole Europe will be flooded. We are not like Afghanistan. No, they should get involved now and do the needful. You understand?
Yeah, but they have their income is coming from that area. So
they're just taking oil, making money. You know, it doesn't concern them.
Taking
People
gas,
are dying every day.
Taking gas,
gold, everything. They don't care. So this thing that happened in Afghanistan now is for them to shine their eye and do the needful. Do the needful. The British has to do the needful. The American has to. When they are in war in Afghanistan, some of us went there and helped them. When there's war in Iraq, we help them. War.
Are you aware of the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar? Have you heard that story? The Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar.
Yes.
You know what they're going through?
Of course.
Are you aware of what the minority sects are going through in China, in India, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, all over the world?
All over the world. But
so what makes you unique or peculiar that everybody has to drop everything?
Look at what
because the UK is taking so much from Nigeria.
You have to allow people to speak. Let me excuse you for a moment.
What makes us unique is that, look, already without war in our own country, we have flooded Europe already. Some of us are dying in ship to get to these places. Do you understand?
Right.
And our population, you cannot compare with some of these countries you just mentioned, apart from India. Do you understand? And China. And this country you mentioned, they are stable. Their government, they are stable in some words compared to Nigeria. Do you understand?
Myanmar is stable.
Now it has gone full blown, but their population, can you compare with Nigeria? No. China, they are stable at somewhat.
You see, the point I'm really trying to get across, because a lot of people, they say, UK has to do this, America has to do that. They are not obliged to you in any way.
They are obliged.
Hold on. What is going on in Nigeria is not peculiar to the world. Almost virtually every country, every continent, you have at least 5-10 Nigeria type situations going on in quite worrying stages in different countries. You know, and all of this, if you go to Myanmar that I'm saying now, they are saying that the Americans and the British are looking at them, they are letting them go. If you go to India where minorities are battling, they are saying, Britain that used to be our former the same Bangladesh has said the same thing. So there's nothing unique or peculiar to the Nigerian space, is what I'm saying.
Nigerian
and there
space,
is no real obligation to it. So I think we get to you know, it's not coming, so don't worry.
We need to fight for our country.
The British do not come and save us, but they have a big role to play. Look, the money the British take from us in a day, just for visa fee alone, look, the money they are taking in bags and, you know, just for visa fee and bringing, you know, then when they bring aid, they bring fertilizer, our stool that we shit here free, then go arrange and package them, put them for back, carry and come, then pack money, come this place. The kind of thing they're benefiting from that country up to date. That country to them is an industry. You understand? So they need to look the welfare of the people. Look, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
It's very difficult. Now, this is a talking platform. So if you don't want to talk, we don't want to talk. We start looking at each other. Then I mean, you know me. I'm not handsome like you guys, so I don't want people looking at me. I just want them hearing my voice.
One man, to be honest, look, we need to understand. Okay, look, if you look at the world today, when we're talking about G20, you understand that G20 is comprised of Africa, is comprised of the whole world. You understand? Do you know in G20 there is no, in the whole of Africa, no representative of Africa in G20?
Yeah, because you don't have the potency to
what do you mean we don't have? We're talking about something billion people in the world, and you're telling me we don't have the potency. This
you
comprised
don't have
of
power
South
now.
Africa.
Do we have power in Africa?
What is power?
We're a dependent continent.
Power is wealth. Power is wealth.
What wealth do you have? When they come into your yard and they take everything and then they flog you.
This computer we are using, the raw material is from Africa.
Yes, from Congo. Yes.
The shirts, the clothes we are wearing, the raw material, everything you look around you, apart from air, is from Africa. So what is power?
Okay.
What is power?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Igobeta. Next time, come earlier because it looks as though you're a voice that people want to hear a lot more from. So,
he has been coming. He disappeared for certain time.
This man, no.
I know him.
Okay, is it one of those people that you don't used to show your face before? Okay.
No, you know him, brother. You know him, brother.
Now when you are speaking your Ngbati, you are trying to confuse us with all right, thank you. Let's go to Vin now and take a sounding. And then we'll start to round off.
I'm not done yet, too.
Okay, sorry. Carry on, engineer. Yeah.
In fact, I won't say a word apart from you now. I said something earlier on. I'll repeat myself again. You know, when one man started.
No, I heard you. I was in the background. I was having a bit of a snack, so I was still
please stop using yellow mug again, because when you divert to red, that means Nigeria is finished.
Don't worry about that. When Nigeria is saying red, it's not my mug that will tell you. You will hear it. Yeah, you will hear it. When we are seeing red, we will see it at the same time.
I'm done for now, to be honest. If bank can carry on, no problem.
All right, thank you, engineer. And you can always chime in as you know. But I wanted to keep it under 5 hours, but again, I've not been able to. But Vine, now your words. You know what the talking points are, Vine. Vine, to you.
Please, where is one man? One man has it disappeared again?
He want to have coffee.
I just wanted him to.
I'm here.
Refresh my mind.
Oh yes, we were talking about Atiku saying Buhari has reversed 60 years of gain through his nepotism and bigotry, and he's saying that Nigeria is negotiable. So yeah, start with us too.
Okay. What he said is true. It is evidently proven that a man who is 60 years today and still wearing pampers, I do not know when he will wear trousers. Nigeria, when you look at other countries surrounding Nigeria, they are moving forward, in an aggressive manner. But Nigeria is retrogressing. That is the main thing that is happening in Nigeria. Instead of Nigeria to move forward, Nigeria is retrogressing. So 60 years of independence means nothing. It is useless, it is unproductive, and for me, there is nothing to boast about. The super giant of Africa is today the super chicken. You can't provide electricity for your own people 24/7. You can't give them potable water. You can't give them good motorable roads, good hospitals. My brother, even the palliative, COVID-19 palliative that was given to them, supplied by the world, you hit them. And you say you are 60 years. 60 years for what? For nothing. You see?
All right.
I am
Nigeria being
I am disappointed.
Just to press it on, Nigeria being non-negotiable.
Yeah. You see, anybody that tells you, you see, the only thing that they are using to deceive Nigerians, all ethnic, extractions in Nigeria, is this diversity. The diversity, I don't think if there is any country that has developed through diversity. If you look at the US, there is no country. Nigeria is a multinational nation, grouped or forced to be together. There is no way this, ethnic extractions will be together or survive it. I have never seen any country that is like that has ever survived with this kind of diversity. In addition to that, the people that were, given the mantle to develop the nation are today killing the nation. They have killed the nation. In fact, I thank God for what has happened. If not, that God in his mercy used people like Tinubu's and the rest of them, Joe Ibokwe's, Bola Tinubu's, and what is the other? Ojozo Carlos them, Wolo Seyinka, Tunde Bakari, to bring this man. I don't think I will ever see, these people coming in to do what they are doing to Nigerians, the indigenous people in this country. They said when the breeze blow, the cloaker of the chicken will be exposed, and that is what has happened. All the shout of so many people that have been complaining about these people is now coming to fruition. Everybody now is convinced that this old narrative of Igbo domination is no longer there. The people that are dominating us
the
now
Igbo domination of what?
Oh, you see, if you look at the southern part of Nigeria, the south, they say, oh, Biafra, the Igbos want to get Biafra because of the oil. You understand my narrative? Oh, they want the oil, they want to get Biafra because of the oil. But today, who are the people that are collecting this oil? Is it the Igbos? Who are the people that are domineering now? They are using their AK-47 coming into your forest. If you remember, one man, in the southwest forest, they told you that you have no right to chase them out of the forest, that they belong there. These are some of they are. If you remember the meeting that was held, is it in Ogun State or Ekiti, where they express their ulterior motive and barbaric motive? They told us, to the hearing of the world, that the relationship of Nigeria is husband and wife, slave and master. And that's exactly what is happening today. So for me,
well, I am not aware of that, but I don't know everything that
it is there. It is there. It is there. If you look at, they express it. I think the first time they had the meeting when that Eganga issue happened, when they went for that meeting there, that is what they said. I heard it.
Well, they can say whatever they like. You have to understand that a lot of people speak to a lot of interest within the Nigerian space, and Metiala speaks to their own pecuniary interest. So everybody speaks to their own pecuniary interest, but that does not make it sacrosanct or applying to the entirety of an ethnic grouping.
Where I disagree with you, one man, is this: they make their statement and they stand by it. We make our own statement and it's like a water that is poured on rubber. Right. Do you know, today, when they made their statements, they chased our people out of Yoruba land. They are refugees now in Benin Republic.
Forget all that. You say that all the time.
They have come to Igbo land.
Because you seem to be chanting that. Hold on. You seem to be chanting that like a mantra. No. You seem to chant that like a mantra that, they chase some people out of their communities and they are now refugees.
You could have allowed me to land. You could have allowed me to land. Because it is not just in Yoruba. It is not just in Yoruba land.
Yes, I know
it is not just in Yoruba land.
But you don't need to chant it as a mantra. because it's a complex situation. Those people, I don't even know what the latest developments are in that space, nor do you. And you don't even know if they have been flushed out of that space, nor do I. So just let's not propagandize all the time, chanting. I don't like mantras, I'm not keen on mantras.
Okay. Let me make my point. My point. I know you detest that though, but what I want to tell you is this. They did the same thing in Akwa Ibom State. They did the same thing in Cross River State. They did the same thing in Edo State, Delta State, Enugu State.
When did they do this, and what is the latest situation of that incident?
See, my brother, the problem is not the latest. What I'm telling you is that for someone to have the temerity to enter into your space and tell you, no matter the outcome today.
Hold on. They are traditionally, historically like that. This is not a development that has evolved under Buhari. They are traditionally, historically like that. This is just something that has always been a situation. It is now more.
But it has never been pronounced and been practicalized the way it is today.
No, but it is pronounced now because there's now more pressure on land than ever before due to population growth. What is it that Ovie says that God is not producing more land, but certainly there are more people. So that is where the conflict is, but it's not something that's just evolved into space. This is something that has traditionally been the case.
Also, remember this second week of next month, innit? The South, is it elite? They give herdsmen to vacate all cows on the road, innit? So let's wait and see the reaction. What is going to come in?
No, they say first week. They said on the 1st of September.
Okay, so we're heading there.
I heard today that Wike has passed the anti-open grazing. He has passed it into law.
Yes.
And I want to see it implemented. And this is not the first time they've been passing this law.
No, the thing is, what you understand, let's keep Wike aside, because let's talk about other elites, other South elite, because the way things are going, sometimes they say, oh, Wike don't belong to us. So let's keep Wike aside. I just can't wait to see them talking about that first week. And let me see that reaction, because if they don't react, I must be honest.
We know that there is something wrong. Yes.
So it is right to mention Wike engineer, because when they are saying this will take effect from the 1st of September, they must necessarily have it on legal footing. So Wike passing it through his assembly and all the other states passing it through their assembly gives it that legal footing. So Wike has taken his own steps and others take their own steps too. And then we'll see how it plays out on the 1st of September.
Wike is not doing just that. Even tax, he wants to be collecting his state tax now by himself.
He wants to tax the cattle.
No, he went to court recently, and the court ruled that the court ruled in favor of Wike. He has won. Yeah, let's see.
What do you expect? This is what will happen.
I will only look at what is going to happen after 1st September, and that is why I keep on saying all this. Is that the problem we have in the old southern Nigeria is the political elites, the politicians. They are the one that have sold us out. They are the one that have, in fact, anyway. Let's see what will happen this time.
What can we do? What can we do to stop them then?
To your attent, O Israel, if you will buy my idea. To your attent, O Israel, because I cannot look, engineer.
Go on.
I cannot live with people that will come into my house. I am in the farm with my cutlass and hoe, and they will enter into my farm with their own economic activities, take over my place, and when I say jack, they shoot me into pieces and dismembered my parts. I don't have no strength to curtail them. I don't have no power to chase them away. They have power. He who controls the gun controls your life. So I don't want such life. I don't want such association. That is my own.
All right.
Look, for me, if you give me a rifle right now, I can defend myself because I know the technical know-how to do it. But I do not know my old grandmother in the village, my mother in the village, my aunties, and the rest of the people there that doesn't have these capabilities or even the source of getting those weapons to defend themselves. This is what we are saying. Instead of you to kill us, my brother, instead of you to continue to, is it not good for me to be on my own? This is the issue. Every day we come out here, we narrate, we shout, we lament. But I do not know where we are getting at. They are still killing us. As we speak, in fact, Nigeria has become a country where abnormalities has become normalities. There is no day that passes by, people are not killed in tens, dozens. But we are not saying anything. Those in authority are not doing anything. Even the governors has no power to even safeguard their own people. Is it not better than to your tent, O Israel?
All right. Well, to your tent, O Israel, but that's been said copiously and over time. But how then that takes effect is a different thing, as we're finding out. But let me move you on from that space to Lai Mohamed, who is in America, saying that those criticizing Buhari for seeking treatment abroad are out to demarcate him and saying that Nigeria is not and cannot be a failed state. So, Lai Mohamed speaking to an international audience, what are you making of his words?
For those of us that knows, that can go back to history, we must understand and we know that Buhari demarketed himself in 1983 when he overthrew the unelected, president in that country. Yeah, Shagari, 31st December 1983. That was the day he started the process of demarketing himself. That's that. Now coming to this era, we are here when he told us that he is a repentant Democrat. Has the repentant Democrat, he claimed to be, played any part in our recent lives and in the processes that happens in Nigeria? The democracy they enjoy in Nigeria, has it played any part? No, the answer is no. For Lai Mohamed, it's a pity that I respect him and I will not speak evil of him, but I will speak on his actions and statements. Most of his statements, in fact, virtually all his statements are, lies. If I may use, if you will permit me to use that word, he has spoken lies upon, lies upon lies to Nigerians.
Well, he's doing well.
Yeah, he's a good servant. He's a good servant. Well. He is serving his boss very, very well. But the majority of the people that are looking at him, what will be his face look like when by 2023 they are removed? All of them retire from this, from all their political appointments. How will people look at him?
All right. Let me move from that space then. Government agencies hiding revenue whilst Buhari regime goes borrowing. The Auditor General alleging that 5 trillion naira is not missing, even though he had previously said so. So just quick comments on those.
Yeah, my brother, you see, what I would like to say is this. The problem in that aspect, the people that I will blame so much are the senators, the legislators. The legislators has the power of, how do you people say, is it oversight functions? What have these people been doing when these people are not remitting? Have they been summoned and asked them why they are not remitting those funds to the Federation account? If you pay legislators to sit there and they are not doing the work, and these agencies, the CEOs of these agencies are not remitting, then who are you going to blame? We paid these legislators to do oversight functions. But if they're not doing it, what am I going to do? One man, what are we going to do? We only sit down here and lament all the time. So that is what I'm going to say about that. They have failed us, and Nigeria is a failed state in that aspect.
All right. Let me take you then to the southwestern space. Ariel Nakakanfo speaking to the headsmen activities and putting some figures to that, telling us that about 3 billion in ransom and 400 people affected just in the last 2 years alone. So just a brief comment on that.
Okay. If you please clarify me, which region is he talking about? Is it nationwide?
Southwest Yoruba land.
You see, this is what I said. We are not coming back to what I told you before when I started. It is a shameful thing that people, aliens, will come to our vicinity, kidnap our people and collect such volume of money, 3 billion naira, which is approximately about $8 million. It is despicable. It's a sacrilege and an indictment to all our political, heavyweights in the Southwest, South, and Southeast put together.
All right. Thank you, Vin. So I'll now start to round off, and so just a literal 1 minute for everyone, and I'm really going to be strict with that. So we go to Rational Mind, and then Rational Mind, Ola, Engineer, Igobeta, Vin, and then Aseva, Ajanle Koko to round it off. So Rational Mind, quick parting words.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have said a lot of things here, and I think a lot of us express our frustration with that country called Nigeria. I mean, Bia, I could hear from Bia's tone, the voice that, as she said, she's tired of coming here and spewing out the same thing every time. And well, we can't just get tired because it's a country that we were all raised upon, most of us, and we have family members there who, I mean, most of us would, if we are just to be just ours alone, most of us would just forget that country. But because of our people there, and this attachment to our ancestral land and all of that is the reason why all of us are talking about all this here. Well, I just say we should not get tired. We should continue preferring whatever solution we know the way forward for that country. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Rational Mind. Always a delight to hear from you. Ola, you're up next. Same rules apply. Ola, your words.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far. Then there's nothing we can do. We won't get tired of reminding ourselves what is right from what is wrong. Now, for some people that are the beneficiary of this fraudulent arrangement, they can tell us that Nigeria is not a failed state. But I think Nigeria will rather need to realize what once government fail in its duty of providing the basic things like providing security to life, providing food security, shelter, promote general welfare, and those are the signs of failed state. The basic thing that the government is supposed to do are not, failed state. It's not until everything's shut down and the country goes bankrupt. So to me, we keep reminding ourselves until there is liberation. This whatever we are doing now is one of the least thing we can do. So I believe we are doing something. So that's your, and we shall continue to do that. So that's all I have for today. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Always a delight. So let me go to Charles just to take his words, and then we'll go back in the order that we've arranged. So Charles, very quickly, just 1 minute, like I said to everyone else, your words.
Basically, my word is that we should fight for our freedom and not business. We should fight for freedom.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So to you then, Engineer, your words.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. There's nothing much to say. It's just want to say thank you for organizing this platform and also for making most of us to start to understand ourselves, because at the end of the day, we end up, people back home, some of them will end up hating each other, whether you're Christian or Muslim, whether you're Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba, and other tribes. People will be beginning to hate themselves. But with this platform, It's like you're guiding everybody and you're putting people to come to realize that we love our country and we'll do anything to advise and put them through. And thank you for everything. And thank you guys for coming online as well. So that's the only thing I can say for now. And have a good night to everybody.
All right. Thank you, engineer. Always a delight. So we go to Vin next. Same rules apply. Your words, Vin.
Yes, sir. Well, man, thank you so much for putting up this show. And I believe if I did not even give you anything in cash, I pray that God will bless you for this great job that you are doing. I would like to tell our people, yes, we are always, we will always voice our, make our voice heard to our people. We must not relent. We must be resolute and relentlessly pursue what we feel that is right for all of us. If Mandela, backed down, he wouldn't have achieved what he achieved later on in his life. We will keep on. If Nigeria is not working for us, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Biafrans, to your tent, O Israel. God bless you, my people.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Vin. Good night. So, Igobeta, your words.
One man, I really appreciate this this get together that you organize. It's really good, and may God strengthen you so that you keep doing things like this. And time to time, we'll be coming to give our hands and see where we can be able to give our own little advice, to our people back home and all over the world. And I really appreciate you. Thank you very, very much.
All right.
Igobeta.
It's a pleasure to meet you, and hopefully we hear more from you. So, as ever, Ajanle Koko to round things up.
I want to thank everybody that came on the platform today. Everybody have spoken very well. They really expressed their ideas on the Nigerian situation. But today, my closing remark, I'm going to focus on Lai Mohamed. Yoruba says that meaning that whatever we are doing today is going to be an history tomorrow. So Baba Mohamed, that is lying to the world that people are demarketing Buhari is very shameful of him, and I believe that his grandchildren will come tomorrow and see that their grandpa has lied a lot about Nigeria, and they will be very ashamed of him in the future. The leadership of Buhari has demarketed himself and demarketed Nigeria. He promised before he was elected, he promised Nigerian people that he will flush out insurgency in 6 months. Today, Nigeria are not only battling with insurgency, but we are battling with banditry, we are battling with insecurity of the highest order that we never seen in the history of the nation. So that demarketed him as a person. It demarketed Nigeria by promising us that he will not devalue Naira. His economic policy has killed the Naira. So that man has demarketed himself and he has demarketed Nigeria. He promised that he's going to fight corruption. Today, corruption in Nigeria among the politicians is at the alarming rate that we never seen before. So he demarketed himself and demarketed Nigeria. He has portrayed Nigeria as a nation that does not want to do anything with. That is why the foreign investors are not coming in. because it demarketed himself, demarketed Nigeria. So Lai Mohamed coming to the world to tell the whole world, lying and saying that people are demarketing him, is just writing his name in a black book. And very soon, Nigeria will speak in such a way that they have never spoken before. Nigeria will come out with action. It will soon get there. It's a matter of time. People that are fighting for Yoruba nation or fighting for Biafra nation, they are not doing so just for fun. They are doing so because everybody have lost hope in the leadership of Muhammad Buhari. The people are doing so because they want a better life for their people. People are doing so because Buhari have demarketed everything about Nigeria. People doesn't have hope anymore in that nation. The people that are professionals, professional doctors, professional nurses, professional engineers, people in banking sector, everybody are running out from that nation to abroad for greener pasture. Why? Because Nigeria has been demarketed and nothing is working in that nation. So at this point, I will say thank you to one man and thank you to everybody. So I'll see you tomorrow, one man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Have a good night. So really, Ajan Lekoko has said really all that was left to be said. So not that much more, if any more at all, to add to what he has just said. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.